You are watching the Vodka stream.
StreamYard needs to fix the interface a little bit, man. You click on something, don't click, don't play. What is happening, everybody? It is Friday. We have made it through another week, so time to grab a drink and grab a seat, and let's talk some craziness of the week. I'm actually getting a little crazy myself. This is a beer stream. That's right. I was feeling beer tonight. I don't know why. I just was like, I do have vodka, and I might have had a shot or two before, a little pregame. But, I was like, you know what? I'm feeling beer. So I got me some Stella. So cheers. Cheers, guys. And then also, it was just revealed, too, right now, that Tom Sizemore passed away. That's right. Tom Sizemore, the actor, he's been in numerous things. So many things. Good actor. And always had some, he had some trouble with addiction and stuff like that. But yeah, he was admitted to the hospital, I think earlier this week. And then it got to the decision where he was just on life support, whether they were going to pull the plug or not. And apparently that's what happened. So he passed away. It just happened. Like it just got announced probably about 5 minutes ago. So cheers to Tom Sizemore, man. Good actor. Numerous movies. The one that sticks out for me is always Saving Private Ryan, of course. But yeah, so cheers to him and condolences to his family. Yeah. Anyways. Okay, what is going on out there? Let's see what's going like that. Clancy Brown. Oh yeah, Clancy Brown. That's also, yeah, we'll talk about that tonight too. I was like, what? Oh yeah, Clancy Brown in the Batman. Maroney. We got our Maroney. We got our boss Maroney. What's going on, Ryan? Good to see you. We got Kenneth right here. Good to see you, buddy. We got Tet. Always good to see you. Nate. Do you think Matt Reeves may introduce Ra's al Ghul before Gunn does? Well, I mean, it's got to be interesting because, like I said, that's always the thing. Like when it comes to the Batman, when it comes to that universe, it's like, okay, how fantastical is it going to get? Because very much what I still always agree with this whole thing when Kevin Smith said it is, Nolan brought Batman into reality and Reeves did the reverse. He brought reality into Batman's world. So there's still very much a Batman world where we got these villains and got all this kind of stuff like that. And we already have the main rogues that are there. And yeah, there's some fantastical stuff, but I just wonder how fantastical it's going to get. If you get to Ra's, it's like, how fantastical do you get? I don't think he's going to, because if you think about it, if we're going to be doing Brave and the Bold and it's going to have Damian, you're going to have a League of Assassins, you're going to have some Ra's. You got to have some, I just don't think that they would pass that. And I don't think Reeves would actually do that. So Miss Rhea, always good to see you. Do what she says. Hit that like, thumbs up. Do all that. Okay, who else we got here? Oh, we got alien sex love sounds. Yeah, I know, right? Probably not going to get it till closer to summer. I don't know. From what I gather, I was hoping that we were going to get it pretty soon too. But you know how it is. It's like they have to get those visual effects ready. I'm sure they have shots picked out for the trailer, but you have to get those visual effects going. And with it not coming out December, I just would not. I expect like a summer release, and then hopefully we can get that guy that directed it to show up on the Vodka stream, and maybe we'll break it down with him. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see what happens if we can get him. Get him to come on here and break down the trailer. That'd be something. Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Always good to see you. Cheers, my brother. And then, of course, we got Mama Film Junkie. Hi, Mom. Good to see you tonight. Always good to see you. Love you. And then we got Game City Savior. What the heck is what up with the emojis? Already partying it up, or what's going on here, huh? We got Mr. Sinise right here. What's going on? Good to see you. We got Fear Jason. Always good to see you, buddy. We got Rerum right here. Okay, we got Stephanie T. I might have already had a couple drinks. Well, there you go. Pre-game it up. I might have myself. It's my first beer, but I might have, I did say I had a little bit of vodka, so I was like, all right, take a little sip. But I didn't want to like go full on the vodka tonight. I was like, you know what? I have a busy day tomorrow of just things I need to get done. So I don't want to be, sometimes that vodka sometimes on those Saturdays, I wake up just, like what the hell why did I do that kind of thing? So I think that's why I was like, you know what, let's just do a beer tonight, and I think we're gonna, I'm pretty sure we're going to be doing the Patreon stream tomorrow. So I usually drink beer on that. So if you want to be part of the Patreon stream, subscribe to the Patreon. I posted a self podcast earlier this week, exclusive Patreon podcast on Tuesday. So if you want to listen to that, and then if you want to come on, basically almost the same kind of stream and have a conversation, let's do it. We got Emperor right here. Saturday for you. Don't tell me what happens. Okay, who else? Let's see. First day, new job. Nice. Hopefully it's going to be something you'll stick it out with, Let's see. Yep. Alakazoo, good to see you. Yeah. Let's get nuts. What's going on, John? I've been gone for 2 years. Had to spend time at the beautiful Florida Department of Corrections for some BS. Ooh, what have I missed? Wow. Well, welcome back, man. So hopefully everything's corrected, but good to have you back. Hopefully things are going good right now, but yeah. Good to see you. Welcome back. Yeah, you missed some things, but hey, we're still doing the Vodka stream. What's going on, Carrie? Yes, good choice. Yeah, now when I was looking at the beers, I was like, and then I saw the Stella, and it was a 12-pack, and I went, okay, going for the Stella. Heat. That's right. Also, Sizemore was in Heat. Yeah. Chuck. Saw Creed 3, and you were right. The fight scenes were different, but very well made. Yeah. I mean, Michael B. Jordan wasn't fucking around. Like I said, there's got to be a director's cut. There's a director's cut that I'm hoping that's going to be coming out on video, because there's that middle section. If you've seen the movie, you kind of realize like what I'm saying. There's a, in the second act, that leads obviously to the showdown in the third act. It just kind of goes boom. It just like, it just moves so quickly. And I'm going, all right, they trim the fat big time in this movie, because it's like a 2-hour runtime, barely 2-hour runtime. So I'm like, there's got to be a director's cut. But Michael B. Jordan was like, you know what? We gotta spice up the fight scenes here, because it can't be the same stuff. And when it came to that last fight scene, it was freaking. I was very impressed by it. Very impressed by the ending act fight between the two leads. I thought it was cool. I mean, there was a couple shots where I was like, whoa, like it. Cortez, even though I'm pretty sure Gunn is directing Superman, my pick is an unpopular one. I'd have the so Miss Zoe Clow, yeah. What's going on, Seek? Nerd, yeah, he's lurking right there. Ninja Man Bats will make it more fantastical with a raw story. Yeah, I don't think Reeves is going to tackle Raish. I always go Raish. I think they're definitely going to be. There's going to be a Raish presence in Brave and the Bold. There's got to be, with Damien involved. You got to have that. So, thank you for showing up. Who else we got here joining the party? Anybody else? Nice. We're getting another oof. Nice. Yeah, it's finally. I mean, we don't get the snowstorms like you do, but man, California got rocked for about a week. Pretty crazy. But it was nice yesterday and nice today. The mountains are nice and snowy looking. Everything the air is all clear. I mean, that's what's so great about anytime that Southern California gets rain, a lot of rain or whatever. storms coming in, man, it cleans up the air and you could see everything. It's all beautiful. So it's nice. It's nice. It's nice. What is the best way to support you, Dave? Memberships, all the above. I mean, just even watching. There's not just one way to do it, you know, but all the above. I mean, every little bit helps. Super chats, subscribing to the Patreon, being a member. I mean, there's so many different things, but I appreciate it. I mean, but just watching also helps. And you're always here, Ted. So I appreciate you. If Superman Legacy went with a more Boy Scout Superman, how would you feel? I'd be okay. I don't discriminate on the Supermen. There's just, I want to, we have a different interpretation. Nothing wrong with that. My favorite right now, of course, is the Cavill Snyder version. That's my favorite right now, but it might not be everybody's favorite, which is perfectly fine. But I'm okay with the Boy Scout version. Just I mean, I just want something a little fresh though too. Like you're gonna have the tropes. You're gonna have the similar tropes of all of a Superman, but just put a little flavor on it. Put your own fingerprints on it. Azteca, what's going on? And everyone in the chat tonight, still crazy. We got snow. I know, right? It was snowing at my house for a half an hour. Like I said, I've been in this apartment for over 4 years, and there's been like teasing of snow, and usually like there'll be like hail. There's been hail and something like that, but it actually snowed for a good half hour. I was actually like, wow, what is happening? There's much better now. Yeah, good to see you, man. Good to see you. He's in Black Hawk Down too. Yeah, like I said, there's so many movies. He was never Tom Sizemore was always a character actor. He was never exactly the star, but he was always like the character actor of all that stuff. So, but anyways, okay, what else we got here? Reeves set up Hush as possible person. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, I'm thinking that's where he's going to go with his story. There's going to be like a possible Hush scenario and then Court of Owls. I think, yeah. So I'm thinking that's where Reeves is going to go. I wouldn't be surprised if the next two movies are heavily Court of Owls, which that's perfect. That's absolutely perfect for Reeves' universe. And then leave all the fantastical stuff for the new Brave and the Bold. So, hey, Jason McKenzie, appreciate it, sir. Thank you for the $50 super chat. Cheers, my friend. Helping out that pirate ship. You're awesome. You're absolutely awesome. Appreciate that. Hey, every little bit helps. I appreciate that too, Seek. Hope to talk to you soon. Get you back on the panel and we'll chat it up a little bit more. So, we got hashtags. Fire James Gunn. I don't think that hashtag is gonna work. I mean, I'm all about restoring the Snyderverse, but don't think the other one. The other one, I don't support that one. Sorry. Yeah, true. But they could probably do something with that. Talon. We got bad snowstorm in Ohio, of course. Yeah, Ohio is always like that. All right, let me go ahead and start getting some of the peeps in here. See who shows up. I got to start emailing some people to be guests. I just haven't had time to really like start reaching out, but I got like a list of people. All right. But we'll see. We'll get some more guests in here and hopefully, we'll see what happens with all that. Let's see who else I got. Send it. Sorry, I'm just kind of seeing, the normal guys. Who else we got? There we go. Who else? There we go. Send that. Send it. Send it. Send it. I was hoping to get Jordan on here. He said he might be able to come by, but like Jordan, Chainsaw Reacts. Anytime a new Metallica song comes on, we always have to like do our thing where we like nerd out on Metallica. And a new Metallica song debuted earlier this week on Wednesday. I kind of briefly talked about it on Film Junkee Live on Wednesday. So, but yeah, I don't know if he'll be able to make it, but I'm sending him a link just in case. Just in case. Anyways, there we go. One more person. Okay, we'll see what happens. See who shows up. Links are sent. See who shows up today, but I'll talk to you guys for a bit in the time being. You know how it is. I know. I don't know. Scott might not be showing up tonight. Usually he's the first one here when the link gets sent, and she might be showing up too. So, yeah. Sell Zack Snyder just linked to Goodwill. That's funny. I think that's funny. You could joke about it. It was buried in eesh. That does not sound fun. That does not sound fun at all. Not sound fun at all. Yeah, the new Metallica song's great. New job and at 8, so now I'm in time. There you go. That's pretty sweet. Okay. And then we said, hey, we got Jose here. What's going on? Friday, greatest Batman movie on the way. I know. I want to get people's opinions on it. Whoever joins about, possibly finally we're going to get a Ben Affleck directed Batman movie. Of course, it's not the one that we wanted at first, but hey, what's going on, Druid? Good to see you. I know, right? We should get her back on, so she can actually talk more. I mean, it was just, I felt bad. We got Hannah and Sean on that night, the week of the DCU announcement. So, like, we had a full freaking panel. Yeah. Maybe next time. We'll get her back on again because she seems delightful. All right. We got somebody backstage. And it's not who usually shows up first. Maybe you went to the movies. That could be a possibility. So you just never know. Displayed names. All right, here we go. So, all right. Let's see.
Blah, blah, blah. Fake fucking fucks.
Hey, Saggy.
Every time. Why? What did I do? Did I hurt you at some point in our friendship?
No, I just what? I don't have a actual. I mean, I could have chose this one.
Don't do this to me. God!
I could have done that one, but I didn't do that one. At least, right?
You can't get like a nice one, like for once in a while. Like, if y'all really know how Dave feels about his friends, just remember the clips he introduces us. Okay.
Exactly.
So
I think it's funny because obviously there's some of the drops I have, that actually say names, but with the other ones, it's just no. There's no. I don't know. I don't think there's a Saggy drop. I don't think there's any drop from a movie that they say Saggy.
I'm gonna find one now just for you.
We could, yeah. I mean, go ahead and look for it. If you find it, I'll gladly incorporate it.
Yay!
Into the drops. But I'm just kind of going, when did that happen? When has somebody said Saggy? But if you find it, let me know.
I will. So what's up? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm fantastic.
How are you?
You
drinking anything?
No.
Yeah, you're lame.
I'm drinking my energy drink. That's good enough.
Energy drink? It's 11:22 where you're at. Why?
Because it tastes good.
Oh, what kind of energy?
By the way, I'm drinking Amp. But by the way, I know I'm late. You're going to clown on me for this. You ready?
Okay.
I finally saw Wakanda Forever.
That's fine. I mean, it's, okay. And what in your thoughts?
I cried a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
That movie knew what it was doing.
Really? You think so?
Yeah, they wanted to make us feel.
I mean, I get that. There's not like many moments where that is. I mean, I enjoyed it, but I'm in the camp of they should have recast T'Challa. That's me.
Yeah, I've been fighting people for that.
Yeah.
Fighting people for that. I'm like, listen,
But I mean,
get
it's
it.
just. But I mean, it's like my whole thing is like he was. I mean, I obviously wasn't him for one time. Obviously, he was in Civil War, Infinity War, and Endgame. So it was like, but at the same time, I'm like, even his brother said that he would have wanted to be recast, kind of thing. So I was like, yeah. I don't think we got enough of just straight up T'Challa story. And I mean, he's the main. I mean, I get it, but at the same time, and for the most part, they worked with it pretty well, I thought. The opening was like, oh, okay, they are, obviously we all knew like, oh yeah, they're gonna do the whole killing off, something they should have did in the Fast and Furious franchise, by the way. Fuck you, Vin Diesel. Anyways, Jesus Christ. But yeah, I mean, it worked for the most part. I mean, not everything worked for me in that movie, but
I mean, yeah, I mean, I get it, but I think that it was a good way to kind of pay tribute to Chadwick because he was sick while he was filming the first one. I think that was a nice way. I thought it was nice that they wanted to do that. I mean, I get it as far as like the story wise, but I was like, I understood it, and it made me feel like it kind of added to the story of Wakanda. It kind of made it more empathetic. I mean, again, but here's the thing. Remember, they already started doing these weird changes before that anyways, like Captain America's gone, now we got like the Falcon being Captain America, then they switch, they killed off Iron Man, now we're getting Reeves. So I mean, it's not like it's not something new with Marvel right now. So I'm like, I didn't expect them to recast because they're already switching up character story arcs right now, which is weird, but like, all right, we'll see what happens, I guess.
No, I mean, I get that. I just think there wasn't enough of T'Challa that we had. But, it does make sense because, yeah, like you said, we have a new Captain America. We technically, in Wakanda Forever, we got a new Iron Man, I guess you could say, or Iron Woman, whatever she wants to go by. I want to assume her,
Ironheart.
Ironheart. That's right. Got to make it Ironheart. Even though, like, I liked her as a character, but some of the things, well, she does the, she yells out the thing that I hate the most when somebody goes, "Let's go." I'm just, yeah.
I mean, I would have yelled that too if I was in the Iron Man suit.
Just go, woo! You have to say, "Let's go." Like, yeah, that's just so overused. It's so overused. People, stop saying "let's go." I blame Tom Brady. I blame Tom Brady for this because he says it a lot, and I think that's his fault.
Listen, the one thing we could blame Tom Brady for is leaving the Patriots to go to another team, and then our team started sucking. So, whatever.
What can he do? That was an interesting time because it was like, who's like, what led the Patriots to all these Super Bowls? Was it Tom Brady or was it Belichick? And then all of a sudden Tom Brady goes to another team and wins the Super Bowl. It's like, well,
that's exactly what I said. I was like, because everyone's like, Tom Brady's so trash. I'm like, he left our team and went to another, and they went to the Super Bowl that same year. It's pretty obvious. Yeah, he's not
one of the all-time greats. He's one of the all-time greats. To do that, he should have just retired then, though. That's when he should have retired for sure. This whole trying to dragging the whole thing and whatever the heck. It's
yeah, well, he didn't want Giselle to be the breadwinner.
Oh, he's gonna do just fine. So, anyways, we got somebody else joining right now.
Look over here.
What's up, Jordan? I saw you in the I saw you backstage. He kept doing this.
Yeah, I was trying to like, hey, you see me? I'm right here.
Oh, he does that a lot. You just gotta. He gets to. He sees you, but he waits for a great time to bring out.
Exactly. I just kept seeing like that, and it was funny too because even backstage, I thought you were doing that because you were making sure like your video feed was not choppy.
No, I mean, well, I did. I just got done doing my show, okay, and my power went out twice, so I had to like figure all that crap out, and it was bad timing because we just got back doing our show after taking a break because we launched Multiverse of Color, the site that I'm a part of, right? And we're promoting it, and thankfully it was later on in the show when things were fine. But literally, I jumped in. We had tornado watches hours ago, and the power cuts off for like a second, and I'm out. And then the internet comes back. I'm back on for another minute. Bam, the power goes out again. I'm like, and then my wife is in the living room going, "Just get on your phone." And so I just went on my phone for a bit because she was like, because she heard me complaining in here because the second time went off, I'm like, shit, and she's like, "Get on your phone." I'm like, okay,
yes, dear.
Yes,
that's what wives are for.
I'm assuming she's passed out in there. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Congrats on launching that.
Thanks.
Talk about it.
Yeah. So Multiverse of Color, it was a rebrand of Andy's site, the Marvel Report, which covered Marvel stuff, and they started to kind of branch out from there a little bit. But he wanted to rebrand, and so we've been working on this for months with trying to, so we're going to keep everything from the Marvel Report, but we're going to rebrand it, cover a lot of things, bring in a bunch of writers to help with diversity and have everyone have a voice to speak. And so we're like, okay. So he's been working again, content creators and writers to join up. And we just spent a lot of time, like literally we took our show last week in this multiverse to basically work on the back end of the site, making sure that everything's working correctly, that when you click on something, it's supposed to actually work. So it was a whole thing, but yeah, it's launched. We have a couple things up there now post the launch, but yeah, we're just trying to get it out there, but it's cool, but it's weird because now I can actually talk about it. Cause before it's like, we can never mention it. It's like,
it's all hush hush, but
yeah, it's cool. It's really cool.
It's cool.
Yes. And then you invited me on the show. I'm like, hey, cause it's been a bit. Last time I was on the show was the last time Metallica dropped a song.
Exactly. And what happened this week? Oh boy.
If darkness had a son.
Oh,
that's what happened.
Saggy, I know you're a big Metallica fan, right?
I mean, I do like some. I like old Metallica, not anything new.
Ooh, shame. Kidding.
No, but I was mentioning that at the beginning that you might show up because usually when a Metallica song, I mean, anytime any Metallica thing's going on, we're like DMing each other.
It's so funny, man, because there are like the first 24 hours of my video, which blew up. I'm like, thank you. People are supporting the video. All these comments saying, "This is great, this is awesome, this is a mixture of this and this is great." And then there's a couple of people saying, it's mid, as they love saying that word.
I hate
and
that.
Then over the last couple of days, I've been getting comments, people saying, "It's fucking trash." I'm like, where were you when the song first dropped? Why are you all of a sudden showing up 3 days later after the video's been out or whatever and going, "It shows this song sucks. Like, this is trash." Like, your fake reaction. Like,
reaction.
Yeah. And then there's people that literally are covering the song going into it knowing they're going to hate it. I'm like, then why? Like, what's the point?
There's always going to be that. It's just where we live right now. And even in the chat, somebody said old Metallica is better. Of course, old Metallica is better than new Metallica. They're fucking almost 60 years old now. They're old men, but they're still rocking.
You can't compare Master Puppets to this. It's impossible. No. You can't do that.
That is literal gold right there. That is
right. But I'm saying those songs still translate well to modern age. Like, you go back to old school Metallica and you're like, you would never guess. Like, it aged very well. That's why I think with new Metallica, it's like I get they're still a little bit themselves, but you can just, I don't know, it just doesn't feel the same. You're never gonna get those bangers.
Bringing everybody down right now with this. Sorry.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Darkness. Now I will say this: this intro lasts way too long. I'll say that. So? I think it does, but other than that,
it does. But we all know Lars loves that fucking snare drum.
Lars, he's like, how can I throw in more snare than I did on Hardwired in one song?
It's in that beat though. I like that. Slow, it builds up.
It's like a march. Well. It's a march.
Yeah, it really is. You're right. And then of course we've always heard that like 3 million times. But I like the added. That part right there is really cool. I mean, that's what helps it right there. That's right. We're getting the copyright tonight, people. But I mean, it's a good build up. But yeah, it does last a little too long. We'll for that.
Like, I wish after the lead part, the riff would have more than just chugs.
See that riff right there is stuck in my brain all week. I would just randomly go. That's pretty cool. And then does this remind you of Ghost? Anybody else?
Yeah, a little
Ghost a little bit right here.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's like those vibes with that little part right there.
That's like a load thing there that they were doing there.
Yeah, a little bit load.
Yeah.
Loaded. Yeah, this riff was like in my head all week. So. Did you say Saggy?
Oh no, that wasn't me. Then my phone was doing something. I had to turn the volume
I was
up.
like, what was that?
Sorry.
I like this
love
part right
love
here.
this. Love it.
Yeah. Different. Cool little breakdown right there. And right into this solo.
That goes on forever.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
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 I love the slow that Lars does throughout the solo. That slow part, the slowing it down.
Anyway, so that's pretty much. I mean, it's. I mean, I still think the Lux
Eterna.
Lux Eterna. It's still like so just like the whole time, and it's quick, and it's like
it shows the variety because they have that upbeat song, and this
Yes.
one is like a mixture of.
This is the heavier one.
Yeah, they're like Eye of the Beholder, like because the intro with just like the open E, but yeah, with the variety of like the 3 songs so far, I'm like, okay, I'm expecting obviously that like they're gonna have a huge variety on the album.
Oh hell yeah!
Hopefully with an instrumental, please God, give me an instrumental. I need an instrumental.
Sure, they have to, right?
If they don't,
did you see the trailer for the movie? They're gonna have.
Yeah, that's interesting that they're doing that. It's like okay. I remember they did like a one and only for S&M 2 back when it was first like, airing, launching. But like, I wish I could do something like go to that. But like, at the same time, I kind of want to experience the songs and kind of go at my own pace versus sitting in a theater and it's,
yeah,
I don't know.
I'm kind of with you. I remember like, didn't they do like when they released the Black Album, they had like they like sold out like the Coliseum or something like that.
Yeah.
They played it somewhere. I wish I can go back in time and be there because I would love to see like people's reactions because I'm just kind of wondering because the Black Album was so mainstream coming off of a very, very, very thrashy Injustice for All. I'm wondering if some of these guys were like, what the fuck is this? Is a ballad?
Well, yeah, the thing is too, it's like I think Enter Sandman was a single.
Yeah.
And was there another like I wonder because like I know that and it's so weird to say that because if you think about it, Eye of the Beholder was a single for Injustice for All.
That's
which is weird. If I could go back in time, I'd go back to the Seattle concert because I would try my best to find a way to convince the band to premiere The Freight and Its Insanity in full instead of playing just the first bit, just so we can hear that middle section.
God,
yeah. Or Dyer's Eve just once, just Dyer's Eve just one time, and make sure it's recorded in the quality like Seattle. Yeah,
I know, man. I know. God, that Seattle concert was just insane when you watch that.
And then they tried
to sing it Justice for All and the fucking
the explosion. Yeah, and then they remastered it a couple years ago with the Injustice for All like whatever box set or whatever. Yeah. And it's okay, but it's too modern sounding. I love just the classic sound of Seattle. Like it's supposed to sound that way. Yeah. It's supposed to sound kind of vintage, but also like so fucking angry. It's like they make the drums sound too modern, and it's like, like I get it.
Sound like how they do on this album.
Well, yeah, it makes sense now. Then, but like once you hear Seattle 1989 in that classic form, it's like really odd and jarring to hear like a remaster.
You don't need to do that.
And it annoys me when people react to Seattle. They sometimes click on the remastered Seattle to listen to a song for the first time live from that show. I'm like, guys, you're hearing the inferior version of it. Anyways,
don't do that. But when does it come out? It comes out April, right?
April.
Why did I think it was coming out this month? Now I'm sad.
I wish it was. I think April 12th or it's something like that. I don't know.
13th maybe, or I think 13th. Yeah, movie. I don't know.
It's around there.
I don't know. And then of course I'm seeing them in August, which I can't wait. When are you seeing them again?
November.
Yeah.
You're seeing them twice or once?
I'm just seeing them once. I just one night. Sadly, I know. I because I know they're doing like the Friday. I'm not going to the Friday show. I'm going to the Sunday show, and I know they're playing 2 different set lists. And I'm just gonna be. I don't want to look. I'm gonna totally ignore the set list for Friday because I don't. I want to be surprised. but then I'll look at it afterwards and be like, ah.
Yeah, because like if I went to
over there.
both, I could have had all those songs.
Yeah,
Like that's
I
what
know.
makes me so excited because I'm like, I don't have to worry about one set. I get to go, okay, I'm getting 32 songs
Yeah,
from both shows. So and they're 32 different songs. They're not playing the same song twice. So
crazy.
and I'm assuming they're gonna space out like Inner Sandman is on one night, the Mash Puppets on another night. They're gonna
I'll be okay if I don't hear Inner Sandman.
Hey, I don't blame you because like that's a song like I hear like I throughout like when I was in high school and got and into college, hearing it constantly being played, I'm like I'm tired of hearing of the studio version. But when I saw them live, I was okay with it because it's a live performance. But I'm like, it's the one time I'll actually listen to it because I'm like I'm tired of hearing the studio version. It's constantly overplayed.
Oh, it's been so overplayed, and it's just like nope, dig deep.
Yeah,
Saggy, have we bored you to death yet?
Well, you guys talking about like Captain America and stuff before I came in here. What was going on with that?
Oh, I think she's still around. You're asleep?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I was just.
She's got her energy drink. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, I don't blame you because like earlier today, I was exhausted. I was exhausted still from waking up early Wednesday morning to do Mandalorian. I was up at 4:30 in the morning, and I'm still tired from that because I still haven't gotten enough sleep to catch up. So I don't know how I'm functioning right now, but whatever.
How are you feeling about Mandalorian?
It's going to be back. It's good that the show's back. I don't like the fact that it was a short episode. People are saying episode two is crazy as shit. I'm like, okay, all right.
Yeah, I was like,
it better be.
I was watching it, and all of a sudden it ended. I went, that was fucking quick. It felt so quick.
Yeah.
Really, we spoiled with like hour-long fucking episodes with things.
That's the thing. Like once you're used to like HBO's House of the Dragon, The Last of Us, where they're giving you an hour or more of content each week, and then here's 35 minutes, and part of that is credits. Like,
yeah.
But I will say though, people are like, oh, that was cool to see Bo-Katan back. Like that's setting up so much. Like that.
Well, that episode was a setup episode. I mean, it sucks.
It totally was because I even said that too. I was like, I'm not sure where the season's going. It's placing things like the chess pieces somewhere, but I have no idea. I mean, obviously he wants to get back on the good graces of the Mandalorian for, taking off his helmet and shit like that. But I'm like, all right, but what else? What else is there? The Darksaber is mentioned. What else?
The opening scene. When you watch the opening scene the first time, did you think that was a flashback to Den?
Totally did.
I thought so too. I'm like,
that was.
I thought the same thing too. That was genius the way they did that.
Was pretty good. And then all of a sudden you see the freaking, the ship come in. You're like, well, who the fuck is that? And then all of a sudden, oh, this is present day. Shit. I'm like, okay.
And it goes to show, it goes to show that they're still recruiting. Like, they're not slowing down. And then people are saying too, like they think with Bo-Katan's line of your cult abandoned everything before Mandalore even fell, this whole idea. So I don't think they're ever going to have Den not be in under this certain like part of the Mandalorians because Pedro Pascal is too busy to be on set all the time.
Oh yeah.
Like it's clear he's not on set every single time they're shooting the Mandalorian. He's there some days, but he's not there all the time. I mean, he's literally got the
kudos to the guy who's standing in because he has a strut down really good.
They got two guys, John Wayne's grandson, and then another guy they had brought out on a panel last year for a celebration.
Grandson?
Yeah, John Wayne's grandson and another guy that Pedro worked with who was his stunt double for I think Kingsman 2. And they had started working on this, and so literally he brought them out on stage during a big panel at Celebration Star Wars last year and gave them a lot of credit because literally he didn't say this, but it's like, yeah, I'm on set sometimes, but these guys are doing all the cool shit and they're there most of the time. So I would say maybe Pedro was in a couple of those shots that you saw in episode 1, but probably not a lot.
No,
because he was probably shooting Last of Us at the same time, so he probably wasn't available.
Dude's a busy man right now, man. He's just in high demand all over.
So he'll always be under that. I mean, that's he's busy. That's a good thing. And he's getting paid to be in Star Wars and The Last of Us. He's living the dream. He has 2 shows airing right now. That's like unheard of.
Insane. 2 popular shows too, by the way. Yeah.
2 massive shows.
And it's funny too, because the first time I was ever aware of him was The Great Wall. I don't know if anybody saw The Great Wall with Matt Damon, who wore a horrible wig and had a horrible accent.
I remember that
movie. It was about it had creatures. Dragons and creatures. And
I remember that movie.
Yes, I saw it in the movie theater. And I went like, this movie sucks. Matt Damon is annoying, but I'm like, but I like this dude right here. Who's this guy? And then I looked him up. I'm like, Pedro Pascal. I think I like this guy. And then he showed up in the next Kingsman movie. And I'm like, I like this guy. And now all of a sudden he's just all over the fucking place. And
You saw Game of Thrones, right?
I'm not a Game of Thrones guy.
I did.
He had a pretty good role in Game of Thrones. His death, unfortunately, was brutal, and I can never watch it again. It's just
his death was ridiculous. I was like, that just happened.
Like it's if it's eye stuff, I can't handle it. So I saw it once, and I literally felt uncomfortable, and I literally had to stop watching for about 30 minutes. And I couldn't believe they did that. It was so uncomfortable. But
Miss Nighthawk, my girlfriend, who just showed up. Hi. Same thing when it comes to eye stuff. Cannot handle anything that
I
comes
can't either.
close.
It's gruesome.
Yeah. People are, she's just like, nah, So I don't even.
I'm the same exact way. I can't. I close my eyes. I'm like, it's so gross.
Yeah. So it has something to do with eyes and stuff. I don't know. But I'm glad for him. I mean, even though I thought he was the best thing in Wonder Woman 84.
he was he did like an interview. I actually watched it because I was like, oh, that's an interesting title. So I clicked on it, and he was talking, and he was referencing certain things he did, and he said he was really proud of him being in Wonder Woman 84. I'm like, and the way he said it, I'm like, that's his way of kind of defending it without going into too much detail because he quickly went past it. But he's like, yeah, and I was really proud of my performance in Wonder Woman 84 in my thing there. And then he moved on. I'm like, I actually forgot for a second that he was the villain, or one of them. But
Max Lord, baby. Yeah, no, I mean, I thought he did good too. He was very over the top, but you know what? I thought it felt, it worked for.
Yeah,
I got the drop,
but it can be better.
And that became a meme, and it's everyone kept talking about that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean, he worked with what he worked with, and I think they wanted that 80s style over the top villain, and he totally accomplished that. I mean, the movie is. I don't think the movie's pure dog shit. There's some moments in there I'm like, cool, but it just missed a mark. Like when we saw that first trailer, I think it was at CCXP. I'm remembering correctly, they showed that first trailer and it had the Blue Monday song, and it just was like, all right, this movie's gonna fucking pop. And then you watch and you go, wow, there's no 80s songs in here. Like you would have thought it was gonna have 80s songs and they were gonna really lean. I mean, they kind of leaned into it, but then it just was like, man, you guys went way hard on the campy stuff. Eesh.
And then they set up Linda Carter as this character, and then literally I don't think we're ever going to get that resolved, or we're never going to see anything. And it's like, damn.
It's all good
because they were trying to find a way to get her in the first film to be on Themyscira somewhere, and it never worked. I'm like, man, that would have been great, because then that's an easy explanation of never having to address her again or whatever, because she's on Themyscira, okay, cool, but they have it to where she's out and about now, like, and then
well, you never know, she might pop up in the Flash as Wonder Woman for all we know. I mean
who
I'm
knows?
Not saying I know anything. I'm just saying it's multiverse.
That's us.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I mean, I would not be surprised. Yeah, no, the trailer was insane. I'll still watch it every now and again and just go like, yeah, you guys really fucking pulled off a good trailer, because. And then, of course, we're hoping all right, well, hopefully the movie is just as good or better, obviously. But, and from what it's sounding like, it's going to be. But man, yeah.
I'm glad the trailer was as long as it was, because it wasn't a traditional length trailer. It was almost 4 minutes, I think.
Really?
No. What? Wait, was it, or was it 2?
No,
almost.
I think you're thinking of Fast X. That trailer was like the whole fucking movie in 4.5 minutes.
But they packed so much in that Flash trailer. It just kept going. And then the TV spot beautifully added a lot of cool shit we didn't see in the trailer.
Oh, the bat suits.
Yeah.
Oh god.
And that shot of Supergirl hovering above Zod. Jesus. I'm ready for that fight. I'm ready for that.
Yeah, God, it's just I'm not ready for that movie. I mean,
what did you do?
Yeah, I know. Why did she scream that? Why is
she's screaming that? She's screaming that at David Zaslav for axing everything. What did you do?
Why did you cancel the Batgirl?
Yeah, exactly. Why did you cast me? You should have got Rachel Zegler, who called me out this week, by the way.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. So, did you guys see that?
Did they say she wasn't right for the role? Is that what they said?
Of course, she would have been awful. I'm just saying.
Ooh.
Hey, you know what?
I'm not familiar with her. All I know is like I saw that pop up.
Neither am I. I know she was in West Side Story, and she made a big stink about not getting invited to the Oscars, and she's shot off her mouth a couple. I don't know. To me, I'm not a big fan, but I'm still rooting for Shazam to be good. I like the first one, but yeah, there was when the quote came out that she told Adam Brody that she was in love with him when she was a kid. I just thought, why would you say that? That's
why
awkward.
wouldn't you?
I don't know. Like, that just seems like that would make things awkward. I mean, of course it didn't because Adam Brody, but you better believe that he probably went over to like some people like, she just fucking say that? Like, I don't know. I just said that. And then she found that tweet in less than 10 minutes. And I'm like, aren't you on a press tour in Rome right now? What are you fucking tweeting? But yeah, and then a number of her fan club just like went at, like, I was like, mute. I'm not going to delete. I'm just going to mute. And then that's it. I don't know how many tweets that I got about, he pays for Twitter Blue. Oh God, you hit me right in the soft spot. Yeah, I pay $11 that I can afford for Twitter Blue. Why? Because I like the tools and the fact that it's turning into a creator community where maybe they can rival YouTube. So I want to be there at the beginning eventually. Hopefully.
I only use the you're paying for Twitter Blue argument when someone's being an asshole or someone's being a piece of crap and they're trying to make it seem like they're legit or something. Because there's some people that use Twitter Blue to make it seem like they're legit and that they got verified. And it's
I wish I didn't have the check mark, to be honest, but I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing about the Twitter Blue when everyone talks crap. It's like, well, this person pays for Twitter Blue. It's like, so does everybody else. Even the people who started off before they implemented that having verified check marks, they also now have to pay for it. So everyone is literally on the equal playing field now. So it's like that argument is kind of voided because even if it is a big content creator with 100,000 followers on Twitter, they still are also paying for that check mark.
But see, I know, like I don't think I'm not one of those people that think Elon's fucking Darth Vader. So I'm like, I saw him that he wants to rival YouTube as a creator community. And in order to get involved with all that, you have to have that. I know it's kind of shitty. It's like, oh, you have to pay to like get to that. Sure. There's some things I don't agree with, like with the whole process of what's been happening, but that is one of the things. And that's why I got it. I'm not trying to be like, oh, I got to check. I gave no shit. I never tried to get a check mark on Twitter before. People would do that before, like the old ways. I was like, I don't give a shit. But now I'm like, okay, if you're going to try to turn this into something where it could be, because sometimes when I post videos on Twitter, I'll get more engagement than I do on YouTube, So I'm like going, all right, this is just for the brand, obviously. So that's why I did it. I'm not trying to, but I mean, I got so many people that like, I paid for Twitter Blue. I'm like, is that supposed to? I
have money. I'm sorry you don't.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess I can. I don't know. I'm using,
and I understand that because like I upload videos to TikTok.
Yeah.
That blow up to 1 million views, and I can't get 2,000 views on it being uploaded to YouTube as a short. Like
that's the thing.
Like, yeah. I got a video uploaded yesterday because like this AI voice thing, like I was just messing around with the AI voices of 11 labs, like kind of like the president's talking shit. So I made Avengers, like Robert Downey Jr.'s Tony Stark, Black Widow, and Captain America. They're just messing around being stupid. And that video got over 400,000 views on TikTok yesterday. And I'm like, if I get this on YouTube, this would be phenomenal, but it won't. Like it got
everybody's playing around with AI now. I think it's the most craziest thing. The controversy around AI right now is a little insane. But like there are some things that are concerning with AI is that it's not really the AI I have an issue with. It's like listen, we live in a day age where I'm sorry, but stupid people exist and stupid people tend to do stupid things with cool, fancy technology. And I'm telling you, it's gonna get to the point where people are gonna start making like YouTube exposed channels on people and be like, oh, Dave the Film Junkie, listen to what he said. He said that this that's bad scary. Word. Yeah, that's the only problem that's going to happen eventually, that people are going to use it to mimic people.
I even AI'd my own voice for some videos that I did because I did Arrowverse, like Arrow, Flash, and Supergirl, and I was talking, and I literally put in just one clip of me talking for a minute, and it sounds like me. It's crazy. And my thing was when I did these AI things, I make it a point to say, obviously, it's a parody, but I also make it to where they're talking to themselves like the characters. I'm not saying that this is Robert Downey Jr. talking to Chris Evans. This is Tony Stark talking to Captain America Steve Rogers. Like, I make it very clear that I am just having fun. I'm not using this to make them say some weird or stupid shit, because people using the president voices, they're making them saying some horrible shit.
Oh, I saw the Biden thing. I saw the Biden one where talks
like
about being a hot ass.
No, there's one literally where Trump and Biden and Obama are playing different games, and Trump is just saying, like, dropping F-bombs constantly to Biden and shit, and they're like yelling and screaming at each other. And I'm like, that is really ridiculous. People know it's a parody because it's so over the top, but like, I definitely don't want to go that far, because I'm like, you're taking the president's voices and making them saying shit they'll never actually say, and it's just so over the top. I'm like, this is weird. And then, like you said, there's a lot of people messing with different AI. There's tons of videos on YouTube of how to use AI to make money on YouTube easy, and it's like, we've gotten that far now.
I'm so tired of I get tired of that. I mean, like, I remember I even was looking at some today, and I'm like, oh, let me look at this guy. Let me see if it's any different. Because there's always like those YouTube channels that are going to help you get better at YouTube, but they're just helping themselves. I just look at it like that, because I'm like, oh, wow, he's using the graph to increase your views and showing the red arrow in like 5 different videos that he posted in the last 6 months. And I always love that. And of course, Chat GPT is now a big time for the creator community, creator fucking YouTubers that are like, utilize, why Chat. It's always why Chat GPT got me this many views or blah, blah, blah. I'm like, Jesus Christ, guys. The reason why, what helps you, dude, you have a fucking accent that sounds cool.
Yeah, there was a guy, I watched the video because I'm like, what is this? I heard about Chat GPT, but I wasn't sure what it was. There was a guy who made a video talking about how you can use Chat GPT to make thousands of dollars. I'm like, okay, what is this? So I watched it, and he's saying, so go to Chat GPT and ask it to send you inspirational quotes. And so he would just literally copy and paste inspirational quotes, put like a song over it, make it a YouTube short, and it would blow up to millions of views. And it's like, okay, so you're not making content. You're not doing anything. All you're doing is taking the text and just throwing it up with some sort of background image of a beach or something, and just giving inspirational advice. And the video takes you less than a minute to put together. And the hope is that it's going to generate enough money in YouTube Shorts, which is really low as is, to make it worth the offset. Like, I don't know. Like,
it's weird right now. And I know people, there's like, it's iffy. It's back and forth when it comes to all that stuff. Like, there are people that don't like it at all. I haven't jumped into it yet. I've thought about it. I know, like, Ben, he uses it a lot when it comes to like generating his thumbnails. I mean, to me, it's like, yeah, I get that. It probably is easy. I'm not saying that he's like making shortcuts, but I know that, like, some of his thumbnails look really cool. And it's like, you create this Batman or this Flash, and then obviously he's photoshopping all the imagery together and stuff like that. I'm like, that's cool. But then I'm like, I like the challenge of just like taking actual stuff and
making it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also to like where you can AI generated photos. You don't have to worry about an artist coming after you.
True.
Because like that's happened before too. People have used thumbnails and actual stuff within the videos of taking people's artwork and using it to kind of promote themselves without crediting the artist, and then they've gotten in trouble. Like, they've gotten their videos taken down because of that, because the artist has ownership of that, and they're using it as a way to promote their thumbnail, and clearly it's a clickbait title, all that. It's
anytime if I've used any kind of art that somebody, I'll credit them in the description. The times, and usually the times that I do it, I use I've asked like Aaron Bailey, like he does a lot of art, and there'll be times where I'm like, hey, can I use that for a thumbnail? And he'll give me permission. I'm like, all right, I'll make sure to link you and all that stuff. Even if I don't use the whole thing, if I just like cut out what he made and not have the background, and I have a different background, I'll still credit, because obviously he did the actual art. But yeah, if there's somebody that actually had to help me with the art, I'll be like, this is so-and-so. I didn't do this shit. I'm not that creative.
Do you know who Julian Bell is? You ever heard of Julian Bell?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, he's done a lot of cool artwork. He actually made the logo for Multiverse of Color, so we're heavily promoting him because he came in and helped. But yeah, Aaron, he's obviously he got to meet Zack Snyder because of his artwork. I mean, he's really good, and he seems like a cool dude. Like he understands, like as long as you don't steal his shit, and that's perfectly fine because they're putting that's their work. And for people just to go in and just take it and just use it to kind of promote themselves, promote their channel and clickbait crap, it's like it's lazy. And it just kind of shows you don't care about people's ownership of their stuff. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Wait, what do we talk about? I tuned out and then I perked up when I heard something. I was like, wait, what happened? I was looking on my phone. I'm playing my game and I'm sucking at it, by the way. I'm getting a little annoyed with this game.
See, why do I even invite you? You're not even
Well, I'm letting you guys have your discussion of things I cannot contribute to. But what happened? What I missed? I missed something.
We're talking about AI art. Come on, you could contribute to that.
Oh, I definitely can.
She doesn't turn her camera on because we don't see this, her playing her games on her phone and stuff like that. That's what it
exactly.
is.
And I can do all the things that y'all can't see. No, AI art. Listen to the thing. I get people's argument, but the thing that people don't understand is like the art. People are making it seem like AI art's going to replace traditional artists. It's not. It's just not. And also, people need to remember, like the way AI works is we have to tell the AI what we want it to do. I mean, it is a different form of art. And I think the issue is change scares the crap out of people. And again, remember back in the days when the Kindle was launched and everyone was like, there goes books. There goes books. The Kindle's going to, books are still existing. There's still always going to be a market and a demand for classic things. I think that's why people assume that when new things come about that the old stuff is gone. There's still going to be people who will always prefer hand-drawn art over AI art, and they can enjoy both. So I think that the thing that's more scary and that people should probably be a little bit concerned about is voice actors. Because
that was a whole thing.
Yeah.
That was the whole thing when it came to that, the whole thing. Like didn't the corridor dudes talk about that and there was controversy behind that?
Yes. I mean, and that's also true too, because like it took me a long time to do this, but I've gotten pretty close to perfecting Grant Gustin, who plays the Flash, getting his voice down in that AI thing. It's crazy how accurate it is.
Right.
But I mean, yeah, your whole thing about books, me and my wife, we got a Kindle because the digital thing kind of makes it easier. But like literally, I have this whole shelf full of books.
Physical books too.
And off my freaking here, like these shelves here, my wife has all stacks of books because we love physical books. But yeah, I mean, the thing
physical
is,
media is still a thing. I mean, it's
all about preference. I mean, Kindle's cheaper for a lot of stuff,
Right, but people thought it was going to replace books. I mean, people thought that cell phones were going to replace landlines. Like landlines people still have home phones. Like it's all digital stuff now, but still people still use them. And the thing about the corridor thing, because I know you talked about that, because I was like, Dave, did you see this? Is so cool. And Dave's like, yeah, that's controversy. And I looked into it. And I was like, listen, I watched the tutorial, right? People are freaking out saying first of all, I want to debunk all this crap being said here and now on the Film Junkies channel. The art was not stolen with that whole entire anime thing. It was not stolen. What they did is they took pictures of themselves, like physical pictures of themselves, and ran it through an AI generator to make it animated. It's basically they ran it through a Snapchat filter, guys. That's all they did. And then they incorporated, it literally was a Snapchat filter. And they basically incorporated that into a universe they built. So they would take pictures of real life objects and just animate them. It wasn't like they stole any art. It was literally, how do you steal your personal image, I think that's all they were showing, is that you can make an animation and insert yourself in it. And they show you how. If you want to make an animation and you don't have the skills, well, here's a way you could be a little more creative. And I think it's great that we are taking the technology that is advancing and making it into something that you can create with. Because again, it's nice that there are people who can actually draw, but like, it's also cool to have other tools if you want to be able to be creative, and it's a new way to do it. I mean, people used to make animations. Look at Rooster Teeth, that whole red versus blue. They literally just took Halo gameplay footage and turned it into a whole freaking series.
Yeah,
So I mean, it's all about adapting. I mean, I remember when Toy Story came out. I think there was controversy about that because it was the 3D animation and all that stuff, and there's always been that. But we got speaking of artificial intelligence. Oh,
Ben.
There we
Hey.
go. What's going on, Ben?
I heard my name. I was like, you know what?
Oh yeah, because we were talking about our, the AI stuff. I know you, me and you have talked about that because I thought about getting it, but I haven't, delved into it. And I was complimenting you on your thumbnails because your thumbnails.
Thank you, sir. I heard you.
Yeah.
No.
Even though I'm like still old school, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna cut out this image, put her hair, and I know it's like a pain in the ass.
Like a Neanderthal. Let me put this image together.
Exactly. Without a rock and a fucking hammer and a chisel.
Yeah. No, listen. My respects to the graphic designer. They do amazing work, and I have run into so many issues with, like you mentioned, that where I use a thumbnail, even though I credit the artist, they are times where they come back. Where did you get this image from? Like, found it on Instagram, and I'm giving credit to the artist. Are you the artist? Oh, what's mine? And take it down. So I'm like, okay, I got to take it down, even though I gave him credit. And I get it also that you spend a lot of time to honing on your skill to create, so that way you become this amazing artist like Aaron Bailey and any other artist who has issues with this AR art. I get it. You spend a lot of your time, invested money also, because this software is not cheap. And then all of a sudden comes this thing that just does things with a couple of commands. I get it. I understand. But for guys that like me, you, and some others that do not have those kind of skills, and, and have a little bit of Photoshop skill, I'm like, I can do this too. Yeah. And I respect that. And I respect their opinion. And I understand that I will feel the same way. I feel the same way when I see like new software introduced, and it kind of makes me a little bit obsolete. And then I have to pick up new skills to make myself relevant again. So that's how I think, like, instead of you feeling this way, I think if you embrace it and you pick up a couple of skills and kind of incorporate it with your workflow, it might enrich in your experience. Because remember those guys that do VFX videos? They just did an animated.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about, the Corridor Crew, right?
Yeah, Corridor. Yeah, that's right. And they did this amazing thing. And like, they do this for a living, and all of a sudden they embracing this new technique, which is AI driven. So I think I think there's plenty. I don't think they're gonna go away. They're not gonna go out of business, or they just
still have record players. People still love records.
Yeah. Yes,
that made a comeback
because of the sound. It's quality of the sound is different. Yeah.
Well, not only that, Ben. It's like I when I talked about this, my thing was, I think what artists should be doing is again just play around with it. Take your art. Yeah. And incorporate some AI, enhance it, because like, again, there's never going to be not a demand for talented artists. Okay. Animation studios are still going to need and utilize artists for what they are doing. And if they want to incorporate that with some AI and play around with it, I don't see anything wrong with it. I think, like I said, the fear is that, oh my God, this is going to ruin everything. I can't count to you guys how many times, and you guys probably have seen it. How many times has new technology been coming out to make things easier for people, as something as simple as self-checkouts, guys? Oh my God, that's going to put so many people out of business. All the cashiers are going to get fired. I go to the grocery store and I do the self-checkout, and there's still demand for human people to still work. So again, it's just people are afraid of new things. When it says, oh, this is going to make things easier for people, for them, easy means replacement. Okay. Technology is flawed, guys. When the technology stops working one day, guess what? You got to go technology. Right. And not only that, you have to go back to the old ways. I can't tell you, when the worker in the medical field, when the power goes out, they have backup generators for certain things. But you see the doctors usually log all of their patients in computers, right? Because that's what they do now. But one day, I remember when I was working in the medical field, all the power went out. And the doctors, they busted out the drawers and got those tape recorders out to document their patients until the power came back on. So again, once technology flops, there's still going to be a need for the old ways. So it's not going to go.
And I think the reward is different, because like when you're an artist like Aaron Bailey, like I'm sure he comes up with a concept in his mind and he draws it exactly how he wants it, right? So when I work around with this AI thing, I just start throwing prompts, and then I get as close as possible to what I'm looking for, and then I bring it into Photoshop and I play around with it, and until I get something close to what I really want. You know what I mean? So it's not like when you are a graphic designer, you know, you got a blank canvas, your mind and your skills, and you will put out exactly what you're looking for. And somebody who plays around with AI will never get that, or never get that satisfaction that I'm sure he gets when any other artist does stuff like this. Shout out to Aaron Daly. Don't get it wrong. I love the dude and his work.
Yeah.
I have nothing.
What do you
nothing against him.
What do you use for your AI? Like what program?
Midjourney.
Okay. Yeah, because there's a lot of them out there. Like it's kind of hard to follow all of them.
Yeah. But I think like I find that one the best out of all. DALL-E gives you like cartoonish. It's not like you can give like those HD prompts and it still doesn't give you the HD quality photorealistic output.
Yeah, I've used, I think it was Midjourney or something that was on through Discord, and I like did like a trial thing.
Yeah,
and I was messing around with it, and it's like seeing all these people like throwing out random prompts, and it's like, man, this is wild how fast this thing is.
Yeah.
And then how detailed it can get, where you can add like a freaking 4 sentences of like detailed things, and it will give you exactly what you're looking for.
But see, like this stuff, like I remember when I was working on another YouTube channel a while back, I found like After Effects, like templates. Like there are people that create templates, and they go, all you have to do is fill in, put your logo here, but you can still do this to this day. But I remember like you could just like have this cool thing, and I remember just going, all right, I have the template that's like this cool little effect of explosion and blah blah blah. Insert the things that I needed, put the music that I needed to sync up with that. You still make it your own, but it was just like all the hard work was done, sure, but I still had to craft it and make it, you know, where I wanted it to look and sound like.
Change the colors.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. There's an app on my phone, and I think I've lost it at the moment, but there's an app on my phone where literally like all the work is done. All I have to do is just put in the text that I want, and I still use these kind of intros for my videos, and it's as simple as that. Like all the work's there. I just click like, okay, I watch it. Okay, that's cool. Enter text here. Then I just enter it all in, and I render it out, and then it's an intro. I pull the music I want, and that's it. Like it's
that's so what I have for like the Vodka stream intro and the film Junkee. Yeah, it was like I just went to a site, had a thing, and like you're able to do that. It's all web based, and I was like, all right, put my logo here, and all I did was just find the music that I wanted to use, and that's pretty much it. So it's almost like the same concept-ish. It's like you do what you want, you know, what you're looking for, and then you tweak it up a little bit and all that stuff. So
it's literally a thing called intro made. It's kind of hard to see, but you just scroll through there and you can just pick whatever looks cool.
All of those are templates.
They're all just templates. You just click on one, and they add some every so often, but I've literally most of my intros are from this. I just rendered out in 1080p and then add my music in when I go to my computer, and then I'm done, and that's a new intro I could throw in as a video.
All right, we got to invite this one guy, and I started laughing because this motherfucker.
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
Hello, I'm here.
The fun police is here.
I was looking good until this motherfucker showed up.
Yeah, but we all get the joke why he said the fun police. We already talked about Rachel Zegler calling me the fun police.
That bitch.
Wow, KC! Wow, KC's the fun police. He's got the handcuffs, ladies. He's got the handcuffs.
No, he's on the same side as me. We're both just kind of like. When it comes to
I was referencing the police thing, you know, the handcuffs. They're fuzzy, guys. They're fuzzy.
As soon as he popped in, I just saw the fun police, and I'm like, you fucking dick.
Well, I mean, it's like she shouldn't be talking right now. You know,
that was interesting. Like I said, it was interesting because it was like within 10 minutes. But at the same time, I'm fine. I'm glad that she did that. Slap back. It's fine. I didn't think what I said was that controversial.
I don't think so. It was.
Yeah, but a lot of her fans definitely thought it was.
Yeah. The funniest thing I seen somebody comment in Dave's thread there was somebody posting that image from South Park when the guy when they were doing the Dungeons and Dragons thing.
Yeah.
The guy sitting on the computer. I'm just sitting here like, oh, you have no clue.
I'm like, well, I good try. It's not what I look like, but all right.
I was promoting you in the thread. I don't know if you saw it, but I was promoting you. I was like, hey guys,
that whole thing.
I said, hey guys, if you like this bad take, make sure you check out the Film Junkee to get even more bad takes.
That's funny. I know. Yeah. Hey, you know what? It's fun. It's fun. Because it was funny because I lost like 10 followers on Twitter, and then all of a sudden I gained like 20, and it's like, okay, didn't really do anything.
You lost followers?
Oh yeah. I was like, I wonder how many followers I'm gonna lose because of this. And I saw it going down, and then it just went right back up, and then some. I'm like, see, I mean, it's whatever. But hey, not every day you get called out by an actress, and hey, she had every right to. And
what actress? She's a singer.
Casey.
I'll say this. Her voice and her singing is amazing. But
she was like,
she got a good voice.
Yeah. She a SoundCloud artist?
You made it sound like
Ben. Jeez,
just asking.
Everybody taking shots at her.
I don't even know who she is, and I'm starting to feel bad. Jeez.
We'll all find out this month when we watch Shazam, but we got somebody else joining right now. If I could hold on, let me find that.
Is it Ray?
Huh?
I'm trying to.
Ray.
Good guess. I called it. Yay! I got it. I got it.
I'm now seeing her response.
Ray with the Star Trek T-shirt.
Oh, you looked up the tweet?
Oh, I'm looking at this now. I didn't know this happened.
Oh yeah. Oh, you know how many times I got that sent to me? I was like,
I saw your tweet. Like that's where I like found out. Oh, okay, that's interesting. And then,
what is this? Like, what happened?
What is that response?
Rachel Zegler, is in. Shazam.
Oh yeah.
She, I quoted Shazam updates. She mentioned that in an interview that she told Adam Brody that she was in love with him.
Okay.
I was like, wow, yes, let's make it awkward on set.
I saw
and
your
she
tweet
found
about
it
that, yeah.
and decided to say, the fun police is here, which is why.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know she found it.
Oh yeah, she put me on black. It was funny because I was working, and then all of a sudden I started getting responses, and I'm like, how are people seeing that? And I went, oh shit, she quote tweeted it. I'm like, damn, that was like less than 10 minutes. I'm like, I could have fired back, but I went, I'm not gonna do this.
Yeah, no,
I could have been like, so Miss Zegler, what are your thoughts on Zachary Levi and his thoughts on? I could have been a dick. I could have been a dick, but I decided not.
See, there you go, Dave. You're not answering the right question. You're not answering the right questions. It's all you gotta answer the right questions.
Listen. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be, since we're talking about, I'm gonna be that controversial person. Dave, you're wrong. I'm sorry, you were wrong. Listen, as if you were cast in a movie and you met like who is your like the woman actor that you had the hugest crush on when you were like younger, and like you're finally okay, so if you were in a room with Elizabeth Shue, knowing like it's not like a weird reaction to be like, oh my god, I used to have the biggest crush on you. First of all, they're used to that. They're used to that with fans, let alone like, So I think with that, like I feel like it's not weird if you're an actor and you're in the room with somebody that you like grew up with and had a crush on. You go up to like, oh my god, I was so in love with you and stuff like that. To them, it's flattering. It's not weird. It doesn't probably didn't make them uncomfortable.
Let me ask
Listen,
this, Saggy. Let me ask.
It's not about being wrong. We don't like her.
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me ask this. So Saggy, the fact that it's now reversed, where it's a guy saying that to a woman, do you think there would be the same response?
No, it wouldn't. Certainly not. No.
Touche.
No, that is no. I have to agree. Listen, I'm in the middle on this because on the one hand, I do agree with Saggy. It's I didn't have an issue with it, but it was one of those where like sometimes you tweet things and I'm like, I don't agree with that, but I'm not going to get in it. I'm not going to get involved. I'm not going to get mixed up.
Ray's not like me. I'm a thug. I'm an internet thug.
But no, he is right, Saggy. If Levi had said that to somebody, oh my god.
You know why I don't think like that, because I'm still one of the probably rare females on this planet. I know there's some that still exist, some of the chat that still think equality is still a thing, but whatever. I forget that sometimes. Here's
the way more important question. Back to the Future Elizabeth Shue or Adventures in Babysitting Elizabeth Shue?
All the above. All the above.
Oh, damn.
But there is a difference.
Yeah,
Right? There is a difference.
The hair is different. Yes.
Yeah. The boys, really, Casey? The boy. Okay.
She's still.
No, she. Fair enough. I mean, that's.
Yeah, she still had it there.
Thanks enough, Dave. Now you triggered me because I'm thinking.
No, but I was thinking more Karate Kid. I was thinking more Karate Kid.
Oh, Karate. You're right.
Yeah.
That's a good call. That's
yeah.
A good call,
Didn't she pull a titty out on the boys?
Yeah.
Ben,
why do you think I chose that, Ben? Why do you think?
I guess technically she did. I mean, it wasn't. If I remember correctly, it wasn't like for that reason, right? Wasn't it for a different reason? Right? Wasn't she milking someone?
Yeah, she was milking.
Yeah, that was.
Right, well, she was giving milk to,
right.
The baby.
Yeah, that was right. So that was. Yeah, I don't know.
Just the way Ben said that he died. Didn't she like pull a titty out?
I mean, he's not wrong. She did.
She did.
I wasn't ready for the titty comment.
Hey, wait, Saggy, have you seen The Boys? I don't know. She can't even.
She has seen the girls.
She's seen the girls.
I'm having a giggle fit. Give me a second.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Let her catch her breath.
Elizabeth Shue, though. No, that's good. How about Hollow Man? How about
Hollow Man? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, because she that was where, and I know her hair was kind of shorter in The Boys, but it was much shorter in Hollow Man, and not everyone can pull that off. She can.
She pulled it off.
She absolutely pulled it off.
Yeah, she's just. I always, I remember just even being a young man and just seeing like her face. She's just got a very beautiful face. She's just very beautiful, and she's still freaking beautiful. But she showed up in Cobra Kai, still smoking.
She was like the first.
She really was. She really was.
She was like the first recast that I had to deal with as a kid. Because
Back to the Future.
like because that's the first time you have that cognitive dissonance. Like, wait a minute, that's not the same actor. Yeah. And that was, which is funny because they shot the second and the third one concurrently, so she's in both of those, but not in the first one. It's like, all right.
It is interesting, especially when they redo the opening scene or the end scene in the first one and the opening and the
totally.
And how about a ride, mister? But it's so funny because I was like, man, you guys really messed up on Michael J. Fox's hair. It's noticeably thicker, like so thicker in the back. And I was like wondering, I'm like, was it because he was shooting also another movie during the time for Back to the Future? Because his hair is noticeably thicker. If you watch that,
I don't know if Family Ties was over yet by then.
By two, I think it was.
But it was also 5 years. There's a release wise, there's a 5-year gap between the first movie and the second movie, and and so that's why like the second and the third movie look way closer to each other than the first one does, because they shot those at the same time, and that one is like 5 years earlier. So that his hair just, I mean, I don't know how it's different now, right? Because you got like script super. I mean, not that they didn't have people back then, but you got way more like anal retentive people now that are like, okay, his hair looked like this. We have 1,000 pictures. Let's figure that out.
You'd be surprised though. Like sometimes I'm like one of those weirdos when I'm watching a movie, I'm looking at hairdos, like hairs, like hair for some reason, especially if you have somebody who has like hair, like where, it's like spiky, messy or whatever the fuck. Sometimes it's very noticeable. Like, oh yeah, this is like, there's like 3 different takes all into one in this right here.
You know what? Heath Ledger in The Dark Knight.
Yeah,
his hair goes all over the place. Like as far, I mean, and not so bad that it's like, oh my god, but like look at his hair in the beginning of the movie, look at his hair in the interrogation room, and then look at his hair at the end of the movie, and that's
got to be one of the hardest continuity things to.
Oh, that one had to be damn near impossible for him to do that.
Especially if you're shooting for about 4 or 5 months, it's like you have to keep the hair like the same length and same everything, and it's just it could be rough, but
fair enough. Well, hey, let's. You probably already talked about this. Let's pour one out for Slide Vecchio.
Oh yeah.
Slide Vecchio was the first character I knew him as in Passenger 57 with Wesley Snipes. I thought about this a second ago. There are a lot of firsts.
Movies. So many movies this guy was in.
He was in like in that movie. It was like him, Wesley. That was my first Wesley Snipes movie. That was my first Bruce Greenwood movie because he was the dude that owned the airline that Tom Sizemore worked for. But yeah, like that was 1990, 91, something like that. And then to think that, like,
IMDb.
Early 90s.
Yeah, so many freaking movies.
And then for him to be in so many movies.
The Relic. I forgot he was in The Relic.
The Relic. Oh my god, The Relic.
He was also
he was the lead. He was the superstitious detective that wouldn't pick up the coin because it was bad luck because it was face down.
Yeah, that I read the book that movie is based on. And the
Relic.
It's called Relic. It's amazing. Yeah, it's an amazing book. I couldn't get through the movie. I couldn't get through it.
It's not a good movie. It was, like they, every once in a while they'll just be like a batch of horror movies that are just like, whatever.
Yeah.
It was one of those in like the early to mid 90s.
Because the character he was playing in the movie is in the book, but they combined another character that doesn't exist at all in the movie that's in the book. They just combined him into that character.
How many times did he play a detective? He played so many detectives. He just had that way about him, like he's just that detective guy.
He had the cop look.
He did have the cop look. That's right. He was in the Red Planet.
He was in Red Planet. One of my favorite roles. He's only in it for like 10 minutes, but he's such an important character. Is Enemy of the State.
That's right. He was in there. Yes.
He ends up. You don't think he's going to be that important of a character? He ends up being a really important character at the end of the movie.
And then, of course, Heat. Yeah, it was mainly like 90s. Oh, we lost Casey. Mainly 90s where it's just like a lot of things. I mean, he did so much stuff, but man, when it came to the 90s, Heat, Natural Born Killers, he was the detective in there. Yep. Devil in the Blue Dress, Striking Distance. Remember that?
Oh, he was. Yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah, that's Die Hard on the Water.
Yep,
and
Die Hard on the Water.
he was because he was like the not the brother, like the cousin or something, because Dennis Farina was his father, and like the other dude who was in a racer. Yeah.
Anybody remember Heart and Souls? Anybody remember that movie? Robert Downey Jr. It's about when he had it's about a kid who basically this group of people in the 50s died in a bus, and they were all ghosts, and they visited this kid, and then all of a sudden, like, they stopped, and then he grew up, and it's Robert Downey Jr., and all of a sudden they came back because they had unfinished business, so Robert Downey Jr. helps them do that, and every time, like, they do that, the bus comes in, like, randomly, but yeah, he can only see the ghost, so he's trying to, like, it's a really good movie, actually, but I forgot that he was in it, too. He played, like, the street guy with the leather jacket and the fold-up pants with the white t-shirt, yeah. Good movie.
I didn't know this. He voiced Sonny Forelli in Vice City, Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, I knew that.
There you go.
Yeah, and he was in an episode of Lucifer. That's awesome.
Okay, that I didn't know. I didn't know he was in that.
Have you guys
seen True Romance? Him and Chris Penn.
Yes.
May he rest in peace. They were both cops in that movie.
Yep.
They just had that look to him. Didn't
he was Metamorpho in Justice League.
Was he? He voiced him? I wouldn't be surprised.
He apparently voiced Metamorpho. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Have you guys seen Strange Days?
Yeah, I love that movie with Emilio. Was it Emilio Estevez? One of the Estevez.
No. This is Ray Fiennes and Angela Bassett.
Oh yeah, Angela Bassett and one of the Rolling Stones.
One of the who?
Yeah, there's one of the Rolling Stones in that movie.
What, Mick Jagger's in there?
Oh no! I'm thinking about Free Jag. I'm sorry.
I know. I was about to say. I was like,
thinking about Free Jag.
I was like,
no. Free Jag is Emilio Estevez and Mick Jagger.
Correct. Yes, I got my movie all fucked up.
Yes. No, Free Jag is early. Wow, I did not expect to hear that title. Free Jag.
I love that movie, by the way.
No, that's like a late '80s sci-fi movie. No, Strange Days is Ray Fiennes. And Angela Bassett and Vincent D'Onofrio.
He was in a Dreamcatcher also. I think Dreamcatcher is one of those underrated Stephen King adaptations. You ever seen Dreamcatcher?
It's one of the two movies I walked out of the theater on.
Oh, you didn't like it? I loved it. I thought it was so unique because it was like an alien invasion type movie, but it was like very Stephen King when it came to like the four friends who knew like the one weird guy. And they were like Duddits. That's what his name was, Duddits.
Yeah.
And then of course they're all connected to that. And then it turned into like oh, this is like almost Independence Day, like when like you had like the helicopter warships going towards the fucking spaceship and you saw all the aliens. I freaking watched that movie so much because I just loved that whole aspect of it.
That was the thing. Like first there was just a lot of unintentional humor in the movie.
Yeah,
where it's just like, okay, is this supposed to be funny or is it not? I don't know. And then like when you said like when the movie flipped, like I remember my buddy. Quick story. I'll try to make this quick, but like my buddy, he didn't do well with gore and like blood.
Oh yeah, there's a really gross. Oh yeah.
So like 30-40 minutes into the movie, he had an anxiety attack and he just walked out of the theater, and I didn't know what had happened. So like about 15-20 minutes goes by. I left the theater, found him. He was sitting in the car in the parking lot, and he's like, yeah, dude, I couldn't deal with it. If you want to finish the movie, you can go back in ahead. And I literally told him, no, we can leave. I don't need to finish the rest of this movie. And I went back to, you might find this insulting. I went back to, because we were fraternity brothers, went back to the fraternity house, told my other buddy, Brian, that I've mentioned before, how we walked out of that movie. And he goes, well, we're going to go see The Core later tonight. You want to go? And I said, yes, I just want to get the taste of that Dreamcatcher movie out of my head. So we saw The Core with Hilary Swank and Aaron Eckhart later that night.
A worse movie, I'm just saying. In my opinion, that's worse than Dreamcatcher.
It's not a good movie either.
Not a good movie.
It's not a good movie either. No, not at all. But
I don't know, but there was just something about Dreamcatcher that I really enjoyed. And I forgot that he was like the second in command because Morgan Freeman was like the main dude.
He was.
But I always love it when Morgan Freeman just pops up and like
what's his name? Damian Lewis. That was the first thing I saw him in.
Okay,
because he was the lead. Because he was the lead in that. He's
the lead. Yeah, it was just an interesting movie when it came to. I don't know. I know some people are even saying Dreamcatcher is great in the chat. Yeah, it's different. It's an alien invasion kind of type movie, but it's very Stephen King when you break it down. It's very Stephen King because obviously it is a Stephen King movie. But yeah, that's what I just liked about it. But yeah, there's a very just some gross scenes that have
and one of them is the intentionally fight with the toilet.
Oh yeah,
the toilet scene where it's
the
like
little plugs coming out of the dude's oof.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Really, it's if you have a weak stomach, don't watch it. But
no, not at all.
But it's okay. But anyways, let's talk about some Batman right now because one of the main things, and I wanted to hear your guys' opinion on this about the fact that obviously we're all, when we heard that Ben Affleck might be directing something, immediately we were like, oh, what if he does Batman? And now there's like it's a rumor right now, but I've even reached out to my connections, I guess you could say, and there's been mention of it and everything. So
why don't you call his sources?
Oh, Jordan, you have to go. Sorry.
And now you bring up Batman. It's like,
I know. We'll give your 2 cents real quick. How you feeling about Ben Affleck, Brave and the Bold? Think it's a good idea or not?
I would love it, but I also understand if he won't because he was so adamant on wanting to direct his Batman film that he was going to star in. So, I would love it. It was a way to kind of pass the torch in a sense to kind of the new DC continuity Batman. But I won't be surprised if it's something else, but I don't know what that would be because I've speculated on my show as well, and if it's not Batman, I don't know what else it could be. Then Justice League, if they ever get to that point, but that's really down the road, I would think.
Oh, yeah.
So, but if he does it, I'm all for it. But I understand too if he's like, well, I'm kind of tied up because I got other stuff he's doing. So It might be to where he had to talk with James Gunn. And they're going to try to find a schedule. But if it's Batman, I'm all for it. But I just don't think so. But
okay, interesting.
It can happen. But thanks for having me on, man.
No problem, dude. Always good to talk to you. And like I said, when that album comes out, we're going to probably have a whole stream just like.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
All
right. Thanks, Jordan.
Bye, everybody.
Appreciate it.
Bye. Take it easy.
No, the way I look at it is like, I said this obviously on, Wednesday's Film Junkee Live, that it's just like, okay, what if James Gunn, obviously James Gunn did, you can't tell me that he did not read Ben's Batman script.
Oh yeah,
he probably was like, holy shit, there's some good stuff in here. And I'm just kind of wondering, like, maybe that was like one of the reasons why they're like, hey, Ben, come in, let's talk. Maybe we can do something with this and just kind of like change it up a little bit, because I mean, we don't even know if maybe Ben's original script had Damian in it too. We don't know that. We know it had Batgirl in it. Maybe they would even change Batgirl to Damian, or I don't know. They could do like a lot of interesting things with. I just have a feeling if you're going to deal with Damian, you mean there's going to be League of Assassins. There's going to be I think there should be a Deathstroke presence, 100%. You know. You cuddling with my icon there? I could take it off.
Yeah. If you no. Keep it there. It's okay. Sure.
No, but what do you guys think? You think that they can incorporate some of that?
That's one of the things that bothers me a little bit, because I want to see Ben Affleck direct a Batman movie, but if he's going to do this one, I want it to be a new thing, start from scratch. But if he's using the old script and then transforming it into this one, I don't know how I'd feel about that.
I don't think he's using the old script. I think because this happens a lot. You have a script and you give it to the studio and they read it and they see, hey, this is amazing, but we're not doing this movie. And then later down the line, they're going to make a movie based on those characters and say, hey, why don't you insert that in there? Because
some of the ideas from that.
Yeah. So because one of the things that he once said is that he was going to have Carrie Kelly, right? So now he can use Damian instead of Carrie Kelly, have Deathstroke, because Deathstroke is tied into Robin mythos. So like he can do a lot with this movie, and it still feels fresh and new, because we didn't see the
thing
movie,
the thing is that if he does that, then that old script is just dead. Like that can't happen.
It's been dead.
I mean,
did you think that they were going to make the Ben Affleck movie?
How less dead is it going to be?
I was hoping to see it on Netflix, man.
Casey, you might as well sell Snyderverse to Netflix.
Yeah,
that's fucking it's all about that. And then you and Saggy can go, fisticuffs about that.
Wait, what? We're gonna fight? Me and Casey again? Casey? Again?
Well, you did say that you were like trading me in for him as your primary fighter.
Antagonist.
You did say that.
Yeah, I mean that's because me and Ray we gotta stick together. So
I truthfully don't know how much we've even fought about anything, to be honest with you. But,
I think we had like one disagree. No, we disagree here and there, but it doesn't get as heated as me and Casey, because Casey just like wants the smoke for some reason. Casey's like, I woke up and chose violence with Saggy, so that's what we're gonna do, because it's daytime for me and it's nighttime for her, so I'm at the advantage because he's wide awake. So I see you, Casey.
But you got that amp going on. You're drinking that.
I do have the energy drink, so that's why I can toe to toe with Casey. So
exactly. So watch out.
I don't want to get my hopes up on this for obvious reasons, right?
Yeah.
Because and look, do I want it? Yes, of course I want it. Look, in a perfect world, and not to do the whole Snyderverse thing or anything, but in a perfect world, he would be Damian's father in the movie. Like that would be awesome, right? But since that's neither here nor there. Yeah, obviously the next best thing would be him directing it, of course. However, for me personally, I just want him to direct something in the DCU. And like if he is a director, if he is part of this plan as a director going forward, I'm happy. Right. And the other thing that people have kind of brought up, but it hasn't been totally talked about, is like he still hasn't done anything like big budget with like massive VFX, like the stuff that he's done that we really like, The Town or Argo or The Way Back or that film he did on Amazon that I still need to watch with Christopher Lloyd. It's like low budget,
absolutely great.
Yeah, I want to see it. It's like low budget.
The Tender Bar.
The Tender Bar, yes.
George Clooney. George Clooney directed that, though.
Did
Clooney directed? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Clooney directed that.
It's an amazing movie.
It's great.
This is
fantastic.
Simmer down. It's an okay movie.
Oh,
it is amazing, Ben. You won't get it because you're old.
Why we throw this word around like it's amazing? Really? And Dave,
it is.
I'm ashamed.
No, it is a word. And it's all subjective. They can feel however they want about it.
I didn't say amazing. I just
see the main character. the main character is young and going through some stuff. Okay,
Oh,
so some people relate it.
That never happens.
Casey came at you, Ben. He said,
I know, and I guess the time period it takes, and Ben was like, "What? You're
I was already out of college and shit."
Okay. wait. So I'm 40. Does that mean it's not gonna hit me either, or is
no?
You will, Ray, because you have a heart.
Oh shoot! Oh my God, Casey! The shots being fired tonight.
Casey chose violence.
Casey is
using violence.
Casey is raining Steph Curry threes right now. Jeez.
Wow.
He's just doing this, and then he's chewing on a freaking.
Ben, if you want to tag me in, I got Casey for you. I will handle your lightweight.
No, Ben will come up with some stuff.
I'll wait for my. I'm like I'm the smooth operator. I'll just wait for my precise time to just go in for the kill.
I'm like a dog.
No, he'll fuck up. Trust me.
I will fuck you up.
Yeah.
StreamYard sucks now when it comes to clicking.
Yeah, but no, that's so if there's I don't know what a lower budget project would be, maybe not in the first part of chapter 1, but maybe there's something in the back end, because that's one of the things that I remember from Gunn saying is okay, this is only the first half of chapter 1. He already has shit mapped out past the 10 projects that he's announced. So. And there was a thing that you remember about, what was it, last week? IGN and I forget the other. Maybe it was
IGN. It was
I forgot
what the other one
was. It IMDb?
I think it was Bleeding.
No, it was Bleeding Cool.
Also.
I guess you're right. It was Bleeding Cool.
Yeah.
They come out with those lists, and he had to stop himself because he was commenting too much.
Yeah. Because there was repeaters on both lists, and one of the biggest ones was Nightwing, and it's he's going to be Nightwing.
But that one's a given, man.
It's a totally given. Yeah, anything when it comes to the Bat family, there's no way.
The one though that I Vixen, because not only was I think she was on both lists, and he made a comment before the list about someone asked him about Vixen. And he said he was a fan, and I was like, okay, that's another one, right?
That's a good one. And then, of course, he talked about Cassandra Cain.
He did talk about Cassandra Cain, yes.
Yeah.
The
so
mask,
it's ooh. So, I mean, we could, and I even tweeted out, I'm like, hey, we could pretty much, know that the Bat family is going to be in this world.
Oh, yeah.
If we're already going to have and I'm just going and I've said this before, when Chris McKay was wanting to do a Nightwing movie, I'm like, yeah, you could have a Nightwing movie. It could be low budget. There's not a lot of visual effects. There's going to be some, of course. But I mean, it takes place in Bloodhaven, and you just have you get some freaking John Wick style fucking choreography. Get those guys in there.
8711 on the case for that. Yes,
dude. Absolutely. And you just have some just badass I mean, I am so ready for just a standalone, dark, gritty fucking Nightwing movie where it's just the choreography is up there with the Raid or something like that. I just want to see that shit, and have him strut around showing his ass, because we all know that ass. You gotta show the booty. I mean, we're all talking about Ezra Miller's, and his cake. No, you gotta have the actor of Nightwing.
I don't know. Ezra had that much cake, man.
Listen, it's CGI. We already covered this.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah.
Probably,
I thought the same thing. I had a
no. Did you see that behind the scenes image of him?
Hold on, wait. Okay, that's it. Hold on, wait. It's the suit, and also listen. If you look at, I googled Ezra Miller's butt. Okay, I did. I googled Ezra Miller's butt because I was streaming and I was talking about the cake.
That is not a careful thing to Google at all.
Listen. I mean, the things I do to be accurate in my reporting. Okay, I have to do research.
Let's go with that one. That you try to be accurate.
Listen,
just like Ben, Googled Elizabeth Shue's titty.
Listen, I actually did while you guys talked about it. I did Google Elizabeth Shue's titty. Anyways, I saw the cake. I saw Ezra in poses and stuff, and I was like, all right, it might be a little bit the padding and maybe a little CGI booty. Just saying, it might be the suit that made the booty, because I didn't see the cake in some of the other pictures. So I mean, unless Ezra did some squat, the squat game was down during.
His whole thing is running, so I mean, he's got it.
I mean, he went to that. They all work out. Yeah, they all.
I would like to see Ezra's booty IRL to actually make a proper assessment.
Hear that, Ezra? If you're out there and you're listening.
But
Anyway.
going back to that to Ben Affleck directing the movie. I think he can handle that big budget movie because he already was on set with Zack Snyder, and I remember him saying, "I learned so much from big budget and these big spectacle movies by being involved with this movie," and I have no issues with him directing any Batman, whether it's the Brave and the Bold or anything else, because I think he can tackle and handle and do it perfectly. What I like about this movie is that it's going to include Robin, and you guys mentioned that it's going to have Damian. By them introducing Damian, which I said in the Real Emotion, Real Anarchy Live.
I need another beer.
Real Emotion is dead.
Real Anarchy Live is that they're going to introduce Damien. That means that what's going to happen that Dick is already established, that the Bat family is already established, that the Owls already exist.
Dick is established.
Red Robin is already linked up with the Titans. So this is going to be an entire universe that is going to be spawned out of just one movie.
Has to be, yes. Because
you already know this. Like, okay, you already have all these characters there because you already starting with the last Robin. So, like the death of the already happened. Fucking Red Hood is out there somewhere out and about. So that's what, and he has all these toys at his disposal. So having somebody like Ben Affleck taking on this character, and he can pull any of those characters, he can pull a talent into the fucking movie and be like, you know what I mean? So I think this is the best thing that could happen. Having Ben Affleck.
I actually like that side of the Batman lore, the Court of Owls, the assassins,
Scott Snyder stuff. Yes.
But we were talking about that. I was talking about that at the beginning of the stream. It was like, I think Matt Reeves would probably tackle that more than because when it comes to the Fantastical, it's like we're gonna have League of Assassins, Ra's, and everything. But when it comes to Reeves,
but see, like going back to Court of Owls, because who's supposed to be the heir apparent of Court of Owls? Dick Grayson. Dick Grayson. Because his family, his lineage are supposed to be the Court of Owls. He was supposed to become a talent.
So
you cannot do that story without establishing this character.
So are you guys ready for my bad take? Are you guys ready for my bad take? Casey, are you ready for my bad take?
Always.
I'm direct. That's you, babe. So listen. I understand why Ben would do Batman. I feel like that's playing it too safe. I would actually like to see him do something else because I would like to see what he could actually really do. I feel
Batman
like
playing it
making a Nike shoe.
But no,
movie.
I'm saying
not playing
listen,
it safe.
That's not safe at all.
This is why I'm saying playing it safe, right? Because I think that the reason why they chose Ben Affleck is because, number one, he already played Batman and a lot of fans really wanted him to. So I think this is like them saying, this is your next best thing, guys. He's not going to be in the suit, but he's going to direct. And that's why I say play it safe, because it's like we want to get a Batman story.
I don't think that has anything to do with it personally.
I really think it's a little bit of both. I really do think it's a little bit of both.
Saying that James Gunn is listening to Made the Batfleck movie?
No.
Make the Batfleck movie, but he's not in it. He's just directed. But no, I feel like I would like to see. I mean, I'm sure
the biggest middle finger to the make the Bat.
This is one of the best examples of careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Right. But here's my thing. I'm not against it. I'm not against him doing Batman. I think he's gonna nail it out of the park. But that's just my bad take, and I know it's a bad take. That's why I said it. But I do.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was gonna say I do like it. I like that he's doing it. I think anything Ben Affleck does, because he really does good behind the camera. So I'm happy and excited. Whatever Ben does, I'm excited for. But I would like to see him tackle like another property and see what he can do. I think the biggest challenge I want to see Ben do is do what James Gunn did: take a character or a group of characters that no one knows and see if he can make that into something. That's where I'm like. That's why I say play safe.
Sorry.
I feel like the town kind of proves that he can do that, though.
Yeah.
In my opinion, because the town was like, that's a heist movie, but it's a Boston mob heist movie, and it's like
I'm putting this whole town behind my
and like it on the surface, it's like, okay, you don't have any name. Like it. I mean, yes, okay, him and Jeremy Renner, but I didn't know that was my first John Hamm movie. I didn't know who Rebecca Hall was. Wow. Oh yeah, like really? I didn't like.
But see, well, like going back to what Saggy was saying.
No, I didn't. My mom loves that show. I've not seen it yet.
Going back to what Saggy was saying is like it's the same. I partially agree because maybe I'm just like looking at it going, all right, when it comes to this new universe, obviously they want to have some names attached to these projects. They're trying to like build up the brand, and obviously bringing in like James Mangold doing Swamp Thing. Good job. And then of course like James Gunn obviously is going to be most likely directing Superman Legacy if he's already writing it. So you already got a name attached to that. So you attach another name, which is Ben Affleck, to Batman, and to make things easier is like if James Gunn went like, dude, I read your script. It's great. We should utilize this. And God knows how much pre-production has already went into that Batman movie. And maybe they'll even utilize some of that stuff as well too, but just to save some fucking money right there. So I'm just kind of looking at it like in the business sense. It does make sense because it's like there was already an idea and there was already concepts that were already like drawn up by artists and maybe even some costumes that they could, I don't know. There's just to save a little bit of money. And it's smart because guess what? You know, Warner Brothers Discovery is still trying to pay off the debt that the old regime is, giving them. And they're just trying to utilize anything they can. And if they can get a good Batman movie out of that, fucking A.
Right.
Let's
but
go.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not opposed to him doing it. I just would like I said, I know that Ben is very talented as far as a director and writing scripts. I think he's very talented, and that's why I said, like, for me, Batman. I know you guys disagree, but like I do feel like that's the only like biggest thing with him is like, oh, he played Batman, so let's see if he can write a Batman. I'm like, I'm on board with that. Like I said, I'm not against it. I think he would nail it out of the park. I think he's great, but I would like to see him do something.
He should cast himself as Commissioner Gordon.
I think that I think the only reason I disagree with that being a motivation if this is true, like, is because that's a terrible reason to hire a guy to do a Batman movie. And I think that in his case, like, he's got enough there. I mean, he's won multiple Oscars for not acting, right?
Yeah.
Like whatever you think of him as an actor, he has won multiple Oscars for writing and directing. Like, that is, he is clearly like an Oscar winner behind the camera. That's why you bring a guy like that in. Right. Somebody like that in to do a movie. It's not because he wore the cape and cowl before.
But I think it's also part of that too. I mean, I'm sorry, you can't deny, like, if he wasn't Batman previously, if he wasn't the previous Batman, I would have been like, yeah. But I think it is part of the reason why he's chosen. Like I said, it's a little bit to appease the fans. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that does come up, and it's a good move. It's not like it's a bad idea. It's a great decision.
I think if that's the case, then they got lucky that he's a good director.
Yeah,
I mean, too. Yeah. I mean that too. Obviously.
Isn't it funny that we are okay? Well, now us, we are objective-minded people, but isn't it funny?
Fair-minded people, but yes, go ahead.
Okay, don't use the whole word. Don't use the whole word.
But isn't it funny how people react to this news and like, yeah, this is the best news. But whenever James Gunn want to keep somebody from the people that he likes, like, nepotism.
They
want to keep his people.
Dude, they don't know what the fuck that word means. They keep using it to describe, and it's the dumbest thing. So it's like, okay, so that means that when you watch Rebel Moon, Zach shouldn't use
the
anybody
people that you love working with.
Don't use Samantha Wynn. Don't use
Ray Fisher.
Don't use Ray Fisher. Yeah.
You know,
it's always been just tribal. It's been the Snyderverse cast versus the quote unquote Hamada verse or whatever, and Gunn verse or whatever. So it's always been like that. That's not going to go away.
And that's the problem, Casey. Is, first of all, the fact that anybody thinks that a Hamadaverse existed,
exactly,
and created nothing. James Gunn made one movie, and he used he's already done this as far as like who was in that movie that was in frickin' Michael Rooker, his brother. Who's going to continue on, right? Like, and for me, I remember like my biggest thing, like the only thing I cared about was who was he bringing over from Ayers? And the one non-negotiable I had from that I wanted him to carry over, which wasn't Margot Robbie, he kept, which was Viola
Waller.
Davis. Right,
Yes.
that was my
Viola,
one
yeah.
non-negotiable. I'm like, do whatever you want
Yeah.
with anybody else. You keep
But
Viola
Waller.
Davis. And
Yeah,
not only has he
she's
done that,
perfect.
he's expanded her. She's getting her own fucking show.
Mhm.
So I have
Waller
no
is
issue.
the most consistent in the DCU. Like she's been
She's connected.
in
She's
every universe.
hilariously. She is now connected.
She's
She's
Nick
connected.
Fury.
She
Yeah.
is. She's in Black
She is.
Adam. She's in the Suicide Squad. She's in Peacemaker. She's
Peacemaker,
fucking
yeah.
connected to everything at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I just
she's
love that it's
basically
Viola
yeah,
Davis.
she's
Mhm.
technically the Nick Fury of the DC.
So he never gets credit for that, right? He didn't cast her as Waller. Ayer did, but he decided to hang on to that and continue because he saw the same.
But
thing
I
that
thought
Ayer
he
and
was
the rest
killing
of
off
us-
all of the Air cast.
Yeah.
All right.
See, but like we only had we
Stop it,
only
Fun
had
Police.
this
Stop it.
we only had this argument when it's DC stuff. Like if you see, who's gonna play Blade? Mahershala Ali,
Mahershala
right?
Ali, right? Yeah.
Who was Mahershala Ali on the
Cottonmouth.
It was Cottonmouth and Marvel
Thank you.
Netflix on Luke
Now
Cage. Yes.
they're using the same. They're using the same cast. They're bringing back the entire squad. What happened if they do a fucking Infinity War type of event and all of a sudden Luke Cage sees to his right side, he sees this vampire like motherfucker. You look
Right.
familiar. You know what I mean?
Is this where you went? Is this where you went?
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't
So
Black
like,
Mariah kill you a couple years ago? Right?
See what I'm saying?
Dude, they've already done because Alfre Woodard. Alfre Woodard played a major character in 2 seasons of Luke Cage and was in a cameo in Civil War. That make sense.
Mhm.
You know?
Yeah.
I'm waiting
So
for a
it-
DC Marvel crossover at some point in the future.
That's not gonna happen.
That's gonna happen in like 20
It's gonna
years.
happen.
It'll
It's gonna
happen,
happen
like 10 years.
eventually.
It's gonna happen
definitely gonna
eventually,
happen
but yeah.
Oh yeah,
but,
just like it did in the comic books because you have to sell.
but
It'll
the
probably
DC
happen
has to
about
be-
20. I would say it'd happen in about 20 years. In the
Yeah.
next 20 years,
But
it'll happen.
the DC has to be up par because it
Exactly.
cannot be just
DC needs to build
beneficial.
up.
If this Twilight Zone stuff continues that we've been dealing with since Quantumania came out,
Hmm.
if that really is the
So they're gonna come down.
I'm
DC
saying
level?
I'm saying like if this really
Both of them
is,
meet at the same level.
They're gonna be
DC is
down.
going up, Marvel is going down.
that's what I'm saying. Like in terms of perception, of course, right? In terms of
Yeah.
like 'cause
Right.
you can deal with however you feel about each franchise subjectively, but like if there's like because I got people saying I saw this. Someone literally tweeted, "Marvel just needs to get back to telling good stories." I'm like, what kind of
Yeah.
bizarre
I don't
world
know.
are
I
we
like
in?
I think
What happened?
I think one of the reasons people are saying that is because the old Marvel used to be so accessible to everyone. Like even someone's mom or someone's grandma used to go to a Civil War or a Winter Soldier and look at the movie and see familiar elements. And so it used to be so grounded and so simple. Now you have the quantum realm, you have the multiverse, you have
wouldn't say it
time
was
travel.
grounded. I wouldn't say.
I don't think
It-
grounded is the right
It's
word.
more grounded than this sciencey stuff that
Okay,
usually
yeah.
people
Now
who
it's getting
don't
crazier. It's
yeah,
getting crazier.
because
yeah.
people who don't
Okay.
usually see sci-fi movies or superhero movies, they don't like this stuff. So
Well,
it
but
was
I- but-
accessible to those people as well.
Well,
but now
but
it isn't.
I would still also because even just the example, like how accessible is Winter Soldier? Like, is it really accessible?
It's just a simple spy movie.
It's not a simple movie. No, it's not. It's arguably one of the more.
I'm
like,
talking
complex
from a
MCU.
I'm talking
movies.
from yes, but I'm talking from a perspective of someone who isn't that interested in this genre. Even
I
that
get it.
person would be seeing that movie, but if he sees Quantum Mania where everything is fake and there's quantum science and there's multiverse and all that shit, they might not be as into it.
I mean, okay. I mean, let's not act like all the helicarriers were real in Project Insight, and that he
Helicopters are just helicopters.
and the scene where he took down the Quinjet by himself. Come on, dude, he's an agreement.
But it is a
okay?
political thriller with superheroes, so
Yeah.
Right.
I think it's easier for
That's why it's so great.
for a normie to
There's-
swallow.
Okay.
There's not much stretching of the imagination going
No,
on.
that,
there.
that is true. Yes, because government conspiracy and the idea that
Yeah,
Hydra is Shield. Oh yeah,
right,
everybody.
that shit.
Yes, absolutely.
You eat that up, like
yeah,
'em,
definitely.
Mhm.
So no, I hear what you're saying on that, but I also think that like Like I think, quite honestly, the bigger issue potentially is because this started with Phase 4, right? The people that are like, well, where is this going? You know, they
right.
Yep.
On the one hand, it's like Marvel shouldn't do another Infinity Saga, but then on the other hand, you have people that are saying, give us another Infinity Saga, right? They want Kang to be another Thanos. They want another fairly straightforward setup, and that is not what this is. And somebody like me appreciates that because, you know, I didn't necessarily care for the straightforwardness of the Infinity Saga. But yeah, perhaps it is, you know, like, okay, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, which that came up.
That movie sucked.
It's a fantastic.
I love it too.
I'm a huge Sam Raimi fan. That's why.
Yes. Another thing that Ray, I would say
subjective.
Another thing I would say is
trash.
Phase 4 has been kind of experimental.
Ben got scared watching Multiverse of Madness.
I
didn't.
I believe it.
You're not a Sam Raimi fan, are you?
I am big time.
Okay, so well, then I don't get it. I don't get why you.
That's again.
I don't get why you didn't.
There were so many Raimi-isms in there. It's so great.
Okay.
See, this is also another factor. Like Ben is saying,
it's like listening to an artist. If you have if you love an artist, like let's say like Radiohead. I like Radioheads, right? And they made that album OK Computer. If they make another OK Computer, I'm like, this is trash. The same thing again?
Oh,
really?
Okay, I get it. I get what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
Like, so you wanted Raimi to not pull out the Raimi-isms. You wanted him to go somewhere
expand,
different.
My brother. You are an amazing director.
You know what? And here's the funny thing about that.
He's done that before with like, you know, For Love of the Game and stuff like that.
But
he came back.
And
on some level, I get what Ben is saying because I used to feel that way about Spike Lee. Like until he started doing 25th Hour and like Inside Man, I was like, damn.
Fucking Ray, man. It's scary how much I've been agreeing with Ray lately.
I know this is something different. We're witnessing history here.
No,
to that point as well, like Phase 4 has been this. It's not that consistent in terms of public reception because a lot of people are divided on a lot of movies. Eternals, Multiverse of Madness. Now, in hindsight, a lot of people are looking back at No Way Home and thinking that it was too simple and not good enough and all that shit.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I like No Way Home.
I just watched it last weekend again, and I mean,
I like it.
I watched the special edition. Man, the cutout
dialogue is very rudimentary.
I mean, if we're talking about, but I knew that. I guess the idea that it's a new thing, like that, now it's being adjudicated that way. Now that movie is just pure nostalgia. I wasn't I never looked at the script like, oh my goodness, what an amazing script. No, it's Willem Dafoe and Alfred Molina and all the
Peter Parker finally becomes Peter Parker.
Right. It's all exactly. Finally hearing Uncle Ben in the freaking MCU. Yes, all that. Like that was
it was a lot of it was pure fan service, but it was done.
I like it better than Endgame.
Yes.
I like it better than Endgame.
Yeah.
And then there's Shang-Chi, there's the Disney Plus
shows.
Shang-Chi was one of those where it was just one of those like you didn't have to worry about really anything. I mean, yes, Wong's there and there's some connection, but for the most part, it was just beautifully shot, beautifully choreographed, and it was just something different.
Right. Well, not only was it something different, but like just
different done right.
Yes.
Right. Well, because it's the when you
Shots
have
fired,
but when you have Destin Daniel Cretton
picking up.
No, I got it. I'm moving past that. No, but just I love the cultural aspect of that film. Similar to what
Black Panther.
Kugler did with Black Panther.
Yeah, and with the first one, the second one was trash.
We're back to disagreeing. We're back to disagreeing because son of a bitch.
Oh boy!
Oh my god!
We're gonna see some.
It's all subjective, buddy.
It is all subjective. Yes, that's why I said disagree. See, I won't call you right.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
That's fucking Ben right now. Because right at the beginning of this, Saggy was talking about how she finally watched it. And
Yeah, I
cried.
heard that. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
I love Saggy, but she's so fucking wrong about this.
Finally watched what?
Whoa, hold on. Okay, new nemesis. What's up, Ben? Casey, sorry, we're breaking up. What's good, Ben?
Wait, what happened?
Yeah,
What was
drink your
that?
drink.
What is
What's
this
up, Ben?
over?
I'm taking
What's
a
up,
nervous drink. Give me 1 second.
What? Wait, what's up, Ben? Wait, what do you disagree with me on?
Wakanda
what's
Forever.
this?
It was trash.
No, it wasn't.
What?
Yeah. It was like
Ben.
I
He had like
disrespectfully
15
disagree.
minutes. He had like 50 minutes of good acting. It was a poor script. The CGI was, spotty. Listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you
Half the
something.
time we couldn't see anything.
And to be fair, this movie had a lot of things going against it because it was a Black Panther movie without Black Panther in it. So
Ben, that's where it starts with. Whoa. Let's rewind real quick because Iron Man 3 had Iron Man without Iron Man because he was Tony Stark throughout the most of
Iron Man
movie.
3 was a good movie.
Yes,
Iron Man 3 was a good movie. Iron Man 3 was a good movie. Yes,
Okay, and you know why it was good? Because it literally was
because Tony Stark was in there.
Yeah, because it was mostly about Tony Stark and not Tony
Iron
Stark
Man.
as Iron Man. Right.
And guess who he is?
But I'm just saying, Ben, the mantle of Black Panther is a mantle. And again, I get it, but it still was a decent movie. And it was a memorial, basically, for Chadwick. We're fighting, Ben.
They should have recast. They should have recast them. I'm on the recasting.
I'm on that side too.
Ben, I think Feige tackled that very well because he kind of did both. He did the the Shuri thing, and then he also did at the end kind of a recast.
No, because here's the problem. Here's
a lot of those movies has been like passing on the mantle. Like you got Hawkeye giving Hawk whatever her fucking name is. Then you have Love and Thunder giving the powers to all those fucking kids. Then
we
you
don't
have
need to talk about that fucking movie.
But this was
I love that movie. No, just kidding. I fucking
this was like a smart. This was like a smart way to recast though, because I feel like Feige played both sides, and
I'm not saying that's a bad idea. I'm saying it's a poorly executed idea.
Okay, see, here's the problem with that. The thing is,
should have been Nakia.
Part of the I still I'm not arguing necessarily that, Casey, but just I get where the recast T'Challa motivation is coming from. I get that. You couldn't fucking do it in this movie. You just could not. And the reason you couldn't is because it's not just because of the audience. It's not just because of the people, us watching it. It's also because of that cast and crew. They needed a movie to mourn. They did. Well, they absolutely did,
and they got that. Yeah. And they got that, but that doesn't make it a great movie, though.
Well,
if that was the intent, if that was the purpose, they perfectly got what they wanted. But that doesn't mean that was a good Black Panther.
It does
movie.
For me. It okay, but
I get that.
But hang on, see, but you're calling it, but the criteria that you're using to qualify it is whether or not it's a good Black Panther movie. The problem is that it's, if you're just looking at it as just, is it a good Black Panther movie or not? Well, then, okay, objectively, then there's an issue because T'Challa is not there as the Black Panther.
Well, that's the argument that I'm making.
Okay, but the argument that I'm making from my perspective, why I think it's a great movie, is because
it's a good Wakanda movie.
Yeah, because I can't get it out of the
Get the fuck out of here.
No, I'm not fucking joking, because the reality, because the thing is, you go into that movie, and for somebody like me, like KC said, who has a heart, it is difficult for me.
Shots fired.
Yeah, you heartless bastards.
Jeez.
Listen,
Heartless.
I should have shared this shit with you guys, but I did shed a tear at the beginning when I saw the first time. When I saw the casket being elevated, tears.
And
I had to pause it.
And that's the thing for me.
Yeah.
It wasn't just the beginning; it was the whole movie that I did not want to divorce myself from that emotion. Knowing, like the scene that everybody, if Angela Bassett does win Best Actress, which I don't think she will, but if she does, the scene that people have been posting that like this is why she'll win it, the scene where she strips Okoye of her rank. and all the raw emotion in that scene. When I was, however, whatever you think of it, Ben, however you feel about it,
right?
When I was watching that scene, I could not get out of my head how real that was for the actors. That's not just them acting for the sake of acting. That's the real shit.
Every time that whole movie, that's another thing about the movie too, because like the actors also like that emotion that you saw when they were talking about T'Challa was real. Right. That was when you see them in those scenes, you know that they were feeling that for Chadwick, which made it even more powerful and beautiful. That they were like they like Chadwick was always present in that movie. And I get that people, when it comes to entertainment, because I already see people in chat go, well, entertainment more than a funeral. I'm like, listen, Kevin Feige, and they all respected Chadwick. Everybody had the greatest admiration for Chadwick, and they wanted to honor him. So that's how they chose to do it. And again, I get people. You guys sometimes understand that sometimes people in the industry have hearts. They have emotions. They lost somebody that they cared about, and they chose to move forward by honoring his memory and doing that. So I get people want what you want, but guess what? All of the actors, the directors, everyone that was part of Black Panther 1 and was part of the creation of Black Panther for the big screen, that was for them. That was for them. That is how they chose to mourn the loss of Chadwick, is that movie. And if people don't like that, then that's fine. If you think it's a crap movie, that's fine. But to say it was trash because they needed to recast, it's like they could have recast it, but they wanted to honor his memory.
Okay.
Bless you.
Sorry.
Bless
you.
No, I
hit the mute button. I'm sorry.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. But when you watch a movie, do you really watch a movie because you want some type of emotional attachment because of the cast?
Yes, that's the whole point of good storytelling.
Hold on 1 second. I'll let you say what you needed to say, right? So what I'm saying is, okay, I get all those things, and I agree with you on those things. Those that make it a good movie, like objectively looking at it without getting some emotional involved with it. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
You're already off the rails.
You mentioned Angela Bassett, which I thought she was amazing in the movie. She died, and I felt like, why the fuck did she die? It didn't make any fucking sense that she died. She had an amazing performance, but we're talking about. You mentioned also another thing you mentioned was the Oscars. Now, there's somebody else who was not included in the Oscar, which had a better performance, and it was, and you know who it is, right?
Tisha, right?
No. She wasn't the Woman King.
Okay.
But because of politics, because of what that story tells, she was not included. I'm not taking anything away from Angela Bassett. I'm not taking anything away from her, but she had a better performance. That movie was far superior than that movie, but that movie was nowhere to be found around the conversation about the Oscars.
Yeah.
So when we talk about these kind of things, we have to think. Yeah, I get it that we get emotionally invested because you hear the actors talking about these things. You hear how you felt when we lost Chad, and I felt the same way. But it got to the point where I had to, let me divorce myself from all these feelings and watch the movie, like just a normie.
Who says we have to do that? Who says we have to do that?
No, I'm not saying that you have to. I'm not saying that you have to. I'm saying I did that personally to see if there was something great about this movie, and I was like, something's not right here.
The story itself is not that great.
Exactly. That's when I got to the point. It's like, okay, this performance is great. The story is not amazing. This is not a great sequel or a follow-up. So those are the things that I come to terms with. Did I get emotionally invested the first time? Yes, I did. I shed a tear, but I got to the point where I had to divorce myself from it so I could understand, getting to seeing objectively or being and it's all subjective. I get it.
Just to touch on the fact that you keep saying objective, this is like the hallmark. This is like the benchmark of like my whole point with it's all subjective is that movies are designed by nature to ignite emotions.
Yeah,
there is no way that any one of us can 100% divorce ourselves from from any emotions being stoked in the movie when we watch a movie. And if any emotion at all is involved, objectivity is out the window.
Right, but what we feel emotion because we knew Chad and we knew the story behind it. What about the people that do not know this character? That's why I divorced myself from this.
But hold on, here's
what I'm
the thing.
saying, right? But it's still a case where they're divorcing themselves because they don't have those feelings. That's still a feeling, right? It's still. It's
okay,
just
let me put it this simple. Like, let's say let's give this movie to somebody who never watched Black Panther, didn't know Chad had passed away, and watched this movie for the first time. Do you think that they will feel the same way that you felt?
No, of course not.
That's exactly the point.
That's not actually true, though. Okay. That's not actually true, though, because as a
you don't think, right?
I think some people would actually see that movie and actually do feel something because there was a lot of emotional driven.
They will be asking.
I think
it was 100% emotionally driven.
They will be asking, who's that guy that died at the beginning?
But hang on, no.
Ben, there's movies out there that have been written that literally have heart, like the freaking Lion King. The Lion King, for Christ's sake. You know how many people cried?
Hang on a second.
But I'm just saying, emotional stories.
Hang on. Because Saggy, I'm with you on this. But that wasn't what Ben asked. Ben asked if they would feel how I feel. No, because how I feel is how I feel, subjectively speaking. Now, that doesn't mean that somebody else can't watch that same movie and have different emotions for different reasons, right? Like they can have, like, if there's somebody that doesn't know or doesn't necessarily care about the Chadwick Boseman situation, yes,
showdown.
Like you're saying, Saggy, somebody that is not initiated into any of it can watch that movie blindly without having seen the first one and still have what if somebody that lost a family member to cancer, but they have no connection to Chadwick Boseman? If they the first 5 minutes of that movie, they will tear up. They may not even be able to watch the rest of it. But that's why this is so wholly subjective in terms of how we ascertain and
it has to be. It has to be good on its own without the external factors. And someone who's
and I think it was.
No, I mean someone. Yeah, exactly, Saggy. Someone seeing that movie without these factors could still enjoy it. I personally did not, and so that is why it's subjective, Ray, like
Casey
you said.
and that's the thing. Everyone's saying objective. It's like all of these.
I just didn't like the story.
Subjective.
The thing that with Riri Williams and there were too many things happening. It's kind of like BVS, but not done in a good way. I feel.
Oh, easy.
Even the end fight with Letitia Wright and Namor. I found that a very interesting choice.
Yeah.
Of location, setting,
But my go ahead, Casey. But no, I was just gonna say, like, I see people in the chat because I'm always reading the chat, and I see William, my best buddy William, in the chat saying, like, if you want real life emotion attachment, watch the documentary. Like, damn, William. Like, here's the thing, right? These stories are art, all right. And as an artist, they are free to do what they want to show their artistic thing. And if somebody passes away and they want to attach that, they should have every rights to. Like, again, I get what you're saying, William, but at the same time, this is a way the person who wrote the story wanted to tell it, and they wanted to incorporate Chadwick because they wanted to honor his memory. I don't think that it's fair to be this upset because somebody died. And yes, people die every day. But it's up to the person who is close to that person who died to decide, hey, I want to honor the person who died. And if you guys don't like it, you don't have to. Nobody's saying you have to. But I disagree that making it seem like they need to recast, they need to craft. They're going to when they want to and when they're ready to.
That's the thing. That was genius because they did both.
Yep.
They basically said, oh yeah, we'll eventually get this little guy.
Yep.
Yes, definitely.
And like I said, when it comes to the DC and Marvel, when we're talking about these superhero properties, guys, multiverses exist, timelines that are altered. It's not the end of the world. They will figure it out. You guys just want it when you want it. Well, guess what? Life happens, shit happens, and they do things the way they do things. And if you guys don't like it, oh well, I'm sorry. Like,
I don't have a problem waiting.
It's like very impatient.
No. I don't have a problem waiting. I said that I didn't think it was great. That's all it was.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
I love the end credit scene because usually when the mantle is passed, it becomes a new, different character. Like so, for Batman, it would probably Dick Grayson or something else. But this one, it is T'Challa.
Yeah,
and I was like, Feige, you motherfucker, you did it.
Which is the end of Zack Snyder's last movie where he passed on.
I mean, I'm looking at the numbers here. It says
Jeff Johns.
I'm looking at the numbers. I'm looking at the numbers for Wakanda Forever. I mean, it was close to $1 billion, but I mean, it made 158.
Fuck the numbers.
Objectively,
I'm just saying, it made money. It made money.
Objectively, it was successful.
It made money.
It doesn't. I mean, the people acting because I see some people in the chat that clearly believe in the $1 billion logic, and fuck that. There is no. This is the problem that you're going to run into with Superman Legacy. If and when that movie doesn't make $1 billion, and people are going to start calling that a failure.
Those are the same people that are bitching about Shazam, saying that none of the leftover movies from the previous regime make any sense now. I don't understand that, because you don't watch a movie hoping that you're gonna get a fucking sequel. You watch a movie, and if it's amazing, then you're like, you know what? I want to see another movie from these characters. With these characters, you don't go and watch a movie, and what if it sucks? You're really gonna be invested in it and want to see a fucking sequel? Did it matter to you? No, it doesn't.
But what's interesting though is like the critics screened it. They screened it for critics, and it is coming out like I guess the embargo for social media is going to be next week. So I'm like, all right, maybe there's a little bit of confidence here. They're not waiting till the last minute, which is fine, which is great.
Shazam?
Yeah, when it comes to Shazam. So,
yeah.
I'm hoping it's going to be. I hope it's going to be a good movie. You hear that, Rachel? I really do hope it's going to be a good movie. Okay?
I think it will just be on par with the first one.
Yeah, I think so too.
That's good enough, right?
I predict that it will be, and I think it'll get better reviewed than Quantumania. And I don't just mean from critics. I don't just mean from critics. I mean from
because they have a dragon.
And you know what's funny? I really like that movie. I hated that they used Jonathan Majors as the main villain, because they didn't give him the respect that they gave Thanos. Thanos was teased throughout.
Wow, I do not agree with that at all.
Well, hold on one second. Okay. I'm not saying that Jonathan Majors was bad. Don't get me twisted. I thought that it would have served better if they would have teased them throughout a couple of movies like they did with Thanos. They built up this fucking character, and by the time we saw him in full glory, we were in fucking awe. And I think that's what they should have done.
Never built up.
What?
Yeah, he was.
Thanos was teased, not built up. There's a difference between teased and built up.
Whatever the hell you want to use.
No.
That's what it was.
No. I'm gonna lay this out right now. Fucking little. Okay, so you're telling. Okay,
I agree with you, Ray. I agree with you.
Here's the 6 years of Thanos build up. Okay, he turns around and smiles at the camera in the mid-credit scene of Avengers when he hears the name Death, which they didn't even do that fucking part of the Infinity War story, storyline in the comic, right? Then after that, what's that? He's got 2 scenes where he's sitting in a fucking chair in Guardians of the Galaxy 4 movies later. Ooh. Build up, okay,
but then we get some motivation in that movie.
No, we don't. We don't get any motivation. All we know is that he wants the stones. We have no idea what his fucking plan is. We have no idea what his plan is whatsoever, right? Then after that,
they had no idea what his plan.
Yeah, this honeymoon lasted like 5 minutes, but go on.
Yeah, no, but it's like then you get to Avengers Age of Ultron. Fine, I'll do it myself. Ooh, what a build-up. All we know is he wants the stones. We have no idea that he wants to kill half the universe. We have no idea that he's got we've never seen the children of Thanos. We don't even see his ship or any of his mechanizations, like his actual army, until the mid-credit scene of Thor Ragnarok, when he just appears in front of the Asgardian ship. We don't learn shit about his actual motivations until his own fucking movie, Infinity War.
Well,
period.
There's
not a build-up. That's teases.
There was that post-credit scene where he grabs.
All right. So that was a lot of.
Actually,
that's what I was saying.
Because Guardians explained Infinity Stones. It explained the Celestials and all of that.
It built up the stones. It didn't build up Thanos. It built up.
And then Thanos had a full-on conversation.
Dude, who's the Wicked Witch of the East?
The stones are the plot. No, seriously, it's like the difference between.
Bro,
Thank you
who
for bringing it up.
carries
It's
the
the difference
goddamn
between
stones, bro?
It's the difference between the ruby slippers and the fucking Wicked
But
Witch.
I know,
the ruby
right?
slippers
The
are the plot
fucking
device. The
Black
Wicked
Adam is
Witch
gonna
is
show
the
up
actual villain.
here, bro.
No,
They've been building up this character for a bunch of movies. Did they
Okay,
show
if it
him
was that-
in every single movie? No, they mentioned him. They saw there's a threat above that we gotta be prepared. We have to create a fucking ring around the fucking world.
They never talked about him. They talked about the stones.
They just didn't set him up the way that you hope they did it.
No, they didn't set him up at all. They teased him.
Okay, they teased him.
Teased
fucking
him. That's
semantics, bro.
No, it's not semantics. It's very different. It's very different because Kang is actually being set up.
Okay.
Kang is
what the difference would have been. You know the
Everyone's
difference would have
picking
been
on Ben
cooler
tonight.
is
yeah, it is. That's fine. I could take
But-
it. I don't
but Ben,
don't take anything personal.
I think the reason we didn't like the Kang thing was because he just got defeated by the end. So if he had been set up and just left the movie, then I think it would have been better.
But did he get defeated?
Like
Technically,
really?
one
Ant-Man
of
is the motherfucker who's gonna take him
But
out.
he's one of the strongest, set up in the same movie, and then just freaking
Then
second tier
Ant-Man is taking him out
Avenger
with some fucking microwave sitting in a fucking
See,
corner.
I didn't look
Get
at it
the
that way.
fuck outta here, man.
I didn't look at it that way at all. I looked at it as okay. It took that much.
I
to
like
take this one
Quantumania,
out.
by the way.
I did like that.
How more badass are the other ones that we're going to deal with? Like that, how much of a problem are they going to be, considering how difficult it was to deal with this one, right? I guess
it wasn't difficult.
It wasn't difficult.
And
they had a fucking proton blaster just get him out of fucking existence at the end of the fucking movie.
Yeah, and I agree with thank you for the $10 super chat, and I agree. Yeah, recasting at this point, you don't do it now, no. But I think they set up the kid at the end. That's
agree.
Yeah, right. That's fair.
Anyways, had to get that out.
What did this turn into the Marvel fucking hour?
I know, right? It happens.
Ben, you started with
No. Okay, but I wanted to bring up this though when it comes to, I mean, okay, when it comes to Jonathan Majors, comes to Jonathan. Did anybody here see Creed 3? Nobody's seen Creed 3.
I haven't seen Creed 3 yet.
Okay. By all means, do see it because it's good. It's good. I think it was missing a little bit. It was missing, a little bit of. Yeah, but at the same time, I'm like, man, Jonathan Majors is just killing it right now, and I think when watching him in Quantumania and watching him in Creed, it's like he has this, because he's a bad guy in both. It's like, yeah, he could really turn on the bad guy, but man, when he's like likable, he has this innocence to him that he brings to like he brought to Kang, and he brings to also his character in Creed 3, where it's like you're like, oh fuck, I like this guy, and then all of a sudden when he turns on the bad, you're like, fuck, I'm out.
I love this guy.
He's amazing. Have you seen the movie Have you seen The Last Black Man in San Francisco?
No.
Heard about it, but I haven't seen it. No.
He's amazing in that movie.
No,
Lovecraft Country, dude.
Lovecraft Country, yes. This first thing I saw, he was phenomenal in that show.
It was amazing in that movie. Yeah.
That was.
I mean,
that show. Here we go.
Well, Misha Green she's amazing.
Well, we were talking about that a week ago, Ben, about how bitterly disappointed we are that when she released what her season 2 plans were going to be and where they were going to fucking go with that show was going to be amazing. So that's. But no, he's I think that they, whoever did the casting, like obviously, I think they hit another home run as far as him being the villain. And
they saw the show and was like, they need this guy.
And I didn't look at him. I didn't look at him losing this version of him losing at the end of Quantumania as like, a demerit or a weakness against his character. It just made me think, well, how fucking badass are the other ones? Like, how big of a problem are the other ones going to be? Based on because how like what you were talking about with Thanos, right? The build up over 6 years. I felt like throughout this movie, it was right. Exactly, it was teasing. You're right. Exactly. The build up. I forgot to do the air quotes. Yes, but like in this movie, from like start to finish, there was actual like impending dread and build up for Kang. Like in terms of like
by the end it went away.
Oh, how did?
Because see, one thing you'd have to agree
like
because See, he was standing,
but go ahead.
he was standing, near when he captured Scott Lang and Cassie in those prison things. He was just doing things with his finger and stuff was happening, right? And by the end, Ant-Man just punches him onto a wall.
Him, like, why we fist fighting, bro? You got a technology where you can just like fucking flick their
and he's in his full costume and just angry.
Thank you.
So how is that version less powerful than the earlier version?
Because it's not that he was less powerful, it's that he was less focused. He was rattled. See, when he's moving by all the ants, when he not by all the ants, but just the audacity. Like the scene that I thought would have been hilarious if it was in the trailer and it wouldn't have been in the movie, the I am Kang scene, right? Everybody freaked out when they saw that in the last TV spot, and I'm like, this would be absolutely hilarious in a Schadenfreude sense if this line is not in the movie. But it was. But the whole point is that he's like losing his shit. Like mentally speaking, the focus that he had, the clarity of vision that he had at the beginning of the film is like gone. And I think part of the reason for that is because he lost his shit when the rebellion was starting. The idea of and so it's an arrogance, right? It's like the insolence of these specs thinking that they can take me on. And all the tactical, like the stuff you were talking about, all the tactical, like all the moves and everything just went out the window, and he just turned into a brawler at that point. And it wasn't necessarily that he wanted to do that. That was just what he was kind of like, that was his flaw. That was what he was kind of driven to. Now the other ones, will they be so easily driven to that? I doubt it. Not after seeing it in this one, but that's the question.
The movie having no stakes at the end also didn't help, though.
The what? Say that again.
The movie didn't have any stakes by the end, so that also did not help.
Yes.
Well, if you like stakes in terms of what? Like you mean it
easily the Scott Lang family just won and nothing happened.
Oh, that okay. So
like they all got scot free.
So here's the thing. Like, because there are people, because I guess that I don't know how true it is. I mean, I buy this story because Marvel's done this before, but the story is that they changed that ending a month ago.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And like and this is where the VFX stuff.
The reshoots were happening in January.
Right. Yeah. So the story is that originally Hope and Scott were going to be trapped in the quantum realm.
I would have loved that.
That should have been it. They should have lost. They should have lost. Like just like in any game, Infinity War, where they lost. Like, okay, now we have to deal with this guy and because whoever else.
Instead, we got a happy birthday scene at the end.
Like, Feige has this thing for the MCU where the heroes always have to be better than the villains, and he has to win, right? So when he implements that, he needs to have certain times when the villain wins. Like in Infinity War, that's why it was so effective. So people are not expecting that from every movie. So he could have done that here again.
Well, see, and I agree with you on that, Casey. And that's just to throw this back to DC for a second, because that's what we were originally talking about. But like but this is why when people are the people that are terrified of what James Gunn is going to do with DC, it's like, no, I don't think he's going to do the same thing. I think I don't think he's going to come from the same perspective of the heroes are always have to win. No, I think we're going to see some losses.
So fucked up shit.
We're going to see some murky shit.
He does not give a fuck about who dies and stuff.
Right.
Because and one thing good about him is he doesn't do fake death things. So if Yondu dies, he's dead.
Gone. Yep.
No, those deaths in the Suicide Squad were real.
Man, Legacy Brainiac fucking wins. That'd be crazy.
I hope he wins.
Or something happens where he almost, I don't know.
I hope that Superman dies.
No, they're not going to kill Superman again quickly. Ever. You see, that's where Zach came in and was like, "Hey, motherfuckers! Like, hey, second movie, I'm killing Superman.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see the meetings. I would love to be that fly on the wall when he pitched that. And he was like, all, you know what? okay, we're gonna have Batman, and they're like, yes, Batman and Superman against each other, fuck yeah. And it goes, and then we're gonna kill Superman, and then it was like, what the fuck are you thinking, dude?
I love how he tells that story in that Collider interview with Frosty. He keeps hitting on the sofa. I just love that.
I gotta believe that some part of it had to be hit. He had to. I almost feel like he would have had to hold the. What's this? What did he say?
So Thanos didn't die twice, and those and lose to ants claiming. Oh, talking about that. A lot of people do a thing like King lose to ants. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Like that's also another thing with so many versions, right? So if one version dies, do people feel any impact because there are like 100 others?
That's the problem. That was the problem with Thanos on this Infinity and Endgame. Which version of fucking Thanos is this? Where would he kill fucking the other one? This is not the real Thanos. What's going on?
I feel like that comes. I feel like that comes with the multiverse aspect anyway. Like you can't get around with that.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. This is all subjective. We can all agree to disagree. I just feel like you guys would be a nitpicky as shit, and I'm not just you, but also in the comment sections. Like, Jesus, guys, not everybody has read all the fucking comics. Not everybody has got a Bible. Like, oh, the villain should be this, and a Black Panther movie should be that. Not everybody is like that. A lot of us didn't read this shit growing up, all of it, and are just absorbing the movies as they come, so we don't have this mountain of expectations for what we're going to see.
And this is why Ray is no longer the nemesis. It's now, and it was Casey, but I think it might be Ben now. It's Ben now.
Damn.
I did good.
Yeah, Casey was a good boy tonight, and Ben was just like, I'm gonna throw smoke at Saggy for no reason. Saggy was just minding her business, playing her phone games, taking in the conversation. Ben's like, so Saggy about Wakanda forever, bitch. And I'm like, whoa, Ben, wait a minute. I mean, it was implied. The bitch was implied, Ben.
It was implied.
Felt it. Yes, it was implied. He said, this bitch say that T'Challa doesn't need to be recast. Oh, hell no. Ben was like, I'm going in.
Yeah,
no, I'm just kidding. I love Ben.
I love you too, girl.
And
I think came in choosing violence. So.
I
always do anyway.
Don't change. Never change.
You know what's crazy when me and Ray are on the same page with something? It's like, whoa, what is happening?
I still don't know what it is that we've disagreed so much on in the past.
I forget what it was. Well, we've had our disagreements.
I have disagreed with Ben objectively more than I have disagreed with you. I know this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair. No, that was great.
Like they said the other day, I think it was in the Patreon, that even though we disagree, it's good that we disagree because we respectfully. I'm sorry, the alcohol is fucking me up.
Those goddamn White Claws.
Actually, I'm taking tequila shots in between.
I'm
getting white girl. I'm getting white girl fucking.
That is the definition of white girl trash. Yes, that's the definition. But seriously, I wish that a lot of the people, because over the years I've had followers or people tell me that I don't like you just don't like when people disagree with it. I'm like, dude, watch the Vodka stream. People disagree with me all the time, and I still talk to them. Like, what is the problem?
Yeah, no, it's the best chemistry. That's why I love being on these panels, because I get to have these healthy discussions. Even though sometimes it sounds like we be getting heated, it's like at the end of the day, after the stream's over, we'll talk for a bit. Like, oh my god, man, I love you.
Shonda sent me a message. She was like, were you arguing with someone? I was like, not really, not like heated argument. Like I wasn't going to blows with anybody. We just disagree on Thanos' teasing being a setup. That's all.
That's all it is.
Of all things we fight about,
I like how you included both teasing being a setup.
All right. So now I got a question now too. So now going back to the DC, like, so does Gunn have this idea of like teasing or setting up a dark side or some kind of big baddie of
100%?
Yeah, it's like, dude, does he start doing that with Superman Legacy? Like, right off
the advantage Gunn has is that the advantage Gunn has.
Be the one.
Right, Ben. Right.
Green Lantern's gonna be the one that like sets the tone for whatever it is.
I could see that. Yeah, I could see that.
And the advantage Gunn has here with the DCU is that he has 10 years of plan already made that the MCU did not have. So they They just had to tease. They didn't know what to do with Thanos at that point.
Right, exactly.
James Gunn.
Exactly.
James Gunn. If you ever if you ever hear this stream, I need to say this. Please, James Gunn, if you're doing Superman, please give us Brainiac. I just want to see
it's gonna happen.
I need to see Brainiac.
I really
want to see Brainiac.
remaining.
I
think it's gonna be Lobo.
Right. I don't see how.
Can it be both?
Lex Luthor has been done so many times. Zod has been done multiple times. Like
you have to do Brainiac.
Brainiac was awesome on Krypton.
But the thing is that because Lex Luthor has. Okay, Lex Luthor, especially like he's already been teasing that he's inspired by Superman All-Star, and Lex Luthor is like it's his way how humanity who fears Superman sees him, and that needs to be addressed, and I think that's gonna be a big part of the movie.
I think he'll have
Luthor needs to be in there, but not.
Yeah, I think Lex will be in the movie. I just don't think he'll be the big bad.
No, he's not gonna be the big bad. But he's gonna be a message. He's gonna be like there'll be a message to society.
Absolutely,
he's gonna be.
It's similar. I mean, not that I'm not saying they're the similar character, but kind of similar to Jameson's like anti-Spider-Man crusade over with Marvel. The same deal, like the war, like the war. He's a menace, or like you can't trust him.
It's set him up.
What Eisenberg was saying before he became the big bad in BVS, right? You know, the devils don't come from the hell beneath us; they come from the sky, right?
Yeah.
So, like, yes, Lex will definitely be there.
Yeah,
telling everybody.
Walter White was a nice high school teacher, and all of a sudden he was a fucking villain.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, what's interesting though too is like what happened.
Nobody called that Walter White fucking reference. Only Casey did.
No, but what I was thinking right now is like. Earlier this week, when James Gunn clarified when he, but someone who was claiming that he was a liar about not wanting to do Superman, one of the things, and it just kind of hit me right now, is like one of the things that he said when it came to approaching Superman, because at first when they were like, "Hey James, come over here, you got some work you could do over here. We want you to do Superman." He's like, "Nah, Suicide Squad's more my bag." But then, what did he say in that tweet? He goes, "I didn't know how to do Superman then. Then all of a sudden, I know how to do Superman now." And I'm like going, and when now I'm like thinking, I'm like, "Oh, that's pretty interesting."
You know what hit him, Dave?
What?
Henry Cavill not being there.
Oh no! Somebody clip that out and cancel
Casey.
Wow. Oh boy!
He waited Henry Cavill to go away, and then he was like, "Okay, now I can do Superman."
Everybody got that?
How come you don't tweet shit out like this, bro?
Casey, bro.
Because I get so many unwanted replies. I don't want that.
Casey, he didn't have to wait though. He was on the fucking sidelines already.
I'm kidding.
You have to wait.
Joke.
No, I know you're
joke.
No, I know you're kidding,
hilarious.
but that's no.
That was hilarious.
I dare you to tweet that though. I dare you to tweet it and say goodbye to your
Gunn will call me.
Say goodbye to your shit.
I'll be like this.
But I loved what he said though, because it makes sense, right? At that point, he probably didn't want to tackle that stuff, and he changed his mind later on. But again, another thing that I thought was interesting was that WBD offered him Peter Safran. I didn't think that was that way. I thought that James Gunn's idea was to bring Safran in.
Yeah.
Well, I think that they kind of saw the same thing he was seeing, which is okay. And the other thing, Casey, is they also had a giant steaming pile of "don't fucking do this ever again" with Jeff Johns and John Berg in the past. So okay, we're not giving this all to a creative. We need somebody else, a real producer, and not only that. I think also Safran's track record, under Hamada's, dictatorship, like under the fact that he was attacked, Shazam did make money.
Yes.
He's a producer on Aquaman, so he had wins under the shitty era under his belt, right? So he's like, okay, bring this dude, and I don't know if Hodson was even involved in any of that, because the people that were around then that are still here now, like Safran and Hodson, right? Yes. So it's like, okay, pair him together, like we can make this work. Gunn is a student of the comics, You know, he one of the things he's tweeted in the last couple of weeks is how he has thousands of Marvel and DC comics. He knows these characters better than a lot of fans are willing to give him credit for.
Of course.
You can absolutely be the architect of this world. We just need to give you a bean counter to figure out how you're going to do all this for under $200 million.
Mm-hmm.
So that's I
goes
get that.
It goes from horror.
Hear the budgets for these movies.
Yeah,
because they're not going to be big.
I think they're going to try to make Superman Legacy for under $200 million, and I think they can do it. I think they can do it.
They can do it.
Definitely. Well, see, you know, people argue that though, Ben. People argue that because it's Superman, you got to go astronomical. Because it's the Justice League, you got to go.
Not in the first movie.
No.
Yeah. Big budget doesn't equate to great movies anyway.
No, it doesn't. No,
it doesn't. Look at 300. Look at how beautiful 300 is.
Look at Wakanda Forever.
Yeah.
Okay. Casey, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? Seriously, what is that? What is that?
Okay, Casey. Okay.
Casey is just in troll mode right now.
Oh man,
he picks the two movies that were not only affected by COVID in terms of their budgets, but also that lead through her fucking back
excuses. It's trash.
No. As far as the Batman is trash. The Batman
was good.
He said the Batman though. The Batman was first.
You said the Batman?
No. Casey doesn't like the Batman that much.
He doesn't? How fucking dare you? Oh no, you're the fucking villain. No, the Batman was great, bro.
The Batman.
The fuck out.
Yeah, no, that's
the Batman's.
Hello, guys. The fun police is here.
Yeah.
The Batman's budget was $200 million because of COVID. It was originally $100 million.
Well, they rewrote the third act, so they redid the third act.
And see how great they made the Batman look. And you know, technically, it was very well shot. It sounded great. The performance,
because Matt Reeves is a genius. Yes, absolutely. And Fraser. Yeah, no, it's less about the money spent and more about who's behind the fucking camera.
I'm
excited for the Batman. Batman, we got Maroney. We got Maroney cast.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I'm so excited for that show. By the way,
Clancy.
Dude, okay, you Clancy Brown. You want to talk about?
I don't know why I thought Jones.
You play enough Lex Luthor, you become the you stay around to play Maroney.
Dude, he's played.
He voiced Lex Luthor, right? In the Superman animated.
Yeah, that was him, and he was General Eiling in the Flash.
Oh, that's
for the first couple of seasons.
Oh yes,
he is like a DC veteran with respect to that. So yeah, the fact that he's Maroney in this show, fuck yeah.
He's a great character actor. Yeah.
Well, it's going to be great because obviously it's not just a show. It's going to be for the next Batman movie also.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I mean, he's like in the universe now, and he's Maroney, and it's like, all right, cool.
Well, and so
it was all teased in the first one. Now it's like now we get him,
and so will we? So here's the question: now that you bring Maroney in, are we going to get the scene with him disfiguring Harvey? Is that are we going to see that?
See, that's the thing. I'm wondering. There's no way that Harvey is not in the second round.
Harvey's got.
That's why I think he's not gonna do Court of Owls. I think he's gonna live in that political mob bosses universe.
I wanted him. I thought he was gonna do Court. I thought he was gonna do Court last year because they were talking because like Paul Dano and
it was the first riddle.
But like when they were doing press for the movie, like Paul Dano kept talking about Court of Owls, to Jeffrey Wright and everybody. So I was like, I wonder if that means something. But no, I think you're right. I think they're going to lean into the especially with what they're doing with this show, they're going to lean into the politics and the mob boss shit and all that.
Let me ask you something, because I remember Matt Reeves talking about this movie when the first one was being written. He said that he was working already, not that he was working on the second one, but he had an idea for the second one. So it is. I don't believe that he didn't have a script or something already in progress for the sequel. Like I got a feeling in the fact that he's now all of a sudden he started saying, no, I started writing the sequel. Do you think that he changed the plans for the sequel after James Gunn?
He might have. I mean, like
maybe Tomlinson also writing it with him.
Who?
Matt Tomlinson.
Yeah.
Oh, Mattson Tomlin. He didn't get. Well, that was one of my questions about the first movie. Why didn't he get any writing credit? Because he's not in the credits. I didn't see his name. I didn't see his name.
I don't remember. I don't remember going through though.
So I feel like he'd have the second movie planned out though.
I think he had a second movie planned out, but
you're worried that after that meeting he changed. I mean,
some of the stuff.
I don't know because here's the thing, I think that the people that are concerned that Gunn's Batman in the DCU isn't going to be fantastical. No, he's going to be, because he's existing in a universe with Superman. It's going to happen, right? So then at that point you have to ask yourself, okay, well, if you know that Batman is going to be more fantastical, then how much overlap did they really have to worry about in that meeting? I don't know, but I'm willing to believe not a ton. Now, whether it was enough that it would change that much of Reeves' story, was he gonna go fully fantastical for the second film? I don't know.
He made too many comments about not having the fantastical Batman. So I don't think that. Yeah, Matt Reeves. Okay. So I think that he's gonna consistently stay grounded with his Batman, and that's why probably we're not gonna say Robin. We're not gonna say.
We're definitely not seeing Robin now.
I mean, look, in the first one we saw him gliding on the squirrel suit. Yeah. I'm like, I don't know, a fantastical Batman will be fucking prepped for that. And that's
fantastical Batman would have the wings, would have like the glider, right? Like
he would throw a couple of grapple and fly.
Yep. Well, I want those two Batmen to be very contrasting to each other. So I want Gunn to go full fantastical.
Yeah.
No, shoot the grapple gun in the sky and shit.
Yeah, I want him to go into the fucking Lazarus pit, go a fucking old George Clooney and come out. So fucking young, beautiful.
And we finally want the blue and gray, right?
Oh yeah. Well, we're kind of getting in the Flash, of course. You know what? I mean, I don't know if you guys have read Batman Imposter. If you haven't, do so, because that was also by Mattinson. And it's very much like, even the costume looks like Pattinson. It looks like it could be a Pattinson story. And it's really cool. It's a really cool, grounded Batman story that is like gritty as shit. It's like I want Matt Reeves to just keep on, and whatever Gunn is doing, make it fantastical as fuck. I want Batman and Robin swinging on their grappling hooks, like yay!
And I feel like now that we know that these two different incarnations are going to exist, I don't get why people are still pissy about Reeves being so gritty. The people that are like calling it Nolan 2.0, it's like, okay, no,
I hate that shit.
I hate that shit too.
Well, it's stupid. Different. Well, it is different. Nolan's Batman didn't have detective vision and contact lenses.
Nolan was James Bond in a fucking Batman suit.
Well, that's what I keep on referring to, the Kevin Smith thing. It's like Nolan brought Batman into reality, and then Matt Reeves did the reverse. He brought reality into Batman's universe.
Batman.
Yes, I like that. Yes,
like Finchy-esque.
Well, because like I've said, dude literally gets on camera and says, "This is the Riddler speaking." He leaned into names. He leaned in, like there was no question like, why are we calling him the Riddler? Why are we calling him the Penguin? No, this is it. This is the world, right? He's the Batman. This is it, right? Like it was just accepted. There were no questions or anything like that. So Matt Reeves. Continue motoring on. Continue doing that. Build that world.
I just wish it wasn't taking this long. That's all. Like, it's like, oh, it's supposed to start shooting in November, but at least we're getting the Penguin show. So as soon as we're gonna get the Penguin show probably next year, which is great, and then right after that we'll get the Batman. A year later, but still, I mean, at least
cameo is going to be really hype.
That's the thing. It's we're pretty sure that Pattinson's gonna make a cameo in the Penguin show.
Too, so. And are we gonna get, because all right, so are we gonna get a trilogy? I think this is gonna be another one, and that's it.
Yes. You don't think there's gonna be a third?
I don't think we're gonna get a trilogy.
Really? I think we are.
Think so? Is the reason you feel that way because you're still concerned about them having two active Batmen at the same time?
Because I don't know, having two Batman competing for the spotlight, that's why I was married to the idea that Pattinson was gonna segue into
No.
this.
Worst
Casey,
idea ever.
we heard you before. Shut the fuck up. Let me finish.
There it is.
No, well, I was of the mindset that he was gonna segue into the DCU, but now that they're gonna have two different Batmans, I can see them put into production. Two Batman movies are in productions right now.
The way I'm looking at it right now, Ben, is the fact that it's kind of taken so long for the sequel to get going. I'm almost thinking that are we going to have one of those where the story is basically two movies that he came up with? I'm wondering if it took this long to get it all going, that maybe he wrote a story that's going to take place in two different movies, and I don't know if he couldn't fit like all the story in one movie, so it's going to be two movies. That's what I'm looking at it like.
I think it also depends on how good they market or popularize the distinction between the main DCU
marketing is a
and
massive
the
part of it.
They need an Elseworlds logo.
Yes.
They need a
they please start selling the fucking DC Studios logo, okay? And there should be a DCU logo, and yes, there should be an Elseworlds logo. Branding is a massive part of it, but to that end, I also think that when it comes to the idea of two Batmen being out there at the same time, I really don't think the general audience gives that much of a shit. I really don't. I think that what they're going to do is, yes, you are going to have to make it clear, like in the marketing, like, no, Pattinson is who he is, and then whoever the DCU one is who he is. But I think the general audience would see both. I do, because I don't think they would care nearly as much as we do.
Even if they are asking.
The owner said that he doesn't want multiple Batmans running around.
Well, he says that, but the owner just wants them both to sell.
He changed his mind.
That's the thing.
He changed his mind. He did a James Gunn.
Oh no!
See, even if people are confused about why there are two different actors for Batman, right? Or is this in the same universe? They can just ask somebody, and they'll explain it to them in like 10 seconds.
Totally.
It's not that big.
You know what? Let's go with this one. If the movie makes another $800 million, I don't think we're gonna get a third movie.
You think it has to make $1 billion to justify a third?
I got a feeling like it has to
No.
All right.
I don't know. I don't know. No. Well, you know what? If he let's not put a number. I'm sorry. Let me not put a number. If he underperforms, which a Batman should never underperform.
I don't think it'll underperform. When's the last time he did?
What?
No. I'm asking. When's the last time a Batman movie?
Do not say it, Ben.
Batman.
Do not say it.
Batman and Robin.
Say it, Ben.
I don't know. That's the
Batman
one
and Robin.
That's one I was thinking, but I didn't know what did it do.
Okay, Batman and Robin.
Okay,
they don't underperform.
Which ironically is the last time Robin was in a film.
Yeah, 27 years ago.
Was it that long ago? Jesus.
Yeah, it's been that long.
It was. Yeah,
we're all the shit. But
Yeah,
what I'm getting is, like, if the movie underperformed, which it shouldn't, but if it does, if it doesn't meet their expectations, I don't see a third movie coming.
Well, I think that's the case with any of these. If any of these underperform, things change.
Well, that's why
definitely, yeah.
That's why
I don't see how the second movie of this franchise.
It's all about the budget. Budget to.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
See, it's funny because I've had people go like, so what? I've had people in my mentions talk about this. So what if these movies don't reach $1 billion? I'm like, I think they just want to make a profit.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's the thing.
Yes.
It's like they're going to keep the budgets low, and if they make a profit, then it's perfectly okay.
People need to understand
how much of a profit, because technically Black Adam made like $10 million profit.
They need to have.
It didn't.
People need to understand that it's not about reaching $1 billion. It's about getting out of the red.
Right.
And DC Studios is your flagship IP.
Well, yeah, but how much out of the red? Because you don't want to invest $150 million and just get out $25 million back in return.
It's not just for per movie basis. It's also for the shared universe, because they're building this universe as a connected thing and selling it as a brand, right? So they need to see some sort of increase in their profits over like 3 years or 5 years. You can't keep having the same profits for Birds of Prey and Black
Right,
Adam and Shazam
exactly.
too.
So you think they're gonna see things as a whole, where okay, we're gonna allocate this budget for this entire universe, and then we have to see a return in X amount of years for this investment,
think
not
that's
just per movie.
I think from a business standpoint, that's part of why you
Makes sense.
form DC Studios.
Yeah,
Because
makes
now
sense.
it's not just a division under Warner Brothers Picture Group. Now it's its own autonomous thing, and now you can just look at all the numbers autonomously for what they and the other reason you do this is because if you're incorporating, because it's not just movies theatrically released, but it's also HBO Max shows.
Yeah, shows.
So you're now dealing with different games, right? Animation. You're dealing with different. DC's hands are in different tills, which means that you have to.
And they all go into the same purse. Yeah.
Right. So it's one of those cases where you've got to monitor all of them instead of just, well, this is streaming and then this is theatrical. No, this is DC across all these.
Yeah,
all the
it's not about the movie being profitable. It's about DC Studio being profitable.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes. Totally.
Jake
It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. I mean, that's the thing. Is like that's what's so like. I even brought this up on Film Junkie Live on Wednesday. Cheers.
I need to re-up and take another shot.
You need to re-up those White Claws. But I said, I'm like, it is kind of interesting because both Marvel and DC are kind of rebuilding in their own ways.
Right.
It's like, even though Marvel is still very much on top, they're still kind of going like after phase 4 and people kind of being like, and then of course rebuilding after the Infinity Saga, and you don't have your Tony Stark, you don't have your Steve Rogers, they're kind of doing a rebuilding thing too, even though they're still, making it. But, and then DC is rebuilding from fucking,
You know what the funny thing about that is, Dave, is like for years me and many others, we've been waiting for the Marvel humbling.
Right.
It's like
it's happening.
I know that's the weird part because
I didn't think it would happen.
I always thought it was going to be like the first rotten movie, right? But it didn't happen with Eternals. But now I think what it really is it's not the first rotten movie. It's what has been going, like the changes that they've made from phase 4 through. Their audience is not taking it very well at all. They're freaking out. And
it's their own fault too. Like if you keep delivering quality for so many years consistently, the audience expects that every single time.
Well, and not just in terms of like quality, but like the consistency of like what the quality is, right? So that's why, like I was saying earlier, whether they admit it or not, they just want another Infinity Saga. They want Kang to be another Thanos. I feel like kind of you guys almost want it the same way as well, because
well, he has to be
right, but they're clearly doing it differently, especially when you have the first version of him take a beating in the first movie. Yes, from an objective standpoint, that is different than that. We never saw Thanos lose before Infinite. We never saw him lose until after he had already won. Right in the Infinity Saga. So
the ace in the hole right now, I think, is Spider-Man, because Spider-Man, they did that whole thing. Of course, the No Way Home was just like pure, and watching it again and watching with somebody who hasn't seen it, and after rewatching all the Spider-Man movies, it was just kind of like, man. Just talk about just nailing that. I mean, their story, like it takes a while to get to that point, because I even said that with my initial review. I'm like, let's get on to this. I want to get to the multiverse stuff, this whole continuing of like the other stuff. But anyways, they still nailed it. Now we have a Spider-Man that's by himself. He's no longer, and then nobody knows who Peter Parker is and all this kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden we get rumor. I mean, obviously take it with a grain of salt that Spider-Man is going to be leading. I guess Avengers when it comes to King Dynasty. Imagine the conundrum that Peter Parker is in when like being lonely, and you have a King going, "Hey, I can give you that life.
I'll squash you."
Yeah, well, but he can give that life back to like, hey, you miss your friends, you miss your love, your MJ and stuff like that. I can give you that back, and just the temptation and all that stuff. I mean, I was like, when I read that, I was like, that's intriguing to have. You have this lonely, and I'm just thinking that we haven't heard anything yet, because probably the negotiations with Sony and stuff. But it's like, when are we going to hear about more Spider-Man? I mean, we kind of did from Kevin Feige. Remember when Kevin Feige conveniently dropped a bunch of MCU updates during the embargo.
Marvel damage control. Marvel damage control.
Yeah.
Did we ever think we'd see the day?
Though. I thought that was so smart.
Yeah.
Though.
It was.
I'm not even.
I agree.
Yeah.
Feige knows that how to do this for the audience. Like whenever he wants, he can make them excited for what's to come.
Yes.
And forget about what is.
Oh yeah, well, and especially in this case, I mean, the most that I've seen about Quantumania is that what that screenwriter's been saying about how he's like, his feelings are hurt because how much they've been trashing, and then he watched it with some friends and he felt better and all of this, but like
because his friend told him what he wants to hear,
right? Well, I mean. Well, it's but it's I think it's clear that they just want to move on to May 5th as quickly as possible. Like they want to move on to the Guardian and that's
the thing. Like, I'm so hyped for that.
The people that gonna be big. But that's why I do push back a little. I mean, the humbling is happening. I do agree, Dave. But the people that are calling like all the Marvel universe, the Marvel Cinematic Universe is doomed. They're going downhill. I was like, no, they're not doomed because watch Guardians perform and the critics will love it.
Probably make $1 billion.
I don't think they doom. I think it's what James Gunn said, that they didn't have a plan to begin with. If they had a plan, they would have began with Thanos, which is, I think, is a brilliant thing that James Gunn is doing, that he's not starting with Darkseid. Like he said, he could set up, like he could do Blackest Night. He could do like so many fucking amazing stories before he get to Darkseid. Like let the Darkseid be the end game, and then reboot the universe.
I also think that fair or not, he can't start with Darkseid.
No, he can't. No, he can't.
For obvious reasons.
Zach was like, I showed you guys.
Zach already showed this guy.
And if James Gunn, brings Darkseid back after a while, like after his storyline is complete or half complete, then maybe there's a chance that the Justice League that was familiar with him would be brought back as well.
Ooh, crisis!
Yeah, there you go. A crisis event. Like,
by the way, we didn't talk about the David Ayer comment from the other day.
Yes, definitely. That I had to, you had to hit the translate button to know what he said.
I posted it with the translate button.
Thank God that button was there.
You should have watched me doing like a translate, saying in Spanish and then translating it. Like all of a sudden, like I started doing the live stream in Spanish, and like, what the fuck am I doing?
No, and I'm not knocking it. I mean, because the original tweet was in Spanish, so I don't knock him for responding that way. It's just I saw Dave. I think so. You retweeted and a couple of others. I was like, what the fuck did he say? What is he saying? Why is everybody freaking out over this? So, but no, okay. So I mean, what's your question? Like,
the question is the question is he saying that because of his conversations with James Gunn, or is that just his opinion?
I think he said he already talked to James.
Yes, but it talks specifically about what's to come.
Right.
He said that he's excited for what's to come and just be patient. Yeah.
Yes.
No, I think that. Well, here I'll and I'm going to say this. I'll reiterate this tomorrow. I did my Friday Flight Patreon show, and I'm going to say it again tomorrow on the Flightcast. Is the irony of a lot of the toxics in the Release the Ayer Cut movement that want to see the DCU fail? The irony is James Gunn is the best shot we have for the Ayer Cut coming to life, and here's why.
I wish I had that bomb so I could drop her right now.
100%.
But here, I will lay this out
Hashtag
for people.
Fire James Gunn.
See, now I'm back with you. I'm agreeing with you again.
Hey, harmony is possible. Harmony can happen. Yes,
it's beautiful.
I'll be your friend.
But you gotta understand that, first of all, like there is a natural, like we were talking before, there is a natural connection between James Gunn and David Ayer in terms of the Suicide Squad. The fact that James Gunn did take David Ayer's original cast actors, no, it wasn't all of them, but he brought back Margot Robbie, kept her through the film. I still want to see her come. Still want to see her come back.
He did kill off a few.
He did, but he kept Harley, and he kept.
But he didn't have to bring
Waller.
anyone to begin with.
He did not. He could have started over completely, and he did not. So there's already that connection and that reverence there. Being a creative himself, James Gunn knows how much of a shit job that was on air. He gets that. Okay, no, this is a raw deal, and I think even in the past he's been one of the people, like when they were asking all the actors on the red carpet, Mark Maron from Variety was asking, "Would you want to see the air cut?" I think Gunn
said it about Henry too, that he got in a raw deal this entire time.
And also consider that for the last month or
so, he fired him, Ben. Come on,
right? but also consider that for the last.
Don't get Saggy started on Black Adam.
Oh no.
Don't. I can't.
But for like the last month or so, Gunn and Safran and even Zaslav for a little bit have just been torching the previous regime for like all of their past decisions. So it's a situation where like there is an empathy there that Gunn has for doing it, and there's a natural connection where I can do this at some point. The obstacle, the only thing that is in the way is exactly what Ayer said. But now when Ayer put it, he said he had the right to build his own universe. It's even bigger than that. Yes, he does have the right, but he's also got to get the wins. The DCU has to succeed to a point where David Zaslav will not tell him no when he decides to spend money on the Ayer cut.
And Gunn has seen the Ayer cut. Come on.
Absolutely he has.
Oh, yeah, he has.
Absolutely has. But the irony, of course, is that, and I'm not rooting for this, obviously, but if the DCU fails and Gunn and Safran are gone before or at their 4-year contract and somebody else takes over, what are the odds that other person is even going to give 2 shits about the Ayer cut whatsoever?
Like somebody else will
by
come
that
and
point,
wipe the whole thing
Snyder.
clean.
Exactly. By that point, the Snyderverse will be so long gone that it will be like starting another universe like Nolan did.
Yes.
I mean, is there a Snyderverse right now?
It depends on what he includes in the DCU.
We got the Flash that still has Snyderverse.
The Flash is still. I mean, just from that trailer alone, there's heavy Snyderverse in that trailer, no doubt. But I mean, it also Ben. I think it depends on what your definition of, because my definition of Snyderverse has always been different than a lot of people's.
Yeah, to me, it's the characters.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The cast.
The cast,
right?
Correct.
Not the movies, not the slate or any of that. No, certainly not.
The cast, yeah.
So if you're going to continue with Ezra, if you're going to continue with, whatever Gall decides to do, if she decides to stick around, if you're going to continue with Jason, although I don't know, we'll see how that goes. But if you do continue with Snyderverse actors going forward, then I do think that it remains in principle. It just becomes DCU with Snyderverse elements. Essentially, right? The Flash is their best shot of any of the 4 films this year to make $1 billion, and if it will,
it'll get close.
If it does, and Ezra remains on the straight and narrow, you don't get rid of him, or you don't get rid of them.
Man, if I kind of makes $1 billion, he could kill my fucking grandma, and nobody gives. Warner Brothers won't bat it out. But my grandma's already
what
passed
are you drinking, Ben? What's in those?
Why are you
both
killing
of my
off
grandma
grandmas?
already passed away. Chill the fuck out. They already
Damn, you
passed
killing
away.
off grandmas?
My grandma's passed away a long time ago.
Oh, that's cute. I remember when I had my first beer.
I'm kind of torn on that because one of the things they would have to consider is the risk factor of keeping Ezra, right? Because they're building this 10-year plan, and Ezra will probably be in the Justice League movie and all of that. And that is a lot of years of commitment to not doing anything risky. So I don't know if they're willing to take that bet.
Casey, I think it's a case where you're just gonna have to. He's gonna have to pull the RDJ. He's gonna have to. You know what I mean? Like that's why I like what Safran and Gunn said about how when the time comes, when they're ready, they'll meet with them and they'll hash that. But it's got to come from them. You know what I mean? Like that's.
Do you think they would keep that in the contract? This time?
What? Keep what in the contract?
Not fucking up?
Yeah,
Well, I would make them sign on a dotted line.
Yeah.
They need to be like at the end of the road, because that's, remember, I think RDJ one time he said something about what's the name, Passion of the Christ, the director, I'm having
Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson brought him on stage because he brought Mel Gibson on stage because Mel Gibson was the last person to give RDJ a chance when he was down on his luck. He had no money, no opportunities, and he was the only one who gave him a chance. And I think if Ezra is put in the same situation, maybe he changes his way. And hopefully he does. I'm not saying that is the same situation. What I'm saying is, hopefully that he changes his tune and all the things that have transpired throughout through the past year. I'm not saying any of that is true, but he was involved in the midst of it. You know what I mean? Like if he
it's just negative PR.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
If Ezra finds a way to stay the fuck away from all that drama, I think he's gonna be in the DCU for the rest until he wants to be part of this universe.
If that movie, I mean, you're confident that movie is going to make $1 billion.
I do.
I mean, I hope you're right. I do hope you're right.
I think so. I think so. It's just too many elements going in its favor.
Michael Keaton.
Yeah. Michael Keaton. The nostalgia factor. The movie looks amazing. It has been Affleck already. This already.
It has Man of Steel stuff,
it has
which
Man of
most
Steel
people
stuff.
think is the best DCEU movie.
Built in a lot of Snyderverse stuff that people are still fan of, and they're gonna continue to be fan of. So this is like, it will be like the perfect, like if this is the last Snyderverse esque movie.
Should have been the last.
Yeah, it will be the last.
Cancel band, they're coming for you.
It will be the perfect.
Aquaman 2 is gonna be written off for tax.
What is
for taxing purposes?
Aquaman 2.
No, I don't think. I don't think you can do that.
That movie. That's a weird one, man.
But I mean, I think it's clearly like it's so clear that the only movie that was written off. It's so clear why it was written off now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
At this point, and it still sucks for the creatives. It still sucks for Leslie Grace and Dilla Larby and Bilal Fallah, but it's not their fault. It's not a fucking fault.
Yeah.
It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson's fault.
It's whose fault?
No, it isn't.
Whose fault is it, Ray? Though.
No, I said it's Hamada's fault.
Oh, okay.
Well, because the problem is that when you don't have a fucking plan, and you just allow directors to do whatever they want and go, hey, let me use the Gordon from Justice League the Batman from
the Batman
89. That's the problem.
I feel like he had some sort of a small term plan, like
He did have a little bit.
Because he was thinking about Crisis.
Yes, he was thinking about getting Keaton set up this Batgirl and have Batman Beyond and stuff like that. Basically utilizing Keaton in a couple more projects. That was kind of his plan that got fucked up.
But then there was that whole news that we had about that animated
Batman Beyond,
which I remember hearing about years ago, and I thought, wow, that'd be sweet, because they were going to do like a Into the Spideyverse when it came to
I would have preferred that, like arcane type of animation for that.
I actually want a live action Blade Runner type movie, dude. Like,
I know,
I just can't get my head out of that.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is like he was gonna turn basically Batgirl into almost that.
Well, and okay, fine. If we want to give him a little bit of credit for having a little bit of a mini plan, kind of, sort of at the end, okay, fine. His execution through the majority of his reign got off.
Agreed.
And this is coming from someone who actually likes the majority of the movies under his watch. Like, I like Shazam, I like Birds of Prey. I know you don't like it.
Oh god, that's an awful movie.
Yes, I know you don't like it.
Birds of Prey.
I like I like the Suicide Squad.
You're alone in that one, buddy.
I
like the Suicide Squad.
I don't
the Suicide Squad.
The Suicide. Why? Yes, I like this. I do like this.
Starro rules.
I think that the Suicide Squad is Gunn's magnum opus for comic book movies.
What the fuck?
Whoa!
Oh yeah!
Whoa!
Oh yeah! I think it's better than both. Oh yeah!
Whoa!
I think it's better than both the Guardians movies.
Simmer the fuck down.
Absolutely. No, it's better than. Okay. If he. Okay. No, we already. Dave, we already had that show. Remember?
Yeah.
That was.
Wait,
I used to had this before.
Yeah,
you're saying
that's cool, but you're living in a fucking dream world, okay?
Need to say no more.
Okay. All right. That's fine. It's all fucking subjective, but that's fine. So,
it's true.
Let's
but
go.
no,
That's true.
no,
I
but
mean,
like
if you-
Guardians 1 is a classic.
Yeah.
and,
Guardians 1 is fucking awesome.
you know, okay, all right.
I can maybe give you an argument for Guardians 2.
Oh
But,
no, listen.
but even though I'm still kind of
Guardians 1 is a classic because it's changed so many things in so many movies. That it was that impactful.
Well, okay, but are we measuring? See, I feel like when it comes to what is that?
Uh-oh. Dun, 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 dun. Oh,
Ben is
man.
on fire.
Ben's gonna go fucking nuclear.
No.
That's a pretty cool effect. You gotta show me how you...
No, it's like
I'll show you, Dave.
But like when we have
Don't take my job. That's my job.
but like when we have these discussions, like it feels like we take 9 or 10 different things and then we try to like roll them into one. It's like, no, okay. Am I talking about measuring the movie's impact? No, I'm not talking about measuring the movie's impact. I'm talking about how I subjectively enjoyed it myself, right?
Yeah.
Because if you want to have a discussion about its impact, obviously it had massive impact. He wouldn't have been able to do the Suicide Squad if he hadn't made Guardians of the Galaxy work.
Or God of Fire.
Right. You know, like so that's so God of Fire.
What other options do they have though?
As far as what?
As far as hiring the head of DC studio. What other options do they have?
I'll tell you, Ben.
Tell me, please. Do tell me who.
Casey,
Please tell me. Don't fucking tell me that it was Debbie Snyder.
Casey, say it.
Please don't tell me.
Someone
Debbie
had
Snyder.
a plan for Superman.
Oh no.
And
Okay. I feel like at some point we've all been the villain tonight. Like at some point.
It looks that way.
Except for Dave. Dave for
Not
once
me.
is actually
No,
yeah,
David's
Dave is
like
actually-
like watching all this mess.
Yeah.
Dave,
Hey,
Dave is just
hey,
vibing
I
right now.
have 2 streams during the week where I talk nonstop and I pissed off Rachel Zegler. So it's your fucking guys. Yeah, it's all you guys.
Let's all get Dave to go all villain like. Let's go, Dave.
Hey, I already did when it came to Miss Zegler.
Oh,
yeah, I was the villain of her and her simps. Yeah,
Yeah, you never go after an actress, man. They
Oof, I know,
yeah.
right?
The army
Why
is
not?
strong.
Okay, we got somebody else joining right now.
I was already here.
That was perfect. That was a perfect
Andre.
entry to the
Wait, Nicotino, when he played that, I was like, wait, but I'm already here on the panel.
I knew it was
What up?
him.
There was
What
a
up,
plan.
Andre?
There was a plan for another DC czar.
Oh, okay. So we both get the farts. It's okay, Andre. I get it all the time.
Yeah, it is what it is.
What's going on, Andre? How you doing?
Good. You know, I got home. I flipped on the computer to log in, and the first thing I see on my Twitter timeline is the news about Tom Sizemore. I'm like, oh,
yeah,
that was rough. I mean, I know he had a rough go at it towards the end of his, career and or life, but God, the guy was in so many good movies.
What's your favorite, Andre?
Probably Saving Private Ryan. I loved him in that movie.
That's the one that
we
sticks
didn't
out.
even get
That's
to
the
that
one
one.
that
Yeah,
sticks
but
out.
that's
he was great in Heat.
Mhm.
There's so many. It's incredible. This guy, everything he was in, he was good.
He was a good character actor. He was never like the star, but when he was there, you're like, oh yeah, Tom Sizemore. There he is.
And he was
And
in
then
every big movie. It's just like, oh
was in
man.
a lot of big movies.
Dave, you brought up True Romance earlier, and like I've talked for years about how fucking insane that whole cast is, and like the fact that he's part of that.
Yeah,
he's in the
and
mix.
It always baffles my mind that that's Quentin Tarantino's technically
Quentin,
first
yeah.
movie. Like he sold that screenplay, and then he used that money to make Reservoir Dogs.
Well,
you know?
but I, you know what though, and I know that the story about like, what his original ending was going to be. You know what the original ending was going to be?
The True Romance.
No.
Yeah, the original ending was that Clarence actually was going to die, and Alabama was going to leave her alone, and she was going to raise Elvis by herself, essentially. So like that was Tarantino's original ending, and they shot that ending. Tony Scott actually did shoot an ending. Like there's a deleted scene where she walks out of the hotel by herself without mourning the death of Clarence. But Scott was the one that I think he was the one that changed it to having to, Clarence just lost his eye and they both left, which I'm fine with that ending because I never liked that he got shot incidentally in the middle of the gunfight. But I also love Tony Scott as a director. He also rest in peace. Yeah. Tony Scott was a
fucking madman when it came to that. You know what movie I really enjoyed from Tony Scott was, God damn it, I can't think of the movie. Robert Redford, Brad Pitt, where they were spies.
Spy Game.
Spy Game.
Yeah,
I think it's Spy Game. Yeah,
that was a great movie.
That was a really good movie.
I did Top Gun, obviously, but Enemy of the State.
Yeah.
Which, funny enough, Enemy of the State has the same kind of ending as True Romance.
Yeah, it's
a very similar ending, but also another loaded cast. Like Tony Scott was just good at like loading up his. Before he died, he did a fucking movie with Chris Pine and Denzel Washington with Rosario Dawson. Like,
Unstoppable. That's a good fucking movie too.
It is a good movie.
Unstoppable. That's true.
Wow. I'm looking at like the all the movies that Tom Sizemore has been in. I mean, this guy never stopped working. I mean, this guy went all the way up until.
He kept going.
Yeah, I mean, when did it end? His career. He stopped. He went all the way to 2022.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. No, he was still like up until the aneurysm. He was still definitely.
Alien Quest, Megalodon Rising. It just didn't stop. He didn't care. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna keep rocking this out. He was in Enemy of the State.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about.
Natural Born Killers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Natural Born Killers is one of those movies where it's just like, some people like would watch that movie and be like, "What the fuck did I just?"
That was
watch?
a weird movie.
I liked it.
That was a weird movie.
I'm like,
that's Woody Harrelson, right?
Woody Harrelson,
also written by Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah.
And also crazy Tommy Lee Jones.
Oh yeah,
and like isn't RDJ's in that too? Isn't he?
Who
isn't RDJ in that?
Yes, Robert
yes, he is.
I
think Tommy Lee Jones plays the warden.
He's the warden. Yep.
And then they rip his head off in the director's cut. It was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, speaking of Tom Sizemore, like some of the movies that stand out too is like, what is it? Pearl Harbor. He was great in that movie. Black Hawk Down. He was great in that movie.
Oh, he was in Black Hawk Down.
Yeah.
That's another insane cast. Black Hawk Down is another loaded, insane cast.
Hartnett, yeah.
Ewan McGregor.
Fucking Josh Hartnett should have been a superstar.
Who?
Superstar.
Josh Hartnett.
He could have been.
Well, he was kinda. He was like a heartthrob. You know what? Nobody sleep on 40 Days, 40 Nights. That movie is fucking excellent.
Fact.
Romantic comedy, R-rated, about a dude.
I love it.
I never saw.
And Shannon Sosamon, I had a crush on her. Like
Knight's Tale. Knight's Tale.
Yes.
Yeah.
Knight's Tale.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, I actually really enjoyed that movie. And then don't sleep on Lucky Number 11. That movie is excellent.
Oh, that was a good movie.
Lucky Number 11.
That's a good movie.
Excellent.
I like that one.
Morgan Freeman, Ben, what the fuck is his name?
Kingsley.
Thank you. Yeah, and another loaded cast. Stanley Tucci's in that, which he's always great.
Yeah.
And that was like one of those like who done it? What the fuck? Lucky Number 11 is excellent. Put that on your list, KC.
Oh, he was in Crash too. Wow.
Who was he in
Crash? I love Crash.
He was in Crash? Seriously?
Yeah.
Like
that was the first time I saw Michael Pena.
The one that won Best Picture. Crash.
Yeah.
That one. Okay.
Yeah.
Crash.
I do not remember Tom Sizemore in Crash.
He's in everything, man. He's in
I remember Matt Dillon.
He was the cop.
No, he
was in the movie.
Wasn't he the cop?
Was he one of the cops?
He starred in a movie called Badass.
No, I thought Matt Dillon was the cop.
Matt Dillon was the cop.
Right.
He's probably a side
his
character.
Father. Yeah, I think he was. Who played his father? Was it John Voight?
Maybe. I mean, that would make sense.
I don't remember. I'm trying to find like the last like big movie he did. But there's so many of them. It's crazy.
Close IMDb.
I know. It's just distracting me. It just keeps going. And
Andre,
going.
I have a question for you.
What's up?
What did you think of David Ayer's comment?
Which one? He made a couple of comments.
The one about the good things are coming and stuff like that.
I think that if you look at the history of David Ayer, he's always been a very professional individual. You know, not looking to throw anyone really under the bus. I mean, he's made some comments here and there to kind of defend his cut of the movie. But I mean, when it comes to someone like James Gunn, I mean, he literally said, you know, the guy deserves a chance to create his own universe before revisiting the past. And what's funny is that, like, or I think he said before visiting the past. But either way, I felt like that was a stronger statement than, you know, be patient, good things come in the end, or whatever it was. But he said before visiting the past. And I think that people kind of overlook that statement because it makes a lot of sense, because as much as we all want to see the Ayer cut, there's no way that James Gunn and DC Studios and David Zaslav want, you know, are like, hey, before we move any further, let's make sure to release the Ayer cut.
Right.
So we can rally up all the fans again to restore the Snyderverse. No, they're not going to. I think, you know, will we ever get the Ayer cut? I think eventually we will, but I think it'll be well into the you know, 5 to 10 years from now. Then all of a sudden, boom, there it is. Because right now it doesn't fit into what they're trying to do. Not to mention, like, I just don't see James Gunn doing that. I wish he would, but I don't see that as a logical choice for him to do.
I think he'll do it. Like I was saying earlier, I think because of his, you know, not just the professional respect that he has for Ayer and the situation he was in, but also the connection that they have between the Suicide Squad characters, specifically the ones that he continued with. I think that after he gets some significant wins in the DC, and that's the irony of this, Andre, is, you know, for all the people that want James Gunn and Peter Safran fired, he's literally the best shot you have for the Ayer cut to release. Because if he succeeds, if the DCU succeeds and he builds up enough cachet to where Zaslav will not tell him no when he wants to release the Ayer cut, then that's when he can do it. Now, how long that takes, who knows? But
yes,
this is the best shot for that.
I would wholeheartedly agree, because I mean, to me, it doesn't make any sense to say, okay, let's release the Ayer cut before I release anything on my slate, and then because I mean, you run the chance of derailing everything, you know.
Yeah.
So
yes.
So I think that it's like you were saying, Ray. If it does get released, it won't be until we're well into James Gunn's universe, his slate, his version of DC universe, and then you'll get that, you know, somehow.
And it has to succeed. That's the thing, right? Like Superman Legacy is going to hit, right?
Yes.
And you know, Creature Commandos and Waller, like these have got to.
There needs to be some wins.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
and then maybe they could be like, hey, guess what, guys? Remember, like, and then I mean, obviously, we don't know what's going to be happening with further when it comes to Suicide Squad. Obviously, we know Amanda Waller is going to have her own series, but we don't know about another Suicide Squad yet. I don't know. Who knows what's going to be happening with that? And then maybe when they had a meeting, they were like, well, if we just, you know, if like on chapter 2 or 3 or whatever the hell, you know, they're going to approach this thing, it's like maybe we can bring everybody back to it during this. If like we get enough wins where we get to this point, we could remind people like, hey, remember when Suicide Squad came out, you know, like 8 years ago, 9 years ago, whatever the fuck, and nobody, you know, I mean, it just, you know, this is a different version, and then they could maybe, I don't know. There's just so many, like, it's not the same as the Snyder Cut, obviously, even though we all want it. It's just not the same. It wasn't as much of a push, first off, and right now there's like this whole new universe that's being. That actually has a plan. There wasn't a plan when the whole Snyderverse, or when Snyder Cut was finally
no DC Studios.
Yeah, there was no DC Studios. There was just nothing that was happening. So there you can understand why, like, there were people like that were like, yeah, let's just fucking do it and put it on HBO Max. And that was during the pandemic too, which helped because it was just like they needed things for streaming, and they were doing the day and date thing. So it just there was just like a lot of things like aligned. I mean, even though, you know, we wish the pandemic didn't happen, but at the same time, there's just a lot of things that align. Yes. So when it comes to the Ayer cut, it's just that's a little more rough. Now it's not going to cost as much to finish. I mean, from what I gathered, $6 to $7 million, probably, you know,
right?
What do you make that t-shirt? The $7 million club. But you know, But yeah, I'm just saying
the 6 to 7 club.
Yeah, the 6 to 7.
No, but even 6 to 7 million, you can't spend that now when you're pinching pennies. You gotta
They're
get out
still
of
in debt. They're still
Right.
very much in debt.
Exactly.
Whatever they're spending on needs to add to the DCU. So
Exactly.
Suicide Squad is not adding to the DCU.
No,
Plus,
not.
their entire focus right now, I mean, not right now, but for the DCU when it begins, it should be on Superman making a big successful, box office, because not only because it's the setup for the entire DCU and the plan that begins with that movie, but also because Superman as a character is probably at an all-time low right now, because Superman Returns, let's start with Superman 3 and 4. They were not successful enough. Superman Returns was not successful. Man of Steel came out. Some people say that it underperformed, or not everyone loved it. Batman v Superman happened. Justice League happened, and the whole Henry Cavill situation happened, and now we have the Superman movie for the DCU. This movie needs to be successful. It cannot fail at all.
Well, and
it has to do two things. It has to be financially successful, and it has to be important for the larger story that they're going to try to tell in this DCU.
Right.
Make this guy the main focus of this universe. Otherwise, it's just going to be like a throwaway character.
And everything that you guys are saying is precisely like the crux of my argument on why I'm not worried if he ends up being the one that directs it. Because
I want him to direct it because it's his script.
But you know how it is, Casey and Ben. You know that there are people out there that are just convinced he's going to turn this into the Thor. He's going to do the Thor treatment with it, even though
It's gonna be a bunch of dick and fart jokes, man.
Right. And to me, like, it's not just that he I think he has too much reverence for the source material. Number one, and number two, he has to understand the immense pressure that take the gif of Jordan Peele sweating and multiply that by 10. That is him. That is him. Like, when it comes to this movie,
that's also because see, I feel like Gunn is a type of creator that would kind of be nervous about, because of the pressure, would kind of be nervous about not making this movie himself.
I get it. Yep.
Because it's his script, and he might not be that confident in someone else getting what he's wanting to make here.
No,
so
he said it the other day. He was like, I figured out a way how to crack Superman.
Right. I brought that up earlier. With what you're saying. Yeah.
So
yeah.
Do you guys think? Well, I mean, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry about that, but
no, I interrupted you.
But he said, he was like, I've never lied to the fans. And, I put a tweet afterwards saying, it's all about context, you guys. Like, now does it make more sense what he's saying? Because honestly, it's like, people were like, oh, he's a liar. He's a liar. But the examples, the examples that they're using,
people aren't allowed to change their minds.
Well, but not only that, though, but it's like the examples that they're using to frame him as a liar are the worst examples you could possibly use. It'd be one thing if you said, I didn't fire Henry Cavill. Then Henry Cavill came out and said, I was fired. I was definitely fired. And it's like, oh, someone's lying here. But no, the things that he said was, they're like, oh, well, he doesn't want to be the DC president. He said that, and now he is. And he clearly said, yeah, I didn't want to be the sole DC president. When they said I could do it with Peter Safran, I said, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I'll do it now. Yeah. But it's kind of like, oh, but no, you can't, because you said earlier that you didn't want to do it. It's kind of like, okay.
But he also elaborated, and he said, I wanted to be on the more creative side, not the business side. And that's why he wanted a partner, so that he can focus on the creative.
And that was the reason even we were discussing that he can't take that role, or Zack Snyder could take that role, because these are creatives.
We've been saying that for the last couple of years. That you can't hand a studio, whenever they would suggest any like creative to take over the studios. It's like, no, somebody's got to figure out how.
We're talking about Ray. Debbie Snyder could handle the
Debbie Snyder. I've been hearing that Debbie Snyder is going to do it.
They want to punch the creative and the business side.
No one, and no one.
She's going to ditch Zach to go run DC Studios.
Just like make the Batfleck movie. Nobody ever asked if that was what either one of them wanted to fucking do. No one ever asked.
I mean, is anybody asking Netflix if they want to buy the fucking Snyderverse?
Oh, here we go. No, but it's like, as much as I would love to see a Affleck movie, and I know that every one of you guys would want to see it as well on this panel.
Nah, I'm over it. Just kidding.
Yeah, me too.
No, but it's like, when has I'm curious, when has Ben Affleck ever said, like, you know what, I really want to do the solo Batman movie, but I just didn't get the chance. He's never said that.
He's the opposite. He always says that I don't want to be that. I don't want to do this, and then he keeps ending up doing
people who are like twisting his words, like, well, that doesn't sound like he's walking away. It's kind of like, look, dude, he's never firmly said, like, yeah, I want to be Batman. What the hell, man? I want to be Batman. And I think if he did, I think if he said, I would love another opportunity to play Batman, for a few more movies, that'd be an entirely different story. But he never has said that.
Guys, stop speaking for people. You guys,
I know.
Stop speaking for them. Except us.
Meanwhile, they're speaking.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
they're
like, no, we're not. Yeah, you are. So.
Well, I actually,
the whole hashtag, like, bring back Henry Cavill. Like, I'm like, do you actually think that Henry Cavill now wants to come back again? Like, after getting burned this time, you think Henry Cavill's gonna want to come back?
The thing is that they keep saying, oh, well, sell the Snyderverse to Netflix. So, okay, let's just say, let's say Dave Pena is the head of DC Studios, right?
I should don't take the job. Don't take the job.
And then I'm Zack Snyder, right? But I'm just me. I'm Andre, right? And so they sell it to Netflix, right? They sell it to Netflix, and then I'm like, cool. You think Dave's gonna be like, all right, cool, man. Hey, do what you're gonna do. Have fun, and just give me a call if you need anything. No, he's gonna be on the set every day. He's gonna be in the creative or in the writer's room with everybody. Okay, what exactly are you planning on doing with the characters? Okay, this is my story. So it's not like he's going to have total freedom to do whatever he wants. They're still going to be in the room. You know what I mean?
And that's even assuming that DC Studios would ever even remotely think about selling the Justice League characters
exactly
to Netflix.
But my point is like,
especially
they sold Dead Boy Detective.
Who the fuck has read Dead Boy in here?
Okay, but Ben, I'll do you one better. I hadn't heard of them until Doom Patrol.
Thank you very much.
And they sold Sandman and Sweet
That
Tooth.
is why I asked last time if they're the same thing. I didn't know the Sandman connection at all.
I seen Deadman.
But guys, you're missing,
right back.
You're missing all of the points. You guys are wrong. Zach has showed interest because he likes stuff on Vero. You guys are full of crap.
Well, I mean, look, Zach's gonna like it because look, it's something that the fans are.
He's a nice
guy.
But
and it's also something the fans are doing together, and so he's not going to be like, he's not going to be like, hey guys, don't do that, and then then they go, oh, you're a sellout. Who knows what it will lead to? But he's just being supportive of his fans, and that's great. And look, like I said before, I mean, there's good people that are a part of that hashtag movement, but at the same time, it's like I find it like you have to be very naive to think that Warner Brothers and or DC Studios is not going to be involved in whatever is happening if for some crazy reason they sold the rights or leased the rights to Netflix.
Naive is such a nice way to say it.
But you know what I mean?
I'm thinking stupid.
Everyone here woke up and chose violence.
I can find a meaner word. I have a meaner word than stupid.
What? Mentally impaired.
I have a lot of meaner words.
Don't say the R word.
Don't say the R word.
I wouldn't do that.
No, certainly not.
I wouldn't do that.
No, delusional. Delusional.
No,
absolutely delusional.
Well, and
lack of oxygen at birth.
Yeah, bleed.
God. I think what Steven said was so perfect when he was like, it's embarrassing, And,
it is embarrassing.
And I feel bad saying that too, but I just look. Do I wish it would happen? Yeah, but I just don't think that even if it does happen, it's not like they're going to hand it to him on a silver platter and Netflix is going to go, hey, don't worry about Warner Bros. DC Studios. We got your back, Zach. No, they're going to be like, okay, hey, they want to be in the room too, so you better let them in.
I love how Gunn snapped once on this topic.
Yes.
You know, this is one of the weirdest. Yeah.
The wackiest.
He gave them like the flat earther response. This is the wackiest shit ever.
Yeah, he did. He gave him the flat earther.
So you guys think we're on a flat disc and the sun just, you know.
Yeah, the sun is round.
And we're surrounded by an ice
but
wall.
Guess what?
Yeah.
I think what it is too is that, you know, you have a large number of fans that, you know, some of well, no, I wouldn't say that. I mean, well, maybe, but
No, I would.
I think a lot of the, I think a large group of them, you know, were. It sounds mean saying this. I don't like saying this kind of stuff. But
It's not being so fucking political, man. Fuck them.
He's based. I'll say
it. It just feels like they showed up late to the party, and since all of us left the party,
worried about saying that.
No, well,
I thought you were gonna. I
don't want to be mean, but you guys are targeting the party.
But it feels like a large group of people showed up late to the party, and all that was left at the party were everyone who got casted off, and they were like, "Hey, what's going on with the party? Is this thing still going?" Like, "Oh yeah, here, let me tell you all about it," you know. And then
that's
now
exactly what happened, though.
And now
it's exactly what happened.
It's become what it is now.
I thought you were gonna say that this is the only thing that they have in their life.
Hashtag we
I'm not gonna say that because I don't know everyone on that
No,
personal level.
no, it is.
For some of them, I would say yes.
It's become
they don't
part
want
of
to let it go.
it's literally become part of some of these people's identity, and they just don't know what they would do without it. And that's the problem, is that they have literally made this part of who they are, and they just literally are like, yeah, this is my life now.
It's all they have.
It's
all they have.
I mean,
you could ask any of those individuals anything outside of that, they'd be like, huh? What? Who?
Oh, Jacob, I'm so sorry.
I mean, look, like there's a reason why there's a YouTube channel out there that doesn't cover anything other than DC because they don't know anything else, and it's always been that way, and so they have to hang on to everything that is put out by DC.
What?
It's like that's all I can focus on. It's ridiculous, but
it's not on you, Ben. He's not talking about you.
Oh, my channel is my channel is this.
No,
you fucking
cover
taking shot,
everything.
motherfucker. You don't want it with me.
Listen, he's on his fourth White Claw, Andre. Careful.
I know they look so
I'm
good
on my
too.
fourth White Claw and 3 fucking shots of tequila. You don't want
to you really like White Claw?
I like
White Claws are good. What's wrong with White Claws?
I'm trying to lose weight and then
okay.
It's just like 100 calories.
No.
You look pretty cut.
That I get. No, I totally
you look
get.
Kind of
like,
Snyder cut.
Yeah.
Oh, good. But
because no regular craft beer is shit.
Big potbelly. Yeah.
Well, you gotta. I mean, that's why Momoa climbs trees and shit, right? And it can still drink pints of Guinness. That's how he works that shit off.
I love that. I love that. Yeah, remember when they were like, "Look at Jason Momoa's dad bod." I'm like,
his dad bod is me ripped. Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
I wish I had his body.
I'm like, yeah, if I fucking did a month of just straight up eating,
did they try to say that for Zac Efron too?
Oh fuck that guy. That guy is like, dude, that guy is genetically.
He's like genetically enhanced.
He's on.
I'm actually
Captain America serum.
happy that he couldn't sleep during Baywatch because he was trying to get so ripped. It was ridiculous. That
was such a bad movie.
And it was like, dude, you made it. Yeah, that was a shit movie.
Well, I had no interest.
You took
that.
He definitely took the Captain America serum.
What are you talking about? Dwayne Johnson was in it.
That doesn't mean shit.
So I have to see everything. Okay, I
remember sitting in that movie theater like going, "Oh."
I haven't seen Rampage. I haven't seen San Andreas. I haven't seen the Die Hard ripoff.
San Andreas was good.
I like San Andreas.
Rampage and San Andreas are enjoyable.
What was the Die Hard ripoff where he had one leg? What was that?
In Rampage, I like Rampage.
High Tower.
Yeah, he's in a. He's
skyscraper.
High rise.
He's literally in a bit. It's literally a.
He has like one leg or something.
Bruce Willis should sue him. should have sued him or
No,
Fox or whatever.
it was a little different. It's actually
very
not that
different.
bad because Carla Gugino's in that song.
Ooh,
Okay.
Yeah. Jumanji 1 was also good. I haven't.
Yeah.
Yes, Jumanji
The
1 was
second one wasn't
very
that
good.
great.
See, and I haven't.
You know which one movie I like? Faster. Where he
Okay,
killed
yes, I do like it.
I like
Yes,
that
do
movie
like
a
Faster.
lot.
I do like
I
that.
also like.
Oh, dude,
Central Intelligence.
pre Dwayne Johnson before he was huge, he had some good fucking Gridiron
Yes.
Gang was a fucking good movie.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
He's too big now.
Yeah, he's way too big. Now he has to do like the
Easy
like,
Saggy.
these big crazy movies all the time. I'm like,
Yeah.
go back
Wait,
to
what?
doing smaller movies.
Wait, what did Casey? What'd you say?
Is he too big?
What are you talking about?
If he was,
I know
if he was,
he's not even drinking, and all of a sudden he just dropped to like,
Yeah.
does Dwayne Johnson have a big?
Well, he's got that.
no.
well, he-
What I meant was, if he was too big, Black Adam.
Oh, I
would have
thought, yeah,
been-
sure. That's
yeah,
what you meant.
whatever.
All right.
That's
there
what
we
you
go.
meant. No, you meant.
Oh, Dick.
That's what you meant.
Wait, I was a little confused by that too. I was like, Casey, what did you just say to
No, I
me?
was.
Valid
Is he too
conversation.
big, Saggy? I was gonna say, are you?
Have you?
I'm glad I have that Zack Snyder like drop right there. I mean, if anybody wants to know the context, they were asking what Robin is his favorite, and he went, Dick. So
Don't
it's just
ruin
funny.
the video.
I would agree with
Dave.
that. I would
Yeah.
agree with him on that. Dick Grayson is my favorite Robin for sure.
That's why he killed
Y'all
him.
like too
Yes.
much dick.
I don't know why. I don't know why Damien would be anyone's favorite Robin.
You like to
So
mix it
that-
up, right, Saggy?
I don't like him either. Wait, what?
Damien is
Wait,
my
what,
second
Ben?
favorite.
You like to mix
Shots
it up,
fired.
right?
Yes, we do like to mix it up in here.
I know. You're my
Yeah,
type
see?
of girl.
See, exactly. Ben is feeling too nice.
Oh, dude, he's well. You heard what he drank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See how he
that
looked-
was-
see how he
Crack
looked
up one
over
more
his
White
like,
Claw.
No, she's
I'm not.
leaking.
I'm not
She's
sure. Yeah, when he said what he was drinking, I was like, is that a wise concoction? I don't know. Should you be
You have
mixing?
to.
Should
I
you be
already told
mixing
you, I'm getting-
tequila
If you're
and
drinking
White Claw?
you have to take shots in between.
Yeah.
because-
In between, yeah.
Otherwise,
I-
he's gonna drink the whole 12-pack of White Claw because
There you
Oh,
go.
okay. Yeah.
How the
What-
fuck do you know that I bought a 12-pack, though?
Because that's what they come in.
They come in 12 packs.
No, there's a 6-pack. That's a
Oh,
little
you
6-pack.
Yeah, but most people
Oh.
buy them in 12s, not 6. Unless,
That's
it's not
true.
even summertime either.
I mean,
so.
A
you
real
find-
man buys 12.
I mean, but could you find something a
the
little less? Could
rundown.
you
How
find
Jordan
something
put the
a little
rundown.
less rocket fuely
rundown.
than tequila?
Nah, I need to get the. I had a fucking rough week. I need to get fucked up.
Yes.
Nice.
No, you know
That's
what?
when
Okay,
you tweeted it out
you know
tonight,
what?
Ben. You're like,
Oh,
should
yeah, I
drink?
did. I did tweet it out.
No,
Yeah,
I don't know how your week went, and I don't need to know. That's your own business, whatever. But
Holy
I had
shit.
I could tell
had-
you. Let me tell you. By the way, nice getting going.
No, I have had
The AIs are taking over for him.
the end of February was awesome. The beginning of March has sucked ass. Because I was on my way to get my hair cut on Wednesday morning before work, and fucking pothole shredded my tire and busted one of my rims.
Yeah. My
Yeah,
God.
and
Here,
to
I'm gonna
make-
go get
and-
something to drink. Hold on. Or keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, get
and,
something.
and to make matters worse, it's like, okay, we have the tire, but you need a new rim, and it won't be here until Monday.
Yeah.
It's nothing.
Great.
It's been,
Ben, if it makes you feel better,
That's
if it makes
nothing.
you feel better, Ben.
what-
I don't go out much because I don't know, pandemic messed me up and I stay in a lot. And my hair is starting to dread and I need to go get my hair did. So I have dreads in my hair right now. Not good
okay.
looking dreads either. Not good looking ones either.
Not good looking ones.
I actually had to pull some out when I realized I was like, oh, so my hair is dreading.
Oh,
So I had to, pull some hair out.
okay.
By the way, I do brush my hair, but my hair is like wicked thick. Listen, y'all don't understand black women
Wicked
hair. Okay?
thick. She
Wicked
said
Well,
wicked.
I mean,
she
so,
bossed
some of us understand
Yeah.
a little with black women hair. I don't have black women hair, but I have been, but
Phrasing.
I've had to deal with it.
I used to have black woman hair.
say.
I used to have braids. I miss my fucking braids.
But remember,
I need to
like,
get braids too.
Yeah.
Casey has the best hair of all of us.
Yeah, fuck Casey and his good looks
Oh,
and good
thick
hair.
and luscious.
Damn, this Casey hate tonight. What is
Yeah.
happening?
The wind
Bring
will
it on.
actually blow Casey's fucking hair.
Casey, it's okay. I still will simp for you. It's okay. I'll simp for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Man, we went off on a tangent. I don't even know what the fuck we were talking about before we got to hair.
We were talking about Superman's legacy.
Yeah, we were.
This turned into a Zoom call.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted Ben to feel good about his bad
So
day
do we
and say,
think
"Hey, I
that
got dreads."
So do we think James Gunn Superman's gonna have black girl hair? Is that where we're at?
Oh, by the way, I was gonna
I
bring
hope he's
up
bald.
this.
I think Superman's gonna go to Cancun and get cornrows.
Yeah.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen.
Joking aside.
But see, okay, so one of the things I wonder, and I even talked about this maybe earlier on the stream, was like we obviously there's gonna be the Superman tropes, but he's got to put something a little bit fresh in there. There's got to be something fresh in there. And it's like, and that's what I'm kind of curious about. That's why when I go back to his tweet that said, I didn't want to tackle Superman, but then, a couple years later, I figured out something and then took the job. And I went,
that was gonna be my question.
I want to know. I mean, that's what I'm very curious now that he's revealed that, which smart on him again. Like I do say, I even said it about responding to those tweets, like pick your battles. But then now, I said that on Wednesday, but now I'm kind of going like, wow, I actually do like the fact that he said this. I mean, obviously he goes, I don't lie to fans. And I'm like, yeah, well, but you probably fluff a little bit. Come on, let's face it, James. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying like I'm not calling you a liar, but you probably fluff a little bit of things. Sure. That's your job. That's your job being in the business. It's totally like that. But now just thinking about it and talking about it with you guys is the fact that he said that he figured something out with Superman. Now I'm so intrigued. What happened? Was it like when he was driving in fucking stupid traffic? Was he on the shitter? Was he like, what was happening? Like, and he just like all of a sudden, ding, like a light bulb. I got it.
Allow me to start. I'll give you, without joking, I'll give you the exact formula he's gonna be implementing.
All right, Jay-Z, go ahead.
Okay.
I swear to God, if you got
not
this
a joke.
from Reddit, you better not have got this from
No.
no.
It's not a leak. It's not a joke.
Full screen.
Okay.
It's because Casey is secretly DMing Jennifer Holland.
Yes.
Anyway,
He's a plant. He's a DC plant. I see it.
Yes. So
Casey is a double agent for Marvel.
The formula to figure out a Superman movie is perfect for James Gunn because he understands characters and the character dynamics really well, right? Those are the basics that he's really good at. So the formula to figuring out Superman is to have the Superman immediate characters around him present all the time, him interacting with them, keep Superman modern, and bring in Crypto.
Oh God!
You have to have Crypto.
That would be the ultimate middle finger to Dwayne Johnson. Like
the only reason I'm saying this is because firstly, obviously James Gunn, likes to have animals and stuff in this, movies. The second reason,
he's an animal lover
sounds
too.
Bad.
The second reason and the main reason is the audiences can easily be manipulated if you have an animal in a
pet. Yeah.
Wow.
Simple as that.
John Wick is proof of that.
There you go.
I know the whole John Wick franchise is based on the fact that somebody killed his adorable fucking little beagle.
Yeah, that's it. It's not even about
It's not
about the cars.
I can't. It's hard for me to watch that scene. I just I go, okay, get to the fucking gun fu shit. I don't want to.
Crypto is gonna be bigger than Baby Yoda. He's gonna sell all the merch. I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Who is Baby Yoda? His name is Grogu.
Grogu.
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
Get it right.
I'm sorry.
So you think he's gonna have like a Maltese, like pretty little white puppy?
Yes.
Baby
Crypto is the key. I'm telling you.
He's got a point though. I mean, pets are like animals, especially like dogs and pets and cats. It's like, I have a hard time watching I Am Legend because I know the dog is going to turn.
See, that was
hard.
That one's worse.
That's worse.
To me, that one's way worse than John Wick.
The way that they shot it when like it just zeroes in on
it's
Will
on his
Smith's
face, and you just see the pain.
He's just like, holding back as you could like see him like
killing your own child.
That is so much. Yes.
That was the worst scene.
Yes.
And when I'm watching the movie, I'm like, please, I hope this dog doesn't die. And then when that scene happens, I was like, oh god, this is horrible.
Okay, all right, hang on, time out.
Sam was a boss, though. Sam was a boss.
Quick sidebar. Just really quick sidebar. They're making a sequel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Using the alternate ending,
right?
Which should have been the ending to begin with. The theatrical side.
Well, somebody said it in test screening that the other ending was the people who saw it thought the other ending.
But that is just fantastic to me. How the studio is literally acknowledging, yeah, we fucked up the ending.
I love that. Pretty much.
They should do that.
Well, it's not the first time. Like they did the same thing with the butterfly effect.
Well, wasn't it a book?
Well,
it was a book, right? I Am Legend.
The first ending, I've seen the other ending of Butterfly Effect, where like he dies because he choked himself with his.
Yeah,
that's
like different endings.
Yeah.
I didn't actually. I mean, that was interesting, but I actually liked the other ending where he just, does that, and then all of a sudden he sees her. Like they did that whole thing where like he's like talking to like his like current wife, and then all of a sudden Amy Smart ends up walking in that crowd, and he's like, "Oh shit!" I actually like that ending better than the whole, like choke myself in the uterus. Like
it was weird. No, it was weird.
It was a little weird. It was a little weird
because, like, if you went back to that point in your life, your brain isn't developed enough to have
it was a little
memories.
I mean,
your muscles to do that.
That was really far fetched.
Yeah, that was suspension. That was way too far.
I liked it better that he just like he went back to him as a kid and just like fucking said that shit to her. I love the butterfly effect. I think that was, like,
I love that movie too.
That was like
that was one of the few time travel movies that didn't have a paradox. Well, it did have a paradox, but
well, I like time travel movies that don't have a time machine. Like I like the time machine movies, but then when you don't have the time machine, and like, that's what I really liked about that movie. It was like this whole, and I don't know, I just love that movie. I didn't like the alternate ending. I like the ending that they actually put. So
what was that one? The Sound of Thunder. I thought I didn't really like that one either. That was the one where they laid that track down and then he stepped off of it and then it like disrupted time. It was halfway through it, I was like, dude, what is happening?
What about Source Code?
Oh,
I like
Source Code actually.
Source Code. That's like
like it has a twist and it's like it was there the whole time.
Yeah, it's like damn. All right. Yeah,
it was already.
Yeah, no,
that was a good one. I liked it.
That I Am Legend is a book, but like I was just going back to I Am Legend. I never read the book. Did the book end? Like, how did the book end? I don't know.
I don't know. I never read it
either. Yeah, Scott is not here today.
Scott is not here.
Of course, Scott. Of course. The one time we need
the one time we're missing. I know. The one time we need the book guy.
Yeah, we with the dummy crowd today.
Yeah. But honestly, the best time travel movie. The best time travel movie.
I saw you reading.
What?
Yes.
Live stream for dummies.
What it is.
Good one.
Jeez. Well, which one, Andre? What's your favorite?
Well, I mean, aside from like Back to the Future and like Terminator, right? For me, my favorite is Groundhog's Day. You can't beat that. There's no machine. He's just stuck.
I love that movie.
Edge of Tomorrow was also good.
Okay, no, Edge of Tomorrow. I love Edge of Tomorrow.
I love Edge of
Tomorrow. But have you guys seen Palm Springs?
No, I haven't seen
Palm Springs. No,
because that's the one with Sandberg and Kristen Milioti, who will be Sophia Falcone in The Penguin. But it's
it's a time loop movie.
It's Groundhog Day with two people and an explanation for how it works. But it's awesome. Like I really liked it. Like it was one of those because it's a Hulu movie. It's a straight to Hulu streaming movie.
What's the name of the movie?
Palm Springs.
It's a show, right?
No, it's a movie. It's
a city as well.
It's a Hulu original movie. Yes, it is. True. But
thank you for the geography.
In the middle of the pandemic, like Scott and I were doing a Patreon show called Fans Without Borders plus shit that Brent won't watch, because there were a bunch of movies that Brent wouldn't watch that he and I wanted to see. And so when we were all at home, we were like, okay, well, what about these streaming movies? Because The Old Guard came out at that time. Greyhound came out at that time, which was really. I don't know if you guys seen Greyhound. The
Andy Samberg.
Yeah, Andy Samberg with Palm Springs.
Oh, that's a fucking hard pass. Go on.
Oh, you don't like me?
Oh, you don't like that? Okay. All right.
That's a fucking
Not an
hard
Andy
pass.
Samberg fan, apparently.
Hey, that's
Actually, you know what? Here's another good
You
one.
don't like the Lonely Island Boys? What the hell?
Fuck that.
Hey, you know what? That's how I feel about Ben Stiller.
You know what?
Has anyone seen?
How fucking dare you?
Ray, what?
How?
Okay, if you don't like Ben Stiller, you need to watch Severance. Then you like him.
Ooh. But
he
he's not
even-
in it. He just directs it.
I was about to say he's not the
You need to watch Simple Jack.
No, see, and Andre like
Tropic Thunder.
Perfect example.
Walter Mitty.
Tropic
Walter
Thunder,
Mitty?
like everybody
talked
else
about
in
this
Tropic
last
Thunder
week.
saved the movie for me, right? Like Jack Black, Robert Downey Jr., and definitely Tom Cruise. Like everyone else is funny. He could fucking kick rocks. I don't like him.
Yeah, but that's his movie.
I love Dodgeball.
I mean,
love
yes, it is
something
technically
else.
his movie, but no.
Okay,
Fuck
but you gotta watch
Zoolander,
Severance.
I don't like.
I love Zoolander, not the second one, but
Yeah, the second
No.
one.
Yeah, the
Just-
second one was
just not a
not very
fan.
good.
I didn't even like him when he was in Tenenbaums. I'm like, damn it, why is he in here?
Yeah, the Tenenbaum.
You just don't like him at this point.
No, I don't. Not a
Okay,
fan.
maybe
sometimes you just have
Ray.
like
Maybe
a-
you just
Meet
maybe
the
he just
Parents,
doesn't
the
like
first one,
seeing him.
great movie.
Maybe he should have shown up in Wakanda Forever.
Why? So he could be as weak as the other white characters that were in the movie?
Ooh.
That one was Wakanda Forever.
Those were the weakest. Those were the weak.
Hey, half of me is offended right now.
I'm sorry, but that was the weakest. Those were the.
Half of me.
Those were the.
Okay,
weakest
maybe
parts of the
Ray.
movie.
Maybe you just don't like seeing him, but he's talent. So watch Severance.
Yeah.
Wow, this stream is fire.
Yo,
What is
you know,
happening?
now that you mentioned about weak characters and white weak characters in Wakanda Forever, what's the name? Elaine. And
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Elaine Bennis.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
talking about.
yeah.
Why is she even a
Yes.
villain?
Such an odd casting.
Listen,
When I saw her, I was
Yes.
like,
because they're trying to make her they're trying to make her the new Fury for the Thunderbolts.
yeah,
Yes,
like,
I'm like,
right?
why is she?
Julia Louis Dreyfus?
She's also replacing
her.
She's also
Like,
replacing kind of Agent Coulson or Director Coulson.
It's
That's a
just
terrible
weird to see her
replacement.
It is
there.
weird.
It's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
It's like in,
Coulson was awesome.
there's something
It's
about
just
Mary
been weird.
when he's like,
I
"What
don't
the hell's
believe
Brett
like
Favre doing here?" You know?
like
It's
every
kinda
time
what's
she's
this
like
been
try to
doing
be
here?
like every time she try to be tough, I'm like, bitch, I don't believe you. You fucking Elaine from
No, okay. See, and I agree with you on that. I will agree with you on that because every time that we've seen her, like in Falcon and Winter Soldier, when she's like talking to
Black
U.S. Agent,
Widow.
I'm like, you just seem like a con artist.
God,
I don't
thank
buy
you.
any of.
I don't
what
buy
you're
you.
talking-
I almost thought
doesn't
Ray was going to
fit.
say the other C word. I was like,
Doesn't
whoa,
fit.
Ray, whoa.
Whoa!
I wasn't gonna do that.
I was
I'm not
like,
gonna do
damn,
that, no.
Ray, Ray.
You know who should have played her? Elizabeth Shue.
Ah, yes. Bringing it back full circle.
Yeah.
Okay,
Casey.
okay. I would have bought that. I mean,
Yeah, me
especially after
too.
season
Yeah,
one
I
of the
could see
boys, I would have
that.
bought that.
Hey,
I definitely
cheers
would
to
have bought
that.
that.
Or
yeah.
Carla Gugino, man.
Yeah, she looked like
Mm.
she acts like a mean
Yeah.
girl sometimes. Yeah,
But no,
I can believe
Carla
Damn,
listen,
damn, calm down.
Carla Gugino
The type
is
of
just
mean
the-
girl you
just the
want.
definition of a fine wine. I'm just saying.
Mm.
Yes, I would say so.
but Ben, I will agree. If we're talking Ross and Valentina, yes, those were those.
those are dead weight.
They were literally only in the movie to connect
They
it to the rest of
were-
the fucking universe, and that's it. They were the weakest parts of the movie by far,
yeah.
I'm
and they
curious
just happened to be
see
the white
how-
characters.
That
I'm
word.
curious to
What's,
see how
what's,
Harrison
the,
Ford performs as Ross.
what's the word when they hire one of us? They are
The token
Hire-
white people.
the token white
No,
people.
they
No,
were-
no,
yes,
that's
they were
another
the-
word. That's another word.
Hire one
Oh.
of you. You remember
What
the
is the-
who was that guy who was like, Zach, don't hire Dave Pena to be in your movies, or when he was
Oh,
named
yeah,
Oh,
Villain.
Ben,
Remember
Ben,
that?
are
It
you-
was like, what?
That was
Are
a
you
while
talking
ago.
about people like Martin Freeman
What?
in Black Panther?
Wait, what?
That's what we're talking
Martin
about.
Freeman.
That is who we're talking about. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Weird, but no, I don't know what I don't know what term you're thinking of though, Ben.
No, wait.
other than token, like, I don't
It'll
know,
get
like-
to me. It's not token. It's that
Yeah.
reverse tokenism. But
Oh,
the hell's a reverse
like,
What are you
like,
talking
like,
about?
like exploitation or
J.R.
like,
Tolkien?
no.
or like
I don't know. Coin token?
Diverse, a reverse diversity. Diversity.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Reverse diversity.
Well,
Reverse
okay, but wait.
Flash?
Slept.
What the hell?
No.
Reverse
It's called being slept.
Reverse.
The opposite of woke.
Being slept.
It's Reverse Flash.
Diversity.
Oh my god. Being slept. Wow.
I'm gonna be quiet now. The tequila just hit me like really hard right now.
Yeah, apparently. I don't know if I don't know if there's another. Yeah, I think it's just a token.
No, I get what he's trying to say, but
it is the token white people.
Yeah,
Yes.
token.
Well,
yeah,
and it's right, but they were just there to connect the movie to remind people, hey, this is part of the MCU.
Yeah,
because it was a
We
very
were there in the
insulated
first
story
one.
at that point.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he was there, but she wasn't.
But she wasn't. But she's
he-
like, I'm gonna be on Thunderbolts.
And
pretty
Ross
much.
had
Yes.
way more to do in the first movie than he
Yes.
did in that. He had more to do in Civil War than he
He
had
was
to
great in
do
Civil War.
in,
Oh, yeah.
in Wakanda Forever. So, and I like Martin Freeman, and I like Julia Louis
too.
Dreyfus, but I don't get
I don't
what
buy
they're-
her as a villain though.
No, I don't get where they're going
Yeah,
with her
I
character
think
with
it's a
that. I don't.
miscast.
Like,
It's
I'm not
definitely a
sure.
miscast.
And to answer your question, Casey, yeah, I am curious to see how Ford, because
Yes.
it that's one of the weirdest things right now with the MCU. I will admit is like I don't see him. I don't see how he fits.
I don't either. But
Like,
I'm
supposed to
curious
be
to
the
see
President
because I
Hulk.
like him.
Yeah, I see.
gonna
seeing-
He's
see-
gonna play the president and
see
he's
how
gonna play
Harrison Ford
Red
fits?
Hulk.
Wait,
I don't
what?
see how he would fit the role of Ross.
Are you kidding me?
Harrison
Yeah.
Ford?
No,
Yeah, I
no,
can
no,
see
no,
that.
no, no,
I
no,
can
no.
I
see
think
that.
that's a great casting.
No, no,
to
no, no,
replace,
no.
the
That's
other
not
guy.
what I'm saying.
think-
I'm not saying he's clearly he's a great casting. I'm not saying
Yeah.
that.
I'm
I'm
gonna
saying
watch
that
Indiana Jones
when I
5.
when I think
Fit
of the
in.
MCU aesthetic,
Fit
I don't
in.
see him.
Him
I don't see.
fitting in.
It's weird.
He
how
was in Star
fits
Wars.
in.
He was
Star
always
Wars is
Han
not the
Solo.
Like
Star Wars
it's
is not
something.
the
It feels
MCU aesthetic.
like he feels like out of place. Like he doesn't belong.
He was
in
in
that
Ender's
universe.
Game.
Dude,
I
that
don't know,
movie
I
is
don't know.
awesome.
See, to me,
Which one?
To me, it's like when we saw General Ross last. It's William Hurt. He's got
Yeah.
his
Yes.
hair's combed to the side. He's got a mustache, and then I'm just kind of going. I could see Harrison Ford just doing
Ford is
that.
not, but Ford is not going to play it, and he shouldn't. He's not going to play it the same way that Hurt did.
Yeah,
he's
he
going to
won't.
play
Yeah.
it differently
I don't
because
know.
they're
It's
not.
kinda
They
like
were,
with
because they're not.
He's
the-
gonna play it like Deckard.
Well, then
Or-
again, he shouldn't play him just like he did because
No, he should.
I mean,
Deckard.
I agree.
Okay,
I mean-
okay. Apparently, Harrison Ford has more of a range than I thought. I'm like, just thinking about Harrison Ford. I love him as an actor, but I'm like,
No,
he doesn't have a lot of range.
no, he did.
did
I
before.
actually would disagree. I think he does have range.
Not
I mean,
now. Not now.
He's pretty old now. I mean, I don't
Not
know.
now. I'm
Yeah.
talking about then, like 90s.
He's probably
80s,
gonna hurt
70s,
himself.
forward.
He gets hurt in every movie.
But I'm talking about now. I don't think he has the range now. I think he's just kind of like.
Well, I still think his delivery and like is going to be different than William Hurt.
Well,
Like I don't see.
Also-
him-
Of course. I mean that's
Also-
expected.
Isn't he?
But we're gonna get that
be
Red
the
Hulk. Fucking,
Yeah,
Say-
he's supposed
he's
to be
gonna
the
be Red Hulk, right?
Yeah.
Is he? Like,
Yeah,
is that
he's-
going to happen? Or
Of course it will.
Supposed to
There's
be,
no
yeah.
way that it
It has
doesn't.
to.
Yeah.
okay, so then
Yeah, that's gotta happen.
we're going to see him in a mocap suit.
Yeah.
No, it's probably gonna be
That's
just
gonna be
complete
interesting.
CGI. Like,
It's not going to be him in the mocap suit. He'll probably put some dots.
But
on
it'll
his
be
face.
his kind of face in the Red
Yeah,
Hulk,
it'll be
you
no.
know?
Like I said, they'll put dots on his face, but he's not going to be in a mocap suit. Come on, he's
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
like
yeah.
almost 80.
But-
he's like 80 years old.
Okay,
gonna break a leg or a hip.
Again,
kinda
it's
weird.
it's a Robert De Niro and the Irishman situation. It's like, guys, just get
Okay,
a
that
fucking
but
body.
that didn't totally work.
It's
That
kind
did
of
not
it's kind of
totally work.
weird imagining that for me, to be honest, because like Harrison Ford as Red Hulk. I don't know.
See, thank you. Exactly. That's
That
what I'm saying. Like, you get what I'm saying. Like, this is
Yeah.
Indiana Jones. This is Han Solo. I don't see that fitting.
That's
in
Han
the
Solo
MCU.
turning into the Hulk. What the fuck is
Right,
going on here?
Exactly.
Like, there are going to be people in the audience that are going to say that. That are going to be like,
That's
what
why.
the-
That's why I'm
So-
curious to see how they do it, because I'm not against it, but it will be hard.
I'm not against it. It's just weird.
Yes.
That's all.
I
agree
think
with
you're
Ryan.
overthinking it. Really, I think when you see him, he'll.
Well, that's what we
he'll have
do,
his own
Andre.
take.
We're fans. We want to think.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what
it's all subjective, really.
Yes. Yes,
But
it
no,
is.
yes, he's gonna have a different take on the character. I mean, it's the same as in Harry Potter when Dumbledore had the new actor after the original actor died. he had a completely different take on the character, and some
Yes, he
fans were like,
did.
"Oh,
Yes,
I don't
he
like
did.
it. I don't like it."
And he did it
But
better.
Michael
He did it-
Gambon did not play it the same way Richard Harris did. May he rest in peace.
completely different. I was like, "Whoa, okay."
Yeah,
Little
I don't
different,
remember.
I mean, it's kind of unfair, KC, to say that he did it better because he had more movies.
I
Richard
know,
Harris
I
only
know.
had 2 movies before he passed, so that's I don't know. I mean, I liked Michael Gambon, but I liked Michael Gambon before he was Dumbledore. He was awesome in Layer Cake. Now he's somebody I could buy as a villain because he was
Layer Cake.
he was a
People-
badass villain in Layer
That was a
Cake.
good movie.
People sleep
was
on
a
Layer Cake.
That was like a Richie movie.
Yeah.
No, that was
no,
Matthew
that was
Vaughn.
Matthew
That was
Vaughn. Yeah.
Vaughn.
Matthew Vaughn,
Yeah.
okay.
It
Matthew
seems
Vaughn.
like it's a Guy Ritchie movie.
It
Though.
does.
Yeah.
Well,
And what was with
plays
the
all
Matthew
like
Vaughn quote recently about? He's like, "Oh, I didn't have a
he
problem.
should shut
with
the
Zack
fuck up
made.
about Superman. That's what,
They had
that's what it's
Superman,
about.
Batman in the
Every
same
time,
movie."
that
I was
motherfucker,
like,
every
"What?"
time he promoted a movie, Superman this, Superman that, Superman this. Like, shut the fuck up.
I'm
motherfucker.
so
Like,
happy
Dude,
that
shut up.
Superman is not going to someone like him.
I would much
Yeah.
rather
You know,
see
who-
Gunn
who
direct
thinks-
it than Vaughn. I
Yes, because I want someone who brings Superman into the modern world. Even if you have some of the, Christopher Reeves qualities in that Superman, I want him to be modern. I don't want that Superman to feel like they are just doing the same thing again.
Right.
Because
Well,
you can't make it work if it's not modern.
And to that end, thank you for bringing up Christopher Reeve because here's how I had a non-negotiable for him with the Suicide Squad. Keep Viola Davis. Here's my non-negotiable with Superman Legacy. Pick a new fucking theme.
Please, yes.
That's fine. I was gonna ask that because
Absolutely.
I did a short about that. Do you guys think that he's gonna pick like a
I must have
built up?
missed it.
I couldn't give a fuck.
Oh, wow.
Do you think? Do you guys think that?
That escalated quickly. Go ahead, ask your
Do
question.
you think that they're gonna use like a built-up guy like Henry, or they're gonna use like somebody with a more mesomorph type of body type, like Henry?
You're
Like
talking about the build for
the build for the Superman. Do you think they're gonna go for Chris Reeve or even?
I don't really care about that, to be honest.
No,
the costume should look good.
I'm not asking if you care.
I know, Ben.
Well, I mean, he did make the comment that he said Superman is a big lug, and when you look at
the
All-Star
images that he
Superman,
puts out,
All-Star Superman, he was a heavier guy. He was like a big country stocky boy, but I don't think we're gonna go that route. And the guy that I know you really like, Wolfgang Novogratz, but I'm sorry if you ever heard that guy talk. He's like, "Hey, how's it going? All right." Like he does not sound like Superman whatsoever.
Perfect.
Perfect looking. But
I like the other guy, the second, rumor that was going around.
Who?
I forget his name.
The guy who kind of looks like Cavill.
Yes, that guy.
Like Cameron something or Kane.
No,
Elodie or something.
Elordi?
Elordi.
Yes.
He was tall too. He was super tall.
Yeah.
He's in Euphoria, right?
Yeah, he's in Euphoria. Yeah.
He kind of looked like Brandon Routh and Henry Cavill, both.
Yeah, he does like baby. Yeah, I love Child.
Yeah, both of those guys got to hit the.
What were you saying, Ben?
Slender.
A baby of those two.
Well,
it doesn't work.
Well, it's going to be someone that is not even rumored. Like that, it's going to end up being someone.
It's going to be somebody like what the
Chris Pratt,
right? Exactly.
Chris Pratt.
It's not going to be Chris Pratt. Stop it with that.
Don't do that. The whole.
If you ever had a problem of people complaining that Superman is being too Jesus-y.
Oh my god!
And they can't put him in like a freaking Michelin Man suit, like
you have to
like Superman and Lois.
I think KC and Ben are having a moment.
We really are tonight, man. This is wild.
No, I got it. I got what he was saying. You could almost say that. You could say that about Levi too. Truthfully, to be honest,
I think he's gonna be Adam Strange. By the way, like if you ask, I think he's gonna be Adam Strange.
Or you think?
Guardians of the Galaxy. What's his face?
Oh, Chris Pratt.
Chris Pratt. Yeah.
Oh, so you think?
Okay.
So you do think Pratt's going to be in the DCU?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
That's cool. Really?
Booster Gold.
He has to be.
I can see Booster Gold.
I don't think Booster Gold. He could be
I think he's
Booster
too old for
Gold.
Booster Gold.
If we're talking like Guardians actors that we want in the DCU in terms of preference, I did Zoe first, and then
yes, Zoe Saldana.
Zoe was supposed to be Lois Lane at one point. Zach wanted her.
Ooh,
oh wow,
great
Zach
point.
wanted her.
No. Karen Gillan. Gillan should be Lois Lane. I think she'd be
not.
She should be Supergirl.
I'm not saying she will be because she's. I think she's.
She should be Supergirl.
Can I be Lois Lane?
Oh, here we go.
Well, you know what? No, I don't mind.
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
like
Rachel
Karen
was
Gillan as
almost, and I
Supergirl.
really
Also, by
like
the
Rachel
way,
Zegler, so I'm just saying.
No.
Oh, I know.
No,
you're the
Well,
fun
I'm gonna
police,
be Power
right?
Girl, so
by the way,
I can do it.
I'm pretty sure James Gunn will also bring in Danielle Ratcatcher.
Well,
He's
she
a
was
big
already.
fan of her.
I mean, she's technically already there. She didn't die.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
she didn't
like,
die.
Yeah,
There's your Wonder Woman right there.
There we
Oh.
Yep. She's that.
Can Gal just please come back?
I don't think.
What do you guys think? Do you think Gal will come back?
I don't know.
No.
Yeah,
I have
why
no
would
idea.
she?
Nope,
Yeah,
I don't think she's coming back.
No, she's not coming back.
What I don't want is the new Justice League to be a mixed match of the old and new cast.
You
I
can't
don't
have
like
too many
that.
of the old ones. It just looks kind of
Alright.
awkward.
It's all right.
But I mean,
Aquaman's not going to do well. And
Yeah,
I don't think Gal is gonna come back. I don't think. What?
what?
I mean, if you're doing Paradise Lost, right, and you're doing a prequel to Wonder Woman, you can easily just recast everyone, including Hippolyta and Robin Wright's character, and then that leads you into the new Wonder Woman.
Yes.
But I mean, obviously,
which will be played by Daniela.
Yeah, but if you bring back what's her face who played Hippolyta,
Connie Nielsen,
who Dave interviewed, if you bring her back for that show, then you know that gal's gonna be,
Well, Robin Wright's already said she hasn't been contacted, so
Yeah.
like that's already like.
It's not a good
I mean,
sign.
I don't know how close
Not a
they
good
even are to
sign.
doing anything for that show, but like,
Not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Yeah.
But I don't. But okay, so Casey,
Smart,
then what happens? As Ben has predicted, when the Flash makes $1 billion, so what? Everybody, everybody changed except
Why are you
Ezra?
holding on? Why are you holding
Yes,
me
I
up
think-
to it? Like I gave you the lotto numbers.
I think we can.
Because I don't have. You are way more confident than I am.
I am too.
I mean, I'm with Ben.
No, I am
I think it's
confident.
gonna make a lot of
I am
money.
confident.
I am
Yeah,
too.
I am confident. So I'm fucking with you. Yeah. Go on, Casey.
But yeah, like, see, if Ezra is the only remaining member, and we can understand that he's Flash, he can travel between multiverses and shit like that. But if you have Gal come back and she's interacting with Superman, and they have a
The
talk
general
about
audience
their
will not
past-
care.
I know, but I'm talking about for myself.
Okay.
It would just be a
Okay.
bit weird for me to settle into that new.
I can live with it because I know that because we know how the hot dogs are made. We know what happened. So for me,
Yeah.
it's like, nah, I get it. I know why.
Wait, how are hot dogs made?
It's called sausage. How the sausage is made.
How the sausage is made.
How are hot dogs made though?
Good reference
Yeah.
talking about Flash.
They basically how hot dogs are made. They clear the counter of all the other parts of the pig into a fucking
Grinder.
I was joking.
Hot
Dave,
dogs
but
are lips and assholes.
Oh Jesus Christ!
so like everybody on the internet.
Yeah, that was your last Pornhub fucking search. Anyways.
Oh my god.
Okay, there we go. Dave finally brought some fire. Dave
Dave's
finally brought some
feeling nice.
fire.
Dave's feeling nice. Dave is feeling nice enough now.
There we go.
He's there. He is there, ladies and gentlemen. He is on Ben's
we have,
status.
we have all brought fire tonight. There you
So
go.
Dave, what are your
He has to
thoughts?
pull the curtain up.
Mask off, Dave. Mask off.
So Dave, what are your thoughts on Rachel Zegler?
Jesus Christ. I think she's just a great actress, and she had a crush on Adam Brody, which
You just wish that it was
so did
you.
I. So did I.
thought it was
I
funny
had-
when you were like, "Way to make it awkward" or whatever. I was like,
I know.
Was she like 9 when she had a crush on him?
That's why I thought it would be awkward. Like, why
Weird,
would you
yeah.
say that to your co-star?
You probably should have
Oh my
started with the
God.
context before you just tweeted
What was,
it
what,
out.
what was the first
Why does he
thing?
keep putting the
Here's
curtain up?
okay. What was the first thing you saw Adam Brody in?
Gilmore Girls, and then the OC.
Oh wow, okay.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Thank you. Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Mr. and Mrs. Smith. First thing I ever saw of his. Yes, definitely.
It might have been something else, but yeah, I didn't watch Gilmore Girls. I didn't watch any of that.
My wife watches that. Who was my girlfriend?
I did not.
But hey, but also remember, he was supposed to be the Flash in George Miller's Justice League.
He was.
Who was it? It was somebody was suggesting that might we see his version in the Flash?
No. That'd be pretty awesome if they did.
I'm gonna be in the Flash.
I doubt it. But who knows?
Hey, you know what? You know what? That's
George Clooney, I guess. Right?
Do you think Rachel Zegler? Do you think she knew about that? Probably not, right? About George Miller's Justice League? No, I don't think she did. I'm
She
gonna
doesn't even know what's happening in her own movie.
So that was Helen Mirren. That was Helen Mirren. She doesn't know what the hell is happening.
Casey, you won't tweet this.
Imagine if
You'll
Zachary
say this
Levi
on the
said
show,
that
but
to
you
Helen.
won't-
Okay, again, imagine if Zachary Levi goes to Helen Mirren. I had a huge crush on you. Imagine if he fucking said that.
Well, okay.
And he said a lot lately.
I was gonna say, Dave. To be fair, Zachary Levi is kind of already. I mean, like I said, I agree with you. If a man says it to a woman, yes, it's not treated the same way. But Zachary Levi has kind of made his own messy fucking bed.
Oh, I know.
Listen,
That was one of the things I was going to ask.
Listen.
That was one of the things I was going to ask Rachel. So, what are your thoughts on what Zachary Levi has been saying lately on social media? Go. And I'm sure she would be like, yeah, she would be like,
listen,
no.
if Zachary
Did she give you a follow?
If Zachary told me he had a crush on me, I'd be like, all right, after the scene, my trailer, just saying.
See? There you go.
Okay.
Oh, is this why you hate Dwayne Johnson? Is this why you wanted Shazam? And Ben?
He just lit the fire.
Oh,
Yes.
Casey.
Oh, man.
Casey. It's okay, Casey. You are my Superman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm glad she didn't say Shazam because I was just walked out.
Oh damn.
No, I would never
Part of the
insult you
Shazam
like that.
League.
Yeah, I would never
Flop Adam?
insult you like that, Casey. You
Okay,
you
but
are forever my Superman.
Okay, but with respect to his, is he just? We're talking about recast. Is that just a given that he's just going to get recast?
I don't think Shazam will even be in the.
You don't think
Yeah,
it's going
I
to be?
think
You
so.
think that's?
They
you
won't.
think-
They probably won't touch Shazam until another 5 or 6 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so we're thinking that Fury of the Gods is like the last
Oh
hurrah.
yeah.
and
Oh
that's
yeah.
it.
Sandberg doesn't
Well,
want to do another one.
Yeah.
Sandberg and Juan probably want to go back to making fucking low budget
Probably.
movies.
Yeah.
After
surprise me.
after the shit that they went through with these two movies, they want to go back and make low budget horror movies.
I mean, these
Which-
films were supposed to come out when originally,
yeah,
like
they've
last
been
year, or about the
postponed
year
and-
before.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, they got. I mean, the pandemic shit and all that scheduling too.
Yeah.
But yes,
That helped. That
but
did
yeah.
help.
I think the Aquaman is the one that's gotten the brunt of everything because first is the pandemic, and then Amber Heard, then the reshoots, and then the reshuffling, then the buyout of fucking Discovery of Warner Brothers. So many things.
I feel like that's good for them though because they have more time to make it better.
I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
sometimes,
yeah,
like,
but
you
you know
know,
what
when
that
you
means,
could-
Casey? That means more money they got to
More money, yes. And
Yeah.
sometimes when you have a good meal, just walk away from it. Let it fucking finish and eat it. Sometimes like when you start
I don't know,
throwing too much
man.
fucking
I
shit
think
on
the-
it, just like turns.
I
into-
agree.
I think of any of the 4 movies this year, the one that's moved dates the least is Shazam. Because we can't really count Blue Beetle.
I
It's
mean,
only
they've
ever been
all
given
done a
one
little
date.
tap
Yo, we
dance.
forgetting about Blue Beetle. That's true.
But it's only been given one
Most
date.
Blue
people-
Beetle got lucky because
Yeah.
it was
Blue Beetle
like
got
very
really
much.
lucky. Yes.
Yeah,
And we haven't
because
seen
that's like in its
anything.
own thing. That's its own
Yeah.
thing, and it's like I think like it wasn't.
It's
really
probably going to
connected.
carry over.
Yeah, That
I
could
think
be-
it's going to get moved to next year.
Well, it-
Nah, I don't think. It will.
Dude.
Okay, so
Especially since the Brave and the Bold, they're gonna introduce
Ted.
they're
Ted
gonna
Clark?
introduce the
Jaime
Robin.
Reyes.
Oh,
Man.
Damien.
yeah.
Damien. So Red Robin already exists. So Titans already exist. So maybe Blue Beetle is gonna be part of the
No,
of
they
the
could
Titans.
totally
Oh,
incorporate
yeah.
this into the
I,
universe.
I originally
Blue Beetle's
believed
wonderful.
like I told Dave and the others multiple times, Andre, that I thought Blue Beetle was going to be the one to get moved, and then they come out with that poster and they cement that release date. I'm like, nah, maybe they're going to stick to it.
You know what?
Maybe they're stick to it.
I mean, they could, but
that's gonna be that's their Spider-Man right there.
I know, but it
And
just kind
that's
of feels
their
like if that
underrated-
came out next year, then you think about next year, right? What is going to come out next year? You got Joker 2, and then you have Waller and Creature Commandos. It would make sense to me, at least, if you moved Blue Beetle to like a summer release or like a late or
it still
early
is a
spring.
summer release. Though.
It is.
I know, but like the next year, where you're not that way, you have more content coming out. Because right now, it just feels like it's being shoved in the middle of two movies that you're like, well, what the fuck?
I feel
You
like
got
James
Flash,
Gunn wants
Blue Beetle, and then Aquaman, which
I feel like James Gunn just wants to end this era.
He wants
to.
He
does.
for time purpose. Because here's the thing, like whether he continues with Blue Beetle or not, he didn't greenlight it.
Yes.
It's not one of his own greenlit films.
No.
2024, aside from Joker Folia, dude, 2024 is the start of shit that he and Safran greenlit. Right? And they're going to move forward from that. And this, I forget if it was here or whoever posed the question about, like, what are you going to do for a year and a half, like, up to Superman Legacy? Because that's not until 2025. And my answer was marketing and show everybody who the cast is. Like, this is Superman, this is Lois Lane, this is Perry White, this is Jimmy Olsen, this is who's playing Brainiac, because they better fucking use Brainiac, right? Like that's what the year and a half or so is going to be leading up to Superman Legacy.
Years of build up.
Yes,
yeah.
Not teasing, build up.
But didn't Rob Keyes like on this show say that like there are other
you're right.
projects that are
Yes, he did.
that are for Chapter 1 that we haven't seen yet?
Yeah.
Yes. Even James
Yeah.
Gunn said that. Like,
And
These
I
are not
think he
all of
saw
them.
them, right? Didn't Rob see what they were, but he
Yes.
can't talk about it?
Yes.
So, I mean, and that's why I was saying, possibly Comic-Con, he said no. But I think Comic-Con, at least, I think we'll get more casting news about these movies that are coming out.
Yes.
Or it's just going to be a shit fest about the Flash, Blue Beetle, and Aquaman. But at that point, it's kind of like a broken record. I mean, you have to show a little bit more about what's coming out, unless they're going to focus on Creature Commandos, Waller, and Joker too. But I don't know.
Well,
my prediction for Comic-Con is that he's gonna bring the Superman actor on stage in costume.
I think so too.
In costume? I don't know about that.
Not in
That's kind of
costume. How dare
gimmicky.
you, Casey?
What did he do in the last Comic-Con?
He's not a monkey.
What did
he do? What did he do in the last Comic-Con? What did
What did
Dwayne
he
Johnson do?
Are you calling the
What-
high
That was
Dwayne
evolutionary a
Johnson,
monkey?
Dwayne
Are you
Johnson.
calling the high
Dwayne Johnson
evolutionary?
had an ego panel. Sorry.
No,
I'm just saying that's the best way to introduce the new Superman.
No,
And
I'm
James
actually
Gunn-
with you on that. I'm actually with you on that.
Yeah,
I think he brings them out not in costume.
No, it's
That's
not going
like, hey, here I am, everybody.
The
It's
reason
like,
it's not
whoa.
going to be in costume is because that's not
It's
the
James
costume.
Gunn.
It's not the costume
But
reveal
he
you
doesn't want to reveal the
Yeah.
look of
That's
the
not-
new Superman
yeah,
right
that-
away.
Yeah, that's
You
not
bring
the
the
costume
actor
reveal you
out,
want.
and you're
But
like, this is
imagine
the
if they did.
actor.
That's
You're
the
not going to
first
have
look,
it designed that
imagine.
early.
And
Yeah,
imagine the
no,
Batman
no,
came
no.
out
Have
too
it
weird.
designed that
It'll
early.
be a t-shirt, a tight t-shirt showing
A
them
tight
muscles.
T-shirt, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
See,
Yeah,
even
no,
Saggy
that's-
agrees.
Even the high evolutionary stuff.
it's gonna
I
be
was like,
Dave. That's what
this
Dave's
is
saying.
cringe.
It's gonna
No,
be Dave.
I didn't like it. Yeah, I did not.
It
like
is
I
it.
like
kind
it
of
either.
it is
When
kind
they-
of cringe.
When they
but
brought
what
Chuck
if-
Woody out there, I was like, "No, you're going too far."
Yeah.
You're,
Well,
it is kind of
doing
cringe,
this
but
because
what
you
if-
know you're doing this because you know you can get away with it because it's all your
Yeah.
acolytes.
And they do
everybody-
that
Yeah.
a lot. He does
So-
that a lot because what's his name? John Cena did that a lot with the fucking Peacemaker.
Exactly.
Everywhere he
He
went,
kept running
was
around the
dressed up.
suit.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know.
There's
like,
a pattern. I'm
dude.
just saying.
I mean, it's
Oh.
true, but I mean, but when you look
so
at
that's what you're basing
Batman,
on.
Yes, it's James
Mm.
Gunn. He has to do that.
He doesn't have to do that.
He doesn't have to do anything.
I hope he does.
Dude,
Now,
he's
we'll
gonna
do
have
that.
them fly in on cable.
And not
Okay,
only
he-
that,
he's not-
Casey,
he's not that.
Casey, are we seriously? Because again, like we're not
Okay,
comparing.
let's go back to Zach.
No.
He brought in Martian Manhunter and recite a line.
Okay.
Yeah, that was before we.
But
know.
he wasn't presented
That
as Martian
shit still
Manhunter.
gives me chills.
I
bro.
know.
It was
I
great. It was
know.
great.
Okay.
I know, but imagine that type of moment from if they did it well.
That's
I
fine.
I
He's just
don't
not going to
think
be
in
wearing the
suit.
costume.
No, yeah.
He's not
If he
gonna be
has the
wearing the
costume
suit.
on,
I don't
that's
think the
super
costume is
campy.
gonna
It's
be
like, whoa,
I'm with
okay.
you on the Superman actor. I'm with you on that. I get that. But we're not comparing Superman to the High Evolutionary or Peacemaker. We're not
They
doing
just
that.
had
Facts.
Dwayne Johnson come down on
Exactly.
wires with lightning behind it. They look ridiculous.
shit
I
was
was like,
ridiculous.
I was like,
It
what are
does
we
not.
doing?
That shit
I was like, why is he in
corny.
costume? Is he like? It just blew my
It's
mind.
Comic-Con. Everyone's in costumes. What are you talking about?
And then you
Yeah,
got Wakanda
I'm with
Forever comes out with like a
KC.
full fucking band playing and shit. I was like, okay, well, this seems
I mean,
Okay,
that was
I will say
Dwayne.
this.
Wait a
I
minute.
will
was
say
Dwayne.
this. I will say this because
How did
in going into what Casey is saying is like I thought like what I thought would have been perfect in my head was the fact that Zachary Levi should have showed up in his Shazam costume during that, and then if they really wanted to blow minds, Henry Cavill then would have showed up in the Superman costume on stage too. That would have like blown up that whole.
By the
fucking
way,
So,
Marvel does
costumes
this
could work.
all the time. Even
Yeah.
Loki did that.
Loki did
Well,
that, yeah. Tom
Okay,
Hiddleston
but
did that at one
all right,
point.
but Casey again, and then damn you for having to remind everybody of this. We're not on the same plane yet, perception wise.
They're not.
That's how you
But
get
they
on the
can
same
be.
plane.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
They're
how you
working
get
on
on
it.
the same plane.
They're
actually leaning.
I got a
actually on
feeling it's
Casey's
depending
side.
on the actor. Like if the actor is
Yes.
willing to do that kind of ridiculous shit, they will do it.
Dude, just
Okay,
imagine
but
how
Casey-
much publicity the entire week
Like,
people will be showing,
if he's-
looking at the photos.
That's
and
gonna be a
everything.
circus
Look,
if he
look,
does
if it's
that,
a
I'm
young
telling you.
actor,
By
like
the way,
have
Casey.
you talked to somebody young? Well, you fucking young, forget.
Wow,
Young
you're
people
Stop
old.
right there.
yeah, young people don't do stupid shit like that, man.
Okay, but the only thing, the only drawback is the actor has to have time to like really bulk up, and I don't know.
Yeah, that's the
Yes.
thing. Right,
There you
see,
go.
see, and
That's
that,
another thing.
If they're going into for that rip,
time
larger
time
than
is not
large.
on your side on this one. It's
That
too
is-
soon
Yeah.
in that
I
regard.
agree with Dave in the sense that it'll be a Superman's shirt.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
They'll show a logo. They'll show the
Yeah.
logo.
I
They'll
completely
show the
agree with
logo.
you.
Dave is
White-
saying
white
that
button
because
down
he is the new
shirt.
Superman.
Yeah, I agree with that
completely
too.
agree. I completely agree with the actor. We will see
Yeah.
the Superman.
We
The
will see
Superman
the
actor will be
actor.
cast. We will see him at
Yeah.
Comic-Con. I absolutely agree with that. Yes.
Button down white shirt and then do the rip shirts.
There we go. That's how to do the costume if you don't want to go full.
There you go.
costume.
Yeah,
There you go.
that's- I
Yeah,
think
have the actor come on with
Do the
glasses
shirt rip.
and
Yeah, yeah.
a suit, and then like who the fuck is this guy? He goes, oh,
Yeah. You will own
boom.
Comic-Con.
and then reveal the logo.
Yeah.
you will own
Shirt.
Comic-Con.
There
I
you
mean,
go.
I mean, truthfully, like that was. I mean, even if he didn't do that, you would still own Comic-Con just with here's the new Superman actor.
Yeah.
Like you, this is.
I think, to be honest, like at the last Comic-Con, I think we all knew there was trouble in the air when Shazam
What gave it
didn't
away?
when Shazam didn't come out at all with Black
Yeah.
Adam, and there was no Henry Cavill. It was like, did
Did you guys
what's
remember
going on
the BVS panels or the Civil War
Yeah.
panels where they were kind of beefing on stage and stuff like that? They could have
Yeah.
done that with Black Adam and Shazam.
That's what I said.
But-
I said turn into a
yes.
wrestling match.
Listen,
Yeah.
I think,
But they couldn't do that,
The reason why we don't have a Black Adam universe moving forward. I'm sorry, Nicotina, what you were gonna say? It was not
5
important
minutes
anyway.
later, I'm like, whoa,
It was not
just go.
important
You're
anyway.
good. You're good. Go.
Oh,
Don't need to be angry. Come on.
I like you, Andrea. You know I
Slander,
like
but-
you, Andrea. You
Of
know I'm
course.
fucking with you, right?
Oh my god, I'm crying, bro.
What were you gonna
you're being-
say? It
What
wasn't
I'm
gonna
saying is
important
that,
anyway.
Oh my
The
God.
Rock is the reason.
The Rock.
If we don't get to see Shazam or Black Adam again, it's because of the Rock. Because the Rock could have
That
built
I will
up this.
agree.
Yeah, because he could have built up this universe with Shazam. Like he could have been teased from the first one. He could have been teased right now in the second one. He could have teased Shazam in his movie and
Yes.
just continue to this universe with that character, because those are two characters that are that's his yin to the yang. and I don't understand why he just like completely detached himself from that character.
You wanted
because
Superman
he doesn't want to fight kids.
He wanted to fight the big guy.
Because The Rock wanted to be Superman, so
Well,
he
that's and that was a stupid business
That's
decision.
where he fucked up. That's where he
And
fucked
now
up.
you see why I don't fucking like him.
Yeah.
If he would have incorporated himself into Shazam, then he would have stand a better chance of existing in the future DCU. But because he didn't do anything with Shazam, and instead he's like, no, I want Superman. Well, guess what? James Gunn's like, I'm not using that Superman. I'm not using Cavill. And guess what? You can kick rocks too, because I know what you were up to. So go fuck yourself.
You could kick yourself.
Yeah.
Don't let Saggy speak.
Yeah. Get it?
No
Get
cat.
it? Yeah.
Yes.
What do you mean don't let Saggy speak, KC? You guys brought this up, and now I'm silencing the woman on the panel. Wow. Wow.
You woman hater, Casey?
She went
Right?
in. Oh,
Is it
she went
because
there.
because you don't like Rachel? You're taking that out on me now. You're projecting it on me. I actually have talent. I have talent, Casey.
Oh,
I
damn.
can.
You just threw shit at Rachel. She don't have talent.
God's fired. No, she does not.
It's because she black.
Whoa.
Oh, Casey.
Damn, Cass is clapping back.
Is it because I'm not as brown? Like, I don't understand.
Hey, I'm brown. You can't play that card on me.
Yeah, well, I said not too. As brown. I said not as
too long
brown.
to use that, bro.
Yeah. He's brown. I'm brown. Dave's half bean.
You up and you too long.
Yeah, he had to think about that one. Like, wait a minute, I'm also brown. What is she talking about? It's like he forgot all of a sudden.
Yeah.
What? Listen, I wasn't even gonna say anything. Ben already said, and I've already talked about the Rock many times. So, like, what else am I gonna say? Then he's trash. He's trash. He's trash.
I swear you got all that out last week.
Yeah. Yeah. The Rock is the reason why we don't have Henry. Why we don't have him back again against Shazam. Why we're not going to get more Shazam? Probably.
But I think that if James Gunn wanted to go with Henry Cavill for his Superman legacy,
exactly. Thank you, Nick. Thank you.
He doesn't have to though.
He doesn't have to.
Doesn't have to.
If he wanted to, the problem that he'd run into is that so if I bring back Cavill, then I pretty much have to bring back Amy Adams and Lawrence Fishburne
and $7.
Everybody
and his mother Diane Lane. You got to bring everybody back.
Yeah,
his mother. But instead, he's like, you know what? I don't want to do that. I want my own Superman. I've been working on this. This is what we're gonna do. And it sucks. I wanted to see more Henry Cavill. Like we all did. But you know,
look at Matt Reeves. Matt Reeves like fucked up the biggest Batman ever. He said, "You know what? This is who I want. This screeny
Affleck thing.
Yeah. I wanted this skinny, scrawny little guy here.
So you're saying he fired Ben Affleck?
And
wow.
No, Nicotina. Ben Affleck was never hired.
He didn't pick Ben Affleck.
He was never hired.
No, he never hired Ben Affleck.
Wait, I thought you liked the Batman.
Which and again, he has the right to do that.
Ray changed his mind.
Wait, what did
you're allowed to? You're a liar.
I know. At first, I thought you liked the Batman.
No, I do.
Okay.
I'm saying
scrawny Batman.
In comparison to Ben Affleck, he's a scrawny little guy.
Yeah,
isn't he?
Well, yes. Well, I don't know. Okay.
He's like Bale.
No, he was thicker than Bale.
Yes.
Was he?
I was.
He was.
Yeah, he was.
Are we body shaming Robert Pattinson's Batman?
Your body describing.
Because like if you look at Bale, especially in the second costume, the second costume doesn't fit Bale nearly as well as it should. But like Pattinson's costume fits him.
Yeah,
Pattinson's costume fits.
And the first costume from Batman Begins was way better than the fucking.
I agree.
Yeah,
so do I.
I do.
Yeah.
Totally.
I mean, there was always that whole thing about Pattinson, and it's like, oh, he's not big enough, and I was like, well, I think he's like, It was
He's
like
tall, so that
I
works
think
for
Reeves
him.
was like trying to be like, we don't need to have him look like Captain fucking America.
Yeah,
No.
I
You
think
know?
Reeves
And
just
it was
wanted
like,
a
it
good
was
actor.
enough.
That's what he wanted.
Yeah.
It was like
He just wanted a good actor.
Oh, he picked a great actor.
Yeah,
It's just that the point that I'm trying to make is that he had the right to pick his own Batman. So why not?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I just think his cowl is terrible. I hate the Batman
No,
cowl.
I think you're supposed to.
Yeah,
I think
I hate his cowl.
I think you're supposed to because it's a makeshift like
I still don't dislike it. I like the
I don't hate it either. I think it's
Like it-
unique.
I don't like his
Didn't
cowl.
what's his name, Dave? Res FX. Did he hate it as well?
Oh yeah, he hated the whole suit.
Well,
He hated
the other, I mean, the other thing to remember, I mean, for practicalities, because you're right, he did want the best actor. He did want a better actor because more than any other Batman actor in history, he was asked to literally be in the cape and cowl for the majority of the fucking movie.
Fucking awesome.
More than Keaton, more than Batfleck, more than Bale. Like literally, you go to Pattinson, like you will be Bruce Wayne for 10 minutes total. You will be Batman for the majority of this fucking movie in terms of like your so the cowl's got to reflect that, right? You can't have it be like closed. You can't have the hearing issues that Keaton had with his cowl, and you definitely can't. He's got to be able to turn his head and do other shit, right? Like it, and it can't look silly. Like I guess I never really liked the second Bale costume nearly as much.
Why are
but,
you
like,
talking about logic? It just doesn't look good.
It's just overly done. It's like shit everywhere. It's like holy crap.
See, then that begs the question. I'm like, okay, how much Bruce Wayne are we getting in this second one? I think we're gonna get.
He'll get a new suit in the next one, right?
He's
Of course.
well. I think part of it, Dave. I think we're hopefully the natural progression of his character is he's got to start now really building the Bruce Wayne persona that he did not have in the first movie.
But that's what he realized in the first movie was that Bruce Wayne is actually an important character to Gotham. You know, because I mean, like the trust funds were going to all these corrupt individuals. So he realizes that I have to be Bruce Wayne and Batman or in order to bring Gotham back from
and the mayor, like Ben just said, the mayor wanted to incorporate him and deal with him, and so he can look at this both ways. He can be like, okay, the mayor wants my help, and I can also,
Be both.
Dude, the mayor got shot and then was like in waist high, flooded, dirty ass water. I was just like, dude, that's infection central right there. Come on.
No, never mind that. Why is it fucking?
Let's go.
Why is Gotham flooding and you go into a fucking building that is getting flooded too?
Yeah, they're like going to the stadium
that didn't make
so
any
water
sense
can
to
fill
me.
it in.
Exactly.
Because the third act sucks.
No. It had its problems. No. I agree. Let's look at this thing objectively.
Objectively.
Here we go.
Favorite word. Hey. We gotta respect your fucking.
already done.
What is it? What is it? The one that you like, Ray?
The S word.
You're already done.
Yeah.
What?
That S word.
Yes, it's
I need another beer
subjective.
before I have this.
Subjective,
It's
exactly.
all
So let's be objective.
No, let's be subjective.
Subjective. Okay, subjective. Fine. So let's say that the fucking New York is fucking sinking in the water. Do you think people are gonna run to the Madison Square Garden to hide in there?
Yes.
Does that make fucking sense? No, it doesn't. Everybody's gonna get the fuck out of there. Gonna jump in the GW and come into Jersey. That's what they should have done.
They're gonna go in the buildings and go up to the fucking roof. Like, oh
exactly.
Shit, we dodged
Not
that.
going to a fucking
go to the stadium. Fuck it. You know.
Wasn't there?
Go to the stadium.
Wasn't there a reason given in the movie though when they were?
It doesn't make any sense.
They were having
that they didn't give a reason.
No, it was her. They were already in the building because
they gave a reason
the
why. There's a campaign. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so they were already there at that point. So.
But even like people that were outside that were leaving the city, like, no, go inside. Like, what
yes,
are you
that's what I'm saying. Like, they said something about that. Like, why
go
were
inside? Why are you going inside?
I forgot what the reason
I don't want to drown in this fucking hole. That's a hole.
They're like, that's below sea level. Why would I
it's
want to
below
go
sea
there?
level. I'm gonna drown if I go in there.
Okay,
but
where
third act just seemed very like chaotic and he fought the other Riddler fakes, but it just kind of seemed like, look, when he confronted the Riddler at the GCPD, that was more of a climax than all of a sudden, oh wait, now there's bombs going off. Like what the fuck? And then he had to go. So it just seemed like the movie didn't want to end. It was like, wait,
it was.
So,
I understand
I'm glad that it didn't want to end.
I disagree with that.
I understand the concept.
I mean, I like the movie.
I could have watched another hour of that movie. Yeah,
I understand the concept of that Nicotina, where he even while he was locked up, his plan was still going, and in concept it was good, but I didn't feel like the execution was.
Well, no, I was perfectly okay with the execution because the whole idea of it is that remember up to that point, remember the whole like. The suspense of the scene is that you don't know whether or not he knows who he is.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he finally gets right, and then when you hear the
says it, and
that scene was so funny because of his expressions. Like he was like, "Does he know?"
Yeah.
Well, and I love how
that was definitely the Kenny Peel sweating scene. Like the
and I love how like the slow music was going, and then as soon as he says. He's the only one we didn't get. The music stops, as if to like hang a bell on it. Like, oh shit, he doesn't know. And then that's when you. And then that's when you find out. This is what I love about the third act. That's when you find out that it's worse than him knowing that it's Bruce Wayne. It's worse. It's that he idolized Batman's vengeance and thought that Batman would be in on it.
Yes.
And so that was his plan. His plan was like, okay, we will be safe in the jail. You and I, while all this
he was
is going
delusional
down.
because he already had so many fans, and he was like, "Okay, so Batman will also join me,
be a fan." Yeah. Because even when he's talking to him, like if you see, like even though he got the cowl on, he's acting like Bruce Wayne. Like you already exposed me. I'm Bruce Wayne, so I'm like putting my head down. And then when he realized that he didn't know who he was, then he put his face up.
And
Like,
then I love how he just loses. He's like, "What did you do?" Like, boom,
yeah.
Before that, when he was talking about that, for 1 second, Bruce also looks at the CCTV camera.
He does.
Yeah.
Oh no!
I'll tell you, that was funny.
It was
cool. That is.
Yeah.
There's
And
something
great
about
scene.
There's
I loved
something
it.
about scenes with Batman and a villain where it's just face to face. Like those scenes, just like those are iconic. You're talking about Dark Knight when it comes to Joker and Batman.
Oh, that was such a good scene.
You're talking about Nightmare, Joker, and Batman too, and in Zack Snyder's Justice League, the up close talking face off that they have.
That was
the
like,
thing is that like the Justice League one that they weren't even together in the same fucking room, and it was so fucking amazing.
And that to me, like more than the movie, the existence of the movie itself is fucking amazing, but that particular scene was literally like what I wanted from the. You guys remember when Studio Squad first premiered, and they did a big, huge. One of the red carpets they were at, Ben Affleck was there, and he was off to the side. Like the cast was taking, like Will Smith, everybody else was taking this big picture on the red carpet, and off to the side, Leto was talking to Affleck. And like from the moment I saw that photo, I'm like, do something together. And
it was so weird
that
because
didn't happen until that scene, and I'm like, thank you.
It was so weird because they came so close. Like he was on top of the car that Joker is driving.
Yeah.
They didn't meet.
Well, it's funny because when we interviewed Richard Citrone on the Four Nerds over on the Four Nerds Network Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time.
Cheers.
He was telling us that when they filmed Suicide Squad, that he was on top of the car, and he was on top of the car, and they took a break because Harley or Margot Robbie had to get some makeup done, and so she left the car. So he was on top of the car. He was waiting there in the bat suit. He's like, yeah. Then I looked down, and he said that Jared Leto as the Joker was looking up at him, laughing. He was kind of laughing, like, ha, ha. He's like, look at you, you pretty thing, something like that. And he's like, so I knew what he was doing. And so I looked back at him, and so I just gave him a look like I wanted to just beat the crap out of him, and just kind of shook my head like, and then he kept going with his character because he was in character the entire time. And so like even that alone, I was like, God, like that's the closest we got to getting Ben Affleck's Batman or that Batman interacting with the Joker until we got Zack Snyder Justice League. But that was the closest we ever got. I was like, wow, I didn't know that even happened,
Right. The reason for Zach doing that was also that because he said basically that it wasn't going to be fair if they had never
You
met.
wouldn't get
No,
Yeah.
because
And
it wouldn't have been fair.
And the fact that he's just like, yeah, and Batman's gonna drop an F-bomb and threaten to kill
that was the
Joker.
first
I'm like,
too.
that's
He
why
did
I
a lot
like.
of cool things in that scene.
I'm gonna murder you.
I remember when that was revealed that like remember when like the reports came out
the
and
F-bomb?
they're like, there's gonna be an F-bomb from Batman. I'm like, and I just thought, I was like, he has to say it to the Joker, and I had no knowledge. I was like, he has to say it to the Joker, and then I remember putting that out there, and I think I actually hit up Zach. I was like, or somebody, I know it was one of the TPZ guys, and they're like, wow. You actually kind of almost nailed it because they already knew. And I was like, yeah, he has to say it to the Joker. Why would he not say it to the Joker? And then I think I even I almost guessed the scene just because I was like, oh yeah, he's going to threaten him. Like, I'm going to fucking kill you. And he basically said that. And it's just like, oh, God damn it. That's what's so cool about that.
I mean, the thing is like Zach did it so perfectly because one of the things I'm sorry, Nick. I'm sorry, Andre. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, you guys are so generous.
No, go ahead, buddy.
That felt very sarcastic.
I know, right?
Wow. Ben's like, go ahead, say something to do.
It was just a good scene. I mean, the fact that he touched on the whole Robin
and Harley
storyline, it was like, holy shit. Well, because the Joker touched on Robin, which it was like, holy shit. There
Joker
it is.
touched Robin. Wait, whoa! I knew he was a bad guy, but he touched
that
Robin?
was on the director's
he
cut.
killed Robin. I don't know if.
But for him to even bring up
that was Harley.
Yeah,
she was an accomplice.
Harley was the
Harley was
she
already
was an
dead.
accomplice.
But I mean, to bring up the whole the whole Robin scene that we've never seen, that we still haven't seen, it was so intriguing just to hear that. Like, holy shit, there it is. And then for Bruce to bring up, or for Batman to bring up Harley, was like, holy shit. It really brought everything together, from the Suicide Squad to all of Zach's BVS, and it was just like, wow, there it is. There was the whole.
Well, it was a whole history even right there. That was just like they were both just exchanging where they were both pushing each other's buttons because I mean, even Batman goes, yeah, when I was holding Harley and she was dying, and then like you see like his face like.
Yeah, he freezes up,
and then he just goes like he just and they all of a sudden they had a truce right there too. That's another thing too, is like there was a truce that happened right there. It was like they were out mind fucking each other, like Joker with Robin and then Batman with Harley, and then it just got to a point where like, hey, but there's a fucking there's gods that are flying around that are trying to destroy this world. So can we put our shit aside for just a little bit? And that's what
that truce thing, that's a great point, Dave, because he set that up in BVS with the card being on his gun.
Yeah.
And the story was started from there. And then we heard about it in the scene in Zack Snyder's Justice League when it happened. And even when Cyborg's nightmare scene was happening, when before resurrecting Superman, we saw the card fly, torn card fly on the screen. So that setup and payoff was really good.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the thing with these the nightmare scenes. It's kind of like, where does it all fall? Because I mean, you've seen the BVS scene, and there wasn't any metahumans even present. It was just a bunch of freedom fighters. So
it's alternate timelines.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, like, do you think that timeline is the timeline he was set to be on before the Flash came back and changed everything? So essentially, if the Flash never changed anything, that would have been the course of action that he would have went on. That would have been his future.
I feel like BVS and Zack Snyder's Justice League both are different timelines that we are not going to see, because in BVS, the way it ends, Superman just lasers Batman and he's dead, right? Sorry, I mean punches through his heart, whatever, and he's dead. Yeah. In Zack Snyder's Justice League, when Superman drops, right before Bruce wakes up in his bed, we hear the heat vision. So he probably lasers everyone there at that moment. So they probably don't make it, farther than that bridge. So even that timeline is ended. So in the next movie, they would have been in a different timeline where Bruce does something differently.
Yeah, but I mean, those timelines, is that all based on what he knows?
Are you saying that there was a third timeline where they didn't? Okay, shit.
Yes.
Well, but that's the thing. Though,
Are you
that...
on board with Netflix now?
Yeah, I
know. All of a sudden, Ben's gonna be tweeting that hashtag. With that
hashtag.
What? Yeah.
No, the Snyder.
Yeah. If you need that image of that crazy, slate that was, with the emerald cut and all.
The emerald cut, the whatever the fuck cut. Oh my god!
Yeah.
And 5 more movies.
Yeah, I think it was like more like 7, but yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean,
nut
is
jobs.
every iteration, so like the BVS scene, the Zack Snyder's Justice League Nightmare scene, is it a case where there are different timelines, and every time Bruce dies is when he can kind of tap into that because of the fact that the Flash went back in time and contacted him? It creates some kind of mental connection to where every time he dies in these alternate timelines by the hands of essentially Darkseid, that he's able to see another version of himself dying. Because remember, Darkseid exists in every universe and none of them at the same time. So,
but I thought he never died. That was the point. That he never had the balls to die. That's why even the Joker said that. So
that's the thing. Batman has to die in every timeline, but in one timeline he dies
Joker
after
says that, right?
Yeah, the Joker said you never had the cojones to die.
Yeah, because he was not willing to die or not willing to sacrifice. In the one timeline where he makes the sacrifice is when the mission is complete of sending the Flash back.
Yeah.
So in all the other timelines, he dies early.
Right.
And it's almost like one of those things where, like, how many times have you, like, you're
How many
falling,
timelines?
you're slightly falling asleep, and then all of a sudden you have that fear of falling or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Well, but we know that, like, he was supposed
another
to
timeline of you dying. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but he was supposed to save Lois.
There's a
from
multiverse
Darkseid.
where this is called a bourbon stream. Anyways, go ahead.
But he was supposed to save
Where
Lois.
Ray is the
Darkseid,
most objective guy there.
No matter what,
God.
he has to save
Yes.
Lois. And so finally, he
subjective.
sacrifices himself to save her, and he realizes that that's when it has to happen. He has to save her.
Yes.
And then
Save Lois, send flashback. That's the
Right.
2 things that he has to do.
And I think in both those timelines, he didn't do one or the other, or he hadn't done it yet, because he obviously in both those timelines he didn't save Lois, and so when the Joker alludes to that, I think that's when he starts to realize, and so then by Bruce being able to kind of tap into those alternate timelines, he's beginning to understand that I need to save her, as opposed to just letting her die. Yeah, he's learning, and so I mean that's why. In Project Justice League, that's why I added that line of "Save her, Bruce. You have to save her." Because I was like, look, essentially, he's gonna have to tell him like, you got to save her, because either he's the father, or if he's not the father, right? And because everybody hates that, he would at least tell him that you have to save her. You know what I mean?
Not everybody, Nicotina.
I know, but what I'm saying is that like so originally it was supposed to be you're the father and that's it. But I'm like, well, if everybody hates that, then in reality, if that's the reality that he changed it, then he probably would have told him, you have to save her, Bruce. You have to save her. You know what I mean? And then he realizes, holy shit, I have to save her now. And then that's when he goes and he gets shot by the Omega Beam in the Bat logo. That's why he didn't get
he did change it already though, like before any of that. So that's
Well, but going back to that scene, the fact that, like, again, Joker pushing those buttons and talking about Lois again,
I'm
it's like,
curious how Joker
quietly
knows,
that's how quietly brilliant Joker is. As much as a fucking psychopath that he is also brilliant. And that's always been the Joker. Joker has always been brilliant, even though he's a psychopath. I mean, all the iterations. Just look at the iterations of like, even through the books and movies and whatever. He's always, even though he's a psycho, he's always but there's a brilliance to him. So it's like, fuck. And then that was captured in that exchange too.
And that's, I mean, at least from what we're led to believe, we will eventually see more of that brilliance whenever the Ayer cut is shown to us.
Hopefully.
And that's
are we though?
Well, I mean, okay, subjectively, because
I think that's what I was gonna say before Andre interrupted me.
Of course, sorry. Apologies.
No,
Apologies.
what I was gonna say is that because I think you guys know I never care for this Joker interpretation in the AR.
Oh my god!
Right.
But don't oh my god, me man.
You turned your back on Snyder.
It's all subjective.
You also don't like.
It's all subjective.
Exactly.
Anyway,
you also don't like Jesse Eisenberg's Lex.
No,
What is wrong with
trash.
you?
I think he's trash.
Trash.
But I
right.
think that
Ben
Zack
hates
Snyder
Facebook.
Joker was absolutely just like amazing. Like he was perfect.
So you're blaming the director for the interpretation.
I'm not saying
more
that,
than-
but you're saying that, and
Just
I'm
let
not
him say his
disagreeing with
piece.
you.
Let him say his piece.
All right,
not-
so when David Ayer comes on the Vodka stream, I'm not gonna bite Ben.
No, I'm not gonna jump in. I just like when I
Then he'll be like, I was never a fan of your Joker.
Well, you know,
Well,
to be
it's all
fair,
subjective. I didn't.
I
think
understand
it was,
where Ben
like,
is.
To me,
I
I didn't. I
understand where
didn't.
Ben is coming from.
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't think that was a great take. And I get it. Like you want to take some liberties and make it different and fresh and give a more modern take. I get all those things. But when I saw that, I was like, that's not for me.
I feel
That's-
like that is more on Leto though, because
He was the
feel
one who
his-
was.
Yeah, he was given free reign on that movie, and
Yeah, he was
Leto
given too
chose
much
to be.
reign.
But,
Yeah.
I want to, like, from my perspective, like as someone who did really like the mob boss aspect of him, because that's not something that's not something we've never really seen. Like, but like at least and Jack wasn't. I mean, yes, he was a mobster, but he wasn't a mob boss. He had
a clown.
goons and a clown, right?
Yeah.
And Ledger wasn't either. Ledger
Anarchist.
was anti. He was an anarchist, right?
Yeah.
But like one of my favorite scenes in Studio Squad is when he just holds his hand out and Griggs kisses his ring, right? Like this whole idea of like he is the ruler of the Gotham underworld.
Yes.
He has a nightclub. He does all that. Like I really liked
So did I.
seeing. I wanted to see more of that interpretation. And
that's
so
a
for
great
concept
concept.
is good.
Exactly. The concept is good.
Yeah.
I just didn't like his take on that character.
And a lot of that was rewritten too, like the whole hunka hunka line that wasn't original. That was Jeff Johns.
Maybe
maybe
if I see the haircut, I might change my mind. But it's just that what I saw from that cut that I saw, I was like, this is not it.
Ben is so close to using that hashtag.
And that is it. And that's where it is for me though. Ben is like, I want to see.
He's on the verge.
I want to see the real performance.
He's got a halfway
I
out
don't think
already.
we've seen it yet. I don't think we've seen it yet.
He's
Because
gonna start tagging those guys pretty soon.
Man,
but let me ask
like-
you guys this: what one of the things I've always wondered though about the Zack Snyder Justice League Nightmare scene was that, Deathstroke asks he asks Batman, he goes, "Where are we holding up?" And he goes, what do you say?
Because we can't film an action scene.
No, well, he asked him, like, where are we going? And he goes, we're going somewhere that he'll never expect. Like, where were they going?
The Daily Planet.
You think
To
so?
Dark Side.
I don't know.
To Dark Side.
Motherfucker, I don't care, bro. Like, can we?
They were going to Dark Side's
They
castle
weren't
to steal the mother
gonna-
box.
They were supposed to get. That's what I was supposed to get. Like, distract Superman to get the mother back.
Yes.
Right. That's
yes.
So it really didn't matter.
It could have been.
Joker had to go in and...
Clark and Lois's apartment building. Who knows?
Yeah, it could have been anywhere. They just wanted to distract Superman.
Right.
And then he shows up, and they're like, "Oh shit."
Yeah.
So they're supposed to distract them, and the Joker is supposed to go in and steal the mother box, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the biggest thing that was going to be in that sequel was the whole like telling of the story of killing Robin from two different perspectives. God fucking damn it, that would have been so cool.
I would have been. Yeah, I would have been.
Imagine just like sitting at a table. You have Cyborg, Mira, Deathstroke, and Flash, the remaining members, and they're all like hearing. And you have Batman and Joker talking about the story of killing Robin.
Have you guys seen The Last Duel?
No, I have not. I have not.
It's gonna be something like that. It's gonna be something.
The Last Duel had something like that, like two different perspectives.
Whatever they call that, where like you get the two different perspectives.
I am not going to tweet the hashtag, but damn it, I would have liked to have seen that.
Yes,
I would have liked to have seen.
Well, people were asking me like, "Oh, how come you didn't add that scene to Project Justice League?" I'm like, "Because I don't know what they said in that scene. I'm not gonna fucking
you
write."
were going by the storyboard.
Yeah, I'm not gonna write the dialogue, and everyone's like, "Oh, that's lame dialogue." Like,
But
well,
hey, anybody out there that wants to do that,
Someone
go
did.
for it.
Yeah,
You know,
Someone created a 3D animation with that scene.
Well, the project right now is sitting at 111,000 views. So thank you to everyone who's
Nice.
Yeah,
and they can do it with AI.
Yeah, go back to the AI.
Look at Ben. He does AI thumbnails like every night.
Not every night.
He's just turning them out like fucking milk.
You hate him because my shit looks. Never mind.
Dude, I tried to use that shit. I couldn't figure it out. I was like, damn it, how could he figure it out?
I know.
I can't.
You need at least 10% of your brain to.
He's bald like Lex Luthor. He's bald like Lex. He's bald like Lex. You know what I mean? I was like, God
I'm
damn
fucking
it.
with you, bro. I'm fucking with you.
Boy.
I love it.
I'm fucking with you.
Love
I'm
it.
too saucy. I'm too saucy. I'm gonna be quiet now.
No, it's all good, dude.
I mean,
we're going over 5 hours right now, so we're about to wrap.
It's already 4 in my time.
I wish that one day we get to see, Zach's story. But it can't be. It has to be live action. Otherwise, that's a compromise, right? No, that's bullshit. If Zach was like, "Hey, I'm putting out a comic," all those fuckers who said that would be like, first in line to buy it. Like,
one more time.
They'll buy it, and they will still live stream saying why the movie should have been better.
Yes,
they will never utter the name Dave Pena because they'll be like, no, we can't give him credit for that.
The comic is cool. I'm also still a fan of the animation solution because that is the most practical way,
especially after Unreal Engine 5.
Right.
Well, I mean, even if you did a comic or animation and it generates that much more buzz, it will give them the idea like, hey, let's maybe make a live action or a series or something.
Look at the stuff from
Vega is
Teen
creating.
Titans.
Yeah,
look at
Mr. Vega.
Mr. Vega is creating extremely realistic, scenes.
Luis is creating some amazing shit.
Is that what his name is? Luis?
Yeah, Luis Vega. He was the animator for
you mentioned
our
that.
project,
and it's just
those effects were really cool.
Well, because the delusional humps just will not accept the timeline, how bad they don't get how bad the timeline is screwed, right? In order for all of this to have proceeded orderly, we would have had to have seen the movie we watched 2 years ago, 5 years ago, or 6 years ago, right? It wouldn't have been, like I've said before, like truncated, like 2.5 hour form, and then the 4 hour version would have been the bonus feature on the Blu-ray steelbook that I would fucking own
it would still have not looked this good. It would have the old Steppenwolf. It would have not had the new visual aesthetic.
It wouldn't have had the Joker and it wouldn't have had the nightmare.
No nightmare scene.
That was all added.
Exactly.
As fire as this movie is, think about it. Like he literally had to make a movie that was based on his principal photography. Yeah. There were no reshoots or pickups. There was nothing. He had just the footage alone, and that's your movie. And it was still such an amazing movie.
He had and that's the thing I've told people is like, understand that this movie that you're watching, that 4 hours and 2 minutes, understand that 95 to 97% of it was shot in 2016.
Ben is tweeting the hashtags tomorrow.
He is. He's buying the shirt.
Oh my God!
The shirt now.
The shirt. Oh no. Oh no!
Oh my God!
Buy this. He just ordered.
Hey, let's go even further. Let's release the they need to redo BVS to the original script before Terrio.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The original.
Yeah, Metallo. We got to get Metallo back.
Release the
Is that what it was?
cut.
It was Metallo originally.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There was the concept art. He looked crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, according to what I heard is like the original was like less political, more actiony. But I think what we got is better because I like the political aspect.
Yes, me
of
too.
it.
BVS is one of a kind.
Yeah, it is.
Well,
it is.
And again,
it's my favorite. It's my favorite of the trilogy. It's still my favorite.
It's like when he made Watchmen, which was amazing. Like how can he top this? He said, "Here you go, BBS."
Yeah. I'm gonna show you Batman and Superman in this kind of light.
Well, and that's the thing too, is that you have Warner Brothers saying to DC, to Zach saying, "Hey, can you create a universe for us?" Right? You're asking a creative to make a universe for you, and so that's what he did. But he did it his way, and then they were like, "Oh no, we don't want to do that." It's kind of like, well,
what's funny is that it's not even that something that Zach decided to do. It was Greg Silverman, the president at that time. It was his idea to make this, universe more realistic, grounded, political, and all of that, to separate from what Marvel is doing. The reason they shifted, though, is because of the reception of BVS. I don't think they would have shifted or disliked even his approach if that had not happened.
No, that even the Man of Steel stuff, they were going to get past. As far as, because even that, even if you go by the shit ass Rotten Tomatoes, the Man of Steel's score wasn't that low, right? It was still in the 50s, right? Mm-hmm. But BVS was 26%, 27%.
The biggest mistakes that BVS made was the final trailer that showed Doomsday. And then when they released the part of the warehouse scene, that was dude,
they released not part of it. They released probably 60% of it.
But it was it was unnecessary. It was no, what are you doing?
But
and
they were
being reactionary. Oh god,
that's why I talked about on Film Junkie Live. Cheers, and then put a little clip that I was like, how soon, because of Shazam 2 not tracking well, how soon are they going to start talking about cameos in their movies, in the marketing? And then I was like, yeah, because it works so well for Black Adam.
The only reason why they wouldn't do it is because... Go ahead.
I think the main reason the BVS reception was the way it was, obviously apart from the 30 minutes cut, is that the studio did not communicate to the audience what this universe is going to be. So they were expecting a 20-year-old universe.
Well,
and how can Superman die in this? How can Batman already be 20 years older? And stuff like that.
The stuff that I had said, when you hired Gunn and Safran to be heads of DC Studios, the marketing and the PR must be a massive part of this. It was non-existent back then. Absolutely non-existent, because you're absolutely right. If you do not convey to the audience, because remember I said before,
many people thought that if it was just 5 movies, it was more acceptable.
One of the big things that they have to do now, that Gunn and Safran has to do now, is they have to separate the whole thing about the general audience considering superheroes to be in one big genre.
Yes,
Gunn and Safran have to make it clear that even though superheroes is one big genre, that there is a difference. A decisive difference between watching a Marvel Cinematic Universe movie and a DC Universe movie. They have to make that clear. They did not make that clear 7 years ago, and that was part of the problem.
Yep.
God, but the way that Zach shoots these fucking things is you could see it. What's so great is you could watch that that 9.5 hours Man of Steel all the way to the end of Justice League.
I did that.
Damn. Yeah. So and it's just the fact that it just looks it looks nothing like what Marvel is doing. Marvel is just it's popcorn, it's great. When you watch this, you kind of go God, these are just larger than life fucking characters.
He incorporated the Nolan style of filmmaking, but also had fantastical elements in it.
Yeah.
Well,
it was the best of both worlds.
It's God's on Earth. Seriously, you're talking about.
What he did with the fight with Zod in Metropolis, to me, I'm not gonna say it's on the same level, but it reminded me of what it felt like when viewers first saw the opening to Saving Private Ryan. Just jaw dropped, oh my god! When people saw that fight, they were like, oh my god, look at all the destruction. He's flying through 7 buildings. What? But it's kind of that's how powerful they are. What the hell are you talking about? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
people it was jarring because you're well, I loved it. I was wow, this is so badass.
But
a lot of people thought it was too much.
But that's always been my point. I remember a week or so after the movie came out, the assholes were already putting out the infographics comparing how much monetary damage there was between that and the first Avengers movie. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? But my whole point, it's literally what you just said is if Superman and Kryptonians actually existed and fought in a major American city, that's exactly what would happen.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's
and then we're gonna and then what's so great, guys? In June, we're gonna see another angle.
Yes.
We're gonna see a different kind of perspective, different timeline, possibly. It's gonna be. I'm just like the Flash. What I mean, going through and like and saving babies apparently and shit like that. It's like,
I don't know.
I don't know about that one.
I
think it's kind of crazy, but
hey, don't knock it until you fucking see it.
I was gonna say that's true. That one.
Listen, if you guys have heard of the description of the Flash Iris scene in the Zack Snyder's Justice League without seeing it, it would have sounded ridiculous.
Like Flash, what scene? Oh, the Flash Iris,
Iris West. Yeah.
The hot dogs floating around and you picking one of them and giving to it.
The very first Flash comic.
Right. If you just read the description, it would have sounded ridiculous.
Yeah.
When you saw the scene with no VFX and it showed like, early on before the movie even came out, when when that scene kind of leaked out where it had like no VFX attached to it, and you see like the hamburger, I was always like, why the fuck am I looking at a hamburger for? And then now when I watch it, I was like, oh, that's why, because he drops it in the fucking truck. I get it now. But
Ben, you're muted, by the way.
Yeah, Ben, you've been muted for a while.
Oh.
But the battle that's going to be in the Flash, it's funny because somebody on Twitter was like, oh, look what they did. They took him away from the city and they put him in a desert to fight him. That's ridiculous. I was like, dude, what are you talking about?
Did you watch that's the fucking movie?
Man of Steel.
I didn't even watch the damn movie.
They go there because they say, meet us here and hand over Kal-El. And that's where Keaton, Sasha Kaye, and the Flashes are heading towards. I was like, are you fucking morons?
I am so intrigued on like how the fuck does this play out? Because obviously it's a whole different thing. If there's no Kal and there's Kara, it's like, all right, so what how did Zod get signaled to come to Earth? Because obviously there's so many questions now.
Why is he there?
Yeah.
I think once Supergirl is out of that prison, she probably have triggered something that
but he came to Earth to find the Codex. Yeah. So does she have the Codex?
Remember how Superman?
That's a good point.
Superman got his suit when he went back to the ship. Kara, when she got out of the prison, wherever she's been held, she's not wearing a suit.
Right, exactly.
Good point.
Yeah, well, and that was the point I was making. For all the people that freaked the fuck out over that image earlier this week, right? For whatever.
Which.
I don't know why they were freaking out about
the one of
the VFX.
Right, the one of her.
Oh, her. Yeah.
So everybody's freaking out over. Everybody's a VFX expert now.
Right, everybody's a VFX expert, right? And like
I'm like, well, the only thing that might have been VFX is maybe the background. I'm like,
I've seen Ant-Man. I know what to look for.
and so they were clear, and they were like, well, clearly this is she just busted out and she's recharging. I'm like, no, when she busts out in the trailer, she's wearing whatever fatigues or whatever it was.
Yeah,
this is clearly later in the movie when she gets the costume. Clearly, time passes.
That's going to be an interesting scene too, because obviously we see her all skinny and shit like that. Imagine the scene where she gets out and all of a sudden she just. Like how
what if she does
Superman did that, when he got that whole thing, and it's gonna be interesting to see
if they do that scene with her. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, and then and then she opens up her eyes and they're fucking red, like how it was in PBS.
That would
after the nuclear bomb goes off, and it's just and then all of a sudden you see his form go back to normal, and then all of a sudden
of course some people would hate
he flies down and punches Doomsday and he goes flying into that facility and blows up.
Because we also
look what they did. They try to do Zack Snyder stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, that's what's going to be.
Henry Cavill.
The disgracing General
Zod. We also got to remember in that scene too is Barry has no powers. That's why he's like, "What do we do, Batman? What do we do?" He has no powers because eventually, what's going to happen is they're going to try to get him his powers back. And then we saw that scene where she's lifting him up.
And what I want to know is are they going to do the same thing that they did in the book, where the first time didn't work
Yeah,
and it nearly kills him, and he's
I
like
think
all
so.
in bandages, and then he just wakes up and goes, "We need to try again."
Well,
I think
what I
so,
was
because you see the bat wing and you see like a cable
the
type
lightning,
and then you see the scene where like literally I think Supergirl is going to be like
him.
carrying him up.
Okay.
And I think
because you saw that shot where you see the blue lightning coming through him and hitting the other Barry. So
that's Dr. Manhattan.
I think that's giving powers to the other Barry.
Yeah, but I think that is I think giving the other Barry the powers, that was more of an accident. Like he was in the room and he gets shot by it, and so they both have powers. I mean, why would you want both of them to have powers? You know what I mean? He doesn't even know how to use it. Unless they said, hey,
because 2 is better than 1, I guess.
Careful, because you know shit we don't know.
No, I don't know every single detail.
Okay, all right, fair enough. No,
I mean, the suit gives him the red lightning. Well, because you see the other Barry still has blue. You know.
Yeah. Maybe the yellow lightning is more contained because of the suit.
Oh, matured. Yeah.
Because even the Zack suit was too.
Ray's trying to talk. Ray's trying to talk.
Are you saying that the Flash are like a Super Saiyan? There's like one level. Like Super Saiyan 1 is blue, and then Super Saiyan 2 is yellow.
Well, blue is supposed to be better than yellow, but I think in this universe it's going to be the opposite, where you go from blue to
blue is better than yellow. When yellow has been always the
yellow
color.
is always the best one.
Yeah.
Is it? I don't know.
Anyway,
I just want that scene in the comic because that is like one of the best. I mean, I haven't read a ton of Flash, but like that's like one of the best Barry Allen moments for me is just the sheer determination where like, okay, you tried it once, it almost killed you. You're literally like, you're just a pound of like bloody, broken, destroyed flesh, and you just go, we need to try again.
Yeah,
like,
I'm sure that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen.
Oh,
but let's go ahead and wrap this up because we're like over 5 hours. And, it's getting late, especially for more, I know Benny said that. So we'll go around the horn and everybody plug themselves. All right, let's go ahead, Saggy. Oh, she came back just in time.
I know. I got to plug myself.
I was going to make a joke like, she's not here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah. No, my ding automatically unmuted because it's magical. I am Saggy. I do stuff. Thanks for having me. That's all I got. It's 4. It's almost 5.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know how I've been hanging in there. I just been sitting here listening to you guys argue.
It's almost 4:30. Come on, guys.
It's almost 5.
Yeah, it's 4:20.
5. It's
4:20. It's 4:20.
4:20. Hey,
smoke it up.
The snow that we got buried with just stopped.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, Ben, go ahead.
Get it rain here. Hey guys, you can catch me on every Thursday night.
Oh, that's so polite. Hello, my friend.
I love it. Ben wanted a drink tonight, and he did.
Oh yeah, I'm fucking nice. You can catch me every Thursday at 9:00 Eastern Standard Time on the Real Anarchy channel. Catch me there. Catch me outside.
Okay, Ray.
How about that?
You can find me on Twitter at The Flightcast, and you can find my weekly podcast at theflightcast.com, a place where opinions aren't right or wrong and where we can agree or disagree, as we've done a lot tonight, about movies, TV, and other assorted media because it's all subjective.
Dude, your tweet about the scoopers the other day, that was fucking money.
Which one?
I love that one when you were like, when they said, that's one thing I don't like about being a scooper is because blah, 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 blah. And you're like, no, you're either going to be you either spoil the movie or that was
no, it's
brilliant.
100% true. At best, you're a liar. At worst, you're a spoiler.
Yeah.
That's the truth. That is exactly what it is with Scooper Madness. No doubt about that. But tomorrow I'll be talking about all the stuff that we've talked about tonight, but I've also got to add my thoughts on Star Trek Discovery's 5th and now final season, because there's a lot of emotions and stuff going on with respect to that. A lot of people think that the motivation behind that. How's who doing?
Burnham.
She's fine.
How's who doing?
But
I left her in season 2, so I'm just asking.
Right.
Oh well, yeah, because you didn't come to the future with the rest of the show like it should have happened. But no, there's just some things people believe that there's some more nefarious reasons as to why it's ending on 5 seasons. And no, it really just comes down to business and Hollywood's really abysmal fourth quarter that's affecting everybody, not just Paramount. So we're going to get into that tomorrow for sure on the show.
I know why KC stopped watching.
Why?
Because it's Star Trek. Carry on.
No. Okay, so we're gonna go on for another hour because Ray is gonna just like go off on you right now.
I know.
No. I'm gonna let this one slide, right? Because I know he's fucking liquored up. He doesn't know what the fuck he's saying. I'm just gonna let him leave. Just gonna let it be. Right, no.
Let it be. Let it be.
Throw shots at the man wearing the Star Trek T-shirt.
Let it be. Let it be. All right, Casey.
All right, you can find me at Krypton
Hey,
Cage
Andre.
on
Andre
social media, and that's it. I do shit as well, like Saggy.
Like Saggy.
You trying to fight again? We kind of
Sure, if you want to call it fight.
No, we can throw down. Oh, okay.
Man, you guys really don't want this stream to end.
Man, it got raw. It got raw tonight,
man.
It's time. Go on for another fucking 5 hours.
It's time for the stream to end.
It's time.
Yeah, everybody.
Yes, I'm quoting Last Jedi.
All right, Andre.
You can find me on the Four Nerds Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time on the Four Nerds Network. And you can find me on my channel, Nicotina, which is on YouTube, where I do the Midnight Run. I try to do it more often than not, but sometimes when there just isn't news, and that's the other thing too. Some days there's just not a lot of news, and somehow Dave goes live, and I'm like, how is he doing this?
Sometimes when there's no news, you create news, man. Don't you know?
Right. No, I don't follow those guys. I don't create the news. I just report the news.
Okay.
Stolen scoops, right? Oh man.
All right.
You can also follow me on Instagram, Vero, and on Twitter as well. So thank you.
Is Vera still around?
Who?
Still there?
Vero.
Vera. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what's fucking dead.
Vera should.
All right.
Vera should
like,
fucking
I'm
have a
on
website.
Mastodon.
Yeah.
He changed his mind on that too.
Yeah, no. A lot of people did. I'm from your Mastodon. All of a sudden, just strictly fucking Twitter.
It was like
yeah, who went to that?
Yeah.
All right, guys. This has been a fun stream. Thank you to Jordan, who was here earlier, and thank you to the panel right here, Saggy, Ben, Andre, Casey, Ray. It's been fun, and yeah, smash that like, thumbs up before you leave, and subscribe. Do all that, and we'll talk to you guys later.